gone, 'cause I feel like singing da 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 da. Let's keep going till the night is almost gone, 'cause I feel like singing da 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 da. Let's keep going till the night is almost gone, 'cause I feel like singing da 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 da. Let's keep going till the night is almost gone, 'cause I feel like singing da 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 da
It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? If we go down, we go down in history. If we go down, we go down in history. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? If we go down, we go down in history. If we go down, we go down in history.
Give me some clarity. First time that we met not long ago. Before you had to get back on the road, we spend every second of the day together. I remember when we talked till 3 a.m. Driving around in town in your old van. Tell stories about who we used to be. Why don't we speak? I'm running circles. Since you're in my life, I can get no sleep. If you give me a sign, speak, I'm running circles. Since you're in my life, I can get no sleep. If you give me a sign, I'll be yours to keep. Just wanna say you're mine and make history. 'Cause I've been playing blind, wasting all this time, yeah, I need clarity. Give me some clarity. Yeah, I need clarity.
Let's love, love for the night, night. Slow dance, dance till the sun comes up. Let's touch, touch under lights, lights. Slow dance, dance till we're high on love, high on love. 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 Till we're high on love. Till we're high on love. Till we're high on love, high on love. Till we're high on love, high on love. Till we're high on love.
Stop this feeling. It's setting all my doubts on fire. Ooh, like you won't believe it. Won't morning light so blinding. It's on the ceiling and the walls. Where is my name? 'Cause I can't find it. Those early memory lane walls. But I know it's the price that you pay. For living it up on Saturday. I can't win, I'm giving in. 'Cause I can feel something coming over me, holding me till the morning. And it keeps me dancing when I feel something coming over me. you. Cause I'm never sober when I'm with you. When I'm down and can't push through, I know you're the one I can turn to. You make me feel like someone new. Cause I'm never sober when
you be like that, I will love you forever. Believe in me. Don't you like that, I will love you. Don't you like Don't you think like that,
Cause I can't exactly say the way that I feel. It's just real, yeah. So I let my silence speak the words that I'm real. But it's real, yeah. We don't know what we want, but we know it's alright. It's alright. We don't wanna wait until the moment is right. Tonight, we don't wanna wake up in the face of our mistakes, but oh well, we just go along like a driver.
this chemistry. One look at you and my heart explodes. Just let me be the one you keep. I'll be right here through the hot and cold. But I'll be loyal to you. No need for drama. Feel royal with you. Cry like Impala. Is it important for you? There ain't no bother. No, no. Hey, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, but alright. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, but alright. Just come over. Won't you come closer? Yeah, just come over. Hey. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy.
And welcome! Day 2 of the Esports World Cup North American Closed Qualifiers kicks off right now. Dust, we watched the action yesterday, and our teams were whittled down to 3, as Elevate actually ended up losing off-stream. We didn't get to see that game. They forced map 3 after our series had already ended over here on the stream, but Elevate was not able to take the series in the end. And we can take a look at the bracket just so you can see how things ended up shaping up. It was a close game, a hard-fought battle, all things, considered. Elevate really made Legacy work for that one.
Indeed, they did. I think the second map went into double overtime to go into a third map. Then ultimately, Legacy did come out on top. I do think so far the brackets kind of played out the way that we expected as far as, who has moved on to the grand finals. I think there was maybe a chance in people's eyes that M80 might be able to get the win again against Liquid as they've done in the past, but Liquid looking a little bit more polished on maps outside of Mirage, I think is probably the best way to put it, and definitely got the job done yesterday. And our upper bracket semifinals also played out about the way we expected. The favorites kind of moving on 2-0. So far, I think for most folks, we got what we thought we would get. I just think that maybe Liquid hasn't looked as polished as people had hoped. And M80 actually, to me, look in pretty good shape considering their circumstances of bringing a new IGL. They didn't really seem to be, missing a beat too much. I mean, yeah, the Anubis game against Liquid was a little bit poor, but their other play has looked really good.
And that Elevate Legacy game, by the way, map 3, 13-11. So
Right.
still, right there, almost went into overtime on Ancient, the third map in that series. Instead, it was Legacy who took the series. So they're going to be facing off against the M80 team that, honestly, if I'm looking at that Liquid game, I feel like M80 probably should have won. They were really, right there in closing out the series. They just sort of fell flat towards the tail end of Ancient as Liquid came alive. And that's maybe part of the problem. We can take a look at our schedule as well. You'll see which matches are going to be played out in what order. We've only got 2, so realistically, you know what games are going to be. It's going to be M80 versus Legacy to kick things off. Then Liquid will play the winner of that game. But I mean, Dust, looking at that series, I really felt like you said, M80 seemed more consistently clean, methodical. The approach was there. I just think they got bullied, to be honest, by Liquid on the last 2 maps.
Yeah, I mean, I think to me it comes down to a couple of things. One, I do think that Liquid has looked like they're on a bit of an upswing since Chengdu.
Sure.
Obviously they had a couple of bumps in the road kind of leading up to the event. Not qualifying for the major was obviously a big one. Kind of struggling in the Blast Premier group stage as well as the Blast Premier Spring Showdown. Those things didn't go too well for them either. They also lost to M80 in the Chengdu qualifiers, but they wound up taking their place when, M80 couldn't attend. So there was definitely a lot of things that were kind of against Liquid. I mean, really the only thing that had kind of gone their way was qualifying for IEM Dallas. They were able to get that one kind of booked. But outside of that, things have been not the expectations that we, were thinking for a team like Liquid with the roster they had built. But Chengdu seemed to signal maybe them turning the corner. I mean, they had a solid finish there. They beat G2. They had a great series against FaZe. They came top 5 at the tournament. So ultimately it seemed like, hey, maybe they're on the up now. Maybe they're finally figuring things out. But there were some hiccups yesterday on both Mirage games they played against Legacy and M80, which makes you still kind of scratch your head a little bit about where they're at as a team. But they looked a lot better on Ancient in particular, and their Anubis also looked really good against M80 yesterday. So I do think that Liquid came in as the favorites, and they ultimately delivered on that, though it maybe wasn't as clean as you'd like it to be. In particular, a couple of players like Kendar were struggling a little bit, as he has kind of been doing for a little bit, honestly. But M80 has been very impressive, and honestly, Legacy's doing pretty well considering their circumstances too. I mean, they got Stewie standing in as a primary opper. They obviously are going through their own situation with roster changes, just like M80 is. So all in all, not too shabby.
Yeah, as we take a look at this specific match between M80 and Legacy, you talk about upswing. It's hard not to say that Legacy is on an upswing. I mean, this team came out of pretty much, I don't want to say nowhere. It's the old 0-0 Nation team with some changes. Obviously, the most notable and more recent one is the addition of Stewie, who's now filling in as the op role.
Right.
But the team had a great run at the major, and things have been largely looking up for this Legacy roster, considering where they came from. And even though that's the case, I still think there's maybe a lot to improve, maybe partially because of the fact that they're playing with Stewie as a stand-in who's facilitating a role that he hasn't facilitated in the past, playing as a primary op. Yeah, he's definitely picked it up, and obviously his mechanics were always good, but has he picked it up on every single map all the time? Is that his go-to? No, not necessarily.
Right.
And yes, he's played on mixed rosters with Brazilians in the past, but does he speak Portuguese fluently? No, also no. So there's maybe some hiccups there that can create some problems, but overall, I was largely impressed with the way that Legacy played. I kind of wish we got to see the Elevate series just to see how things fell apart, because Legacy was up 1-0 they won the first map. They won it pretty well. Then they go to the second map, and they were up. They allowed Elevate to come back in that game and force things to overtime before Elevate won and took it to map 3.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, they definitely seemed like they were going to 2-0 that series and really just have a clean run, all the way here. But, had to take a couple of wounds along the way, but still got the job done when it's, all said and done. So now we have Legacy versus M80 coming up, and these teams have a slight history against each other. And what I kind of mean by that is like these, I guess, core fours have played against each other before at the RMR. It was a win for Legacy 2-1. I think it was in the 2-1 game. It's actually what propelled Legacy to the major. They went 3-1 at the RMR, beating M80 2-1 in the best of 3. Pretty close series. I mean, it went 3 maps. One of the maps went into overtime on Ancient, but Legacy were the ones that did ultimately get the job done. But again, Legacy now with a different player, having, Stewie fill in for Coldzera. You also have a new IGL for M80, where Def was standing in for them, at Katowice in the RMR, when he's normally supposed to be their coach. So there's a lot of extenuating circumstances that means that last matchup may not carry much water as far as like what we could see today. But I mean, I do think that these two teams still do sit pretty close. I think that this could be a matchup that very well could go 3 maps, very well could be tight. I think there's similar skill level between these two teams, and I think the edge for M80 might just be that I think they are a little bit sharper tactically.
Yeah, I think even in the Liquid game that showed, I think that they were largely well prepared. They seemed more methodical. It was when Liquid kind of went into that like full chaos mode, and they just embraced the individualism that they were able to shine through. We saw that especially on Anubis, where things just kind of got a little haywire there towards the tail end. You mentioned the maps, though, from their previous match against Legacy. So why don't we fly the maps here, and we can take a look and see where this series is going to be heading. We will see a repeat from one of the maps from our last matchup between these two teams. Obviously, that was going back a bit, back to the RMR. But we will see Ancient again. Not entirely surprising. That was a map that went in favor of Legacy that time around, but it wasn't an easy win either. It did go into overtime. And then we'll be going to Vertigo. And then, interestingly enough, Mirage again. M80 obviously looked very good on Mirage. I'd say Legacy looked passable. It wasn't the best Mirage we've ever seen. They probably had some things they could have improved. They also got a few gifted rounds in there that made it look a little better even against Liquid, where Liquid was playing a little sloppy at times. But I think that if I'm looking at the maps as a whole, maps 1 and 3 do lean a little bit for M80. I would say
think map 2
really
leans even further.
Well, yeah, of course. Map 2, like their pick. I'm just saying, looking at the pick coming in from Legacy, Ancient is definitely a map that could go the direction of M80 as well.
Yeah, I think Legacy's kind of struggles in this pick ban because they do kind of have to ban Nuke just because of how weak they've looked on it. They're 1-4 in their last 5 games, and now they have Stewie standing in for them. So that probably means that they didn't get to practice a whole lot of Nuke with Stewie. It's definitely a map you can't really get away with freestyling on. You kind of need a little bit more coordination. And again, they were already having some rough recent results on the map, so I can understand why they would want to get rid of Nuke. But unfortunately, that leaves Vertigo wide open for the taking, which is a super strong map for M80. It probably is their best map, period. Ancient's pretty close, but Overpass has also been pretty good to them in the past. But I do think Vertigo is their best map. So the fact that Legacy left that on the table for M80 to pick, I think definitely gives M80 the edge, because M80 love all three of these maps they're about to play, right? I mean, maybe not Mirage as much, but only because they just don't play it that much. I mean, in fact, all their Mirage games to this point have been against Wildcard. They played 4 games, all against Wildcard. So it's kind of a weird one in that regard. But yeah, I actually think that this pick ban certainly helped M80 out more than Legacy got anything out of it.
And it was always going to be a bit of an uphill battle, in my opinion, for Legacy, just based on what we saw yesterday. I know that that's maybe looking things at a very low level, but day to day, I look at Legacy's day yesterday, and I look at M80's, and I feel like M80 definitely looked stronger. They had a clean 2-0 to start out the day, a very fast 2-0, mind you. And then against Liquid, they had a chance to close the series out 2-0, maybe just dropping the ball towards the tail end on Ancient, and then once it went to Anubis, I mean, I just closed my eyes and pretended I didn't see it, because it did feel like that largely was Liquid's map to take, and we thought that coming into the series anyway. It was going to be a map that was going to go in favor of Liquid. That's what ends up happening. Whereas Legacy, they struggled against Elevate. They should have closed that series out 2-0. That should have been a lot quicker than it was. And instead, they were fighting into the wee hours of the night. They were working a little bit harder for the victory over Elevate. And I'm not trying to discredit what Elevate did, but they were down at a hefty deficit on Overpass. And I remember when we were watching that series play out, because we were already in our third map, if I'm not mistaken. Well, that was in map 2, because it was going into so many overtimes. We were talking about it. We're like, oh, like, Legacy's going to close this one out. Like, it's over. They've got this one in the bag. Oh, no. They want a clutch. Never mind. It's still going. Oh, there's another clutch. Still going. It's like, wait a minute. It's 12-11. Like, what's going on here? And then it goes into OT. So, yeah, credit to Elevate for that one, but definitely not what you want to see from Legacy, especially now that they're matching up against a team like M80, where M80 is going to punish a lot of those small mistakes more frequently than maybe a team like Elevate, who's still sort of finding themselves in the NA scene.
I think there's also a situation you have to look at here where there could be a big op mismatch, right? I mean, you have Slacks, who is, a primary opper, has been for a long time. At times has been very impressive for this M80 squad. There was a couple of moments yesterday where he looked like he was kind of missing the mark a little bit, but overall, I felt like he played pretty well. And now you have Stewie 2K, once again, looked pretty good on CT side Mirage in the game we watched against Liquid. But outside of that, he is not truly a primary opper. That's not his history. That's not his forte. He was always a hybrid player. He was always a secondary opper on CT sides, or, occasionally he would pick up the AWP for Liquid on certain maps, Mirage one of them. So that could be a potential op mismatch situation that happens in this matchup in particular. And again, I do think that Vertigo, I can't say that that's a strength for Legacy, whereas I know it is for M80. So when you kind of look at everything all at once, I think there's a potential chance for M80 just to 2-0, because Ancient and Vertigo are actually their top 2 maps outside of NBA Overpass. But even if it goes further than that, I just think that M80, they're going to have more reps with their core. They're not dealing with any role issues. And, I just think they come in as the favorite this time around. Even though Legacy beat them at the RMR, I mean, yes, that is true. I think that, these are 2 different teams now with their player changes that have been made. And I think M80 just passes the eye test a bit more.
And it's funny you mentioned the ops. I kind of felt like yesterday the ops were maybe more of a non-factor. It's not to say there weren't rounds where I saw an opper like really step up. Obviously, looking at the Liquid game, like that last round, I'm pretty sure on Ancient was Cadian stepping up and winning like a 2v4 that probably should not have happened. So obviously there were rounds where we saw it, and even Sin had taken on the op in a clutch situation and had a big play over on the B site on Ancient. So we saw players fielding up, but I felt like I saw a lot of misses that I shouldn't see. Like shots that should have been easier but just didn't connect. Trade kills that didn't come through because the op was maybe slightly off the mark. That even happened on Ancient in the last map in this series between Liquid and M80, where there was a double swing from Cadian, and I forget who the other player was, but the one player was low, Cadian had the op. The idea was obviously to bait the first player out and allow the op swing. The missed shot cost them the round. It ends up being a 1v2 win, I think, for Sin on the other side.
It was.
So yeah. It was certainly some instances where I was like, okay, that shouldn't happen. And then obviously there was some weirdness, like the KD and TK on Twist. You don't want to see that happen. And after we watched back the tape, we were able to go, okay, this makes sense. It wasn't intentional. It wasn't like there was much he could have done. He was holding top mid from TV. and Twist runs in front of him to exit the door at the same time as the guy's peeking top mid. Like, he just happened to shoot, and, you know, Twist kind of just got in the way. He was a middleman. But I still largely felt like there were a lot of rounds where maybe the ops just weren't as fluid and dynamic as they needed to be. And honestly, when they tried to be a little bit quicker or move with the pace of play, they were just missing. They weren't really getting that like dynamic level of play that we expect to see from some of these names, especially a name like Cadian, who's got highlight reel montages of some of these crazy plays that he's been able to make with the op in the past.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just generally something Cadian's struggling with in general in CS2. And with this new team, you know, I think on Heroic, Cadian had really kind of propelled himself into not necessarily like the same star level status as a Muncie or a Simple or you know a Ziwu or whoever you want to point out as some of the best operators in the world, but he was certainly one of the more serviceable and stable operators in the world, you know, particularly because he's doing it while also IGLing. And I thought he was actually quite impressive, you know, throughout his run with Heroic, doing that IGL opping combo, which is something he's done for quite some time. But I think there's a combination of the transition from CSGO to CS2 and how the op mechanics kind of change between those two versions of the game. And then this also, I think, to me personally, Cadian probably has to do more work as an IGL now for Liquid at the start, right? Like, he's still trying to establish his game plans, establish the roles on the team, you know, try to figure out how to utilize his pieces, trying to get, you know, just everything kind of polished. I think on Heroic, he probably eventually got to a point where everything was already so fine-tuned that he didn't have to focus on like micromanaging players or, you know, being as hands-on as he has to be with Liquid right now. Now, I think eventually Liquid will hopefully get to a point where he can be able to focus on the individual play a little bit more and he can get back to good shape. But that is something that I think he's kind of been dealing with. Whereas, you know, when we look at this matchup here for Ops, again, you got Stewie 2K, you know, don't really know what you're going to get from him. And then you have Slacks, who, honestly, outside of a couple of little mishaps, impressed me yesterday. I think he's definitely the one to keep an eye on this matchup for sure.
Yeah, he wasn't, like, you know, dropping 30, but he was serviceable, like you mentioned. But just honestly very similar to Cadian, just serviceable. He was hitting his shots like he needed to. Aggression is the name of the game for M80. Legacy's got the read. Dumal will strike first. An immediate response from Swisher. We are live here in the pistol round on our first match of this best of 3. We're starting things out on Ancient, and oh man, well, let's see what Dumal can do here from back on the other side of the doors. They know that he's here, but he can be such a nuisance. In the meantime, though, Swisher has dropped. Slacks has to keep his head kind of pointing in both directions, eventually isolates a kill towards Neck. As you can see, the angle that Dumal has, though, very difficult to deal with, and again, he's just being a pest. He's a gnat, a mosquito at this point. But the bodies are dropping across the board, and now Dumal's the one that has to manage to save this one. They do have a kit, but the shot's right on the money from Dumal. Doesn't matter if he's low on HP. Sin does have a kit, and he can play these games. Dumal just has to get hit once, but time is of the essence, and unfortunately, it's gone on too long. Well played from Legacy, and even more well played from Dumal, who just baited that one out.
It's one of those things where Legacy just got a really good read on the situation. They saw how much resources were being committed to that mid-aggression. That left them kind of realizing that B was probably going to be a little bit weaker. They find it completely empty and are able to get the bomb down. Kind of scrappy from that point forward, but in the end, well played clutch. Dumal with 3 kills. And so they will draw first blood, put themselves with 4 Galeos and 1 AK, as well as good utility against, you know, a pretty decently forced bought out M80, upgraded pistols, and the MP9 on Sen.
The nade actually could be decent. It does do good damage to Lado Barton, down to 80 as well. That said, they do strike first. Looking for some spam through the smoke. Instead, it's returned. Barton taken out, and now another one coming through. You have to watch out for this M80 squad when it comes to these lighter buys. We've seen them find success in the past, and it is a 4-on-3 in their advantage. Bigger problem, the bomb was stuck in the corner and could not get out. Malb's able to pick off 3 with the salvaged AK. That is an absolutely disruptive round coming in from Malbs.
Yeah, it's just one of those situations where Legacy just had to go for a quick B play, and, well, M80 just so happened to kind of gamble that direction off the bat from CT spawn on their force buy. So just kind of one of those rock, paper, scissors battles that you unfortunately called wrong on. And so now the roles reverse. It'll be M80 fully rifled up after picking up an AK and 2 Galeos. They buy 2 M4s, and now it's Legacy on the Tech 9s only. Stewie 2K with the P250. It looks like they want to hammer B early yet again. As M80 kind of just open up standard.
Sin once again aggressive.
Oh my
but
God.
that's a great way to start the round out. 2 quick
That's just
kills.
so free. It's just like the freest kill ever. Just spamming the plywood.
I mean,
Didn't even see
equally
anybody.
so there.
Yeah.
I mean, Malbs just spams through the smoke and gets another one. Now, he will die in the end, and that's going to be an AK picked up. And we know the value that this salvaged weapon can have because we just watched Malbs make great work of one. So they have to be a little bit careful. Distance battle going the way of Slacks. And now you finally got support coming from Donut. All things said, they do recover, and that AK does not net any value for the side of Legacy.
No, M80 with a good start here. Again, came into this game with an 11-5 record with their core 4 and had some wins already over some of the top teams in the region like Liquid, Wildcard, and Nouns. This was a map that, again, when they played each other last time, it went into OT. Legacy wound up winning that 16-12. But again, slightly different rosters compared to the last time they played against one another. But M80 will now have a much easier round ahead of them here. Just Glocks from the T
Cue the
side.
soundbite.
No, I'm not doing it.
Come on, Dust. It's
No.
an iconic moment in Counter-Strike
No.
history. You have to say it.
Was it Days that said it?
Yes, it was Dazed, yeah.
Okay,
It's
that's
written
what I
into
thought.
Counter-Strike lore. It's basically a law that you have to say it.
No, Bogdan's
I'm-
law is a law.
I am taking away your Counter-Strike license. It has
Okay.
been revoked.
Bogdan's
sorry.
law is the only law that we have in Counter-Strike.
That one to me is more frustrating.
It's logical, but it is kind of weird that it basically came from a player who was not very relevant.
that's yeah.
That's the
His
nicest
name
way to
lives
put it.
on for the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
Molly's going to land in A main. That'll prevent Legacy from trying to find an opening over in that direction. They were sort of poking and prodding their way through A main to begin with. They do have to contend with the rifles that are posted up. Malbs is on top of the sign at this point. Great angle to peer towards A main and has support. There's no presence in Donut. It is going to be a 5-player push coming out from A main, which means this should, in theory, get slaughtered. Yeah, there's the rifle finally peeking, and, well, how quickly it falls down on Delato. He at least gets 1 kill. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Don't give him more. Lato actually picks up 2 kills with the Glock. Finally goes for the swing, but obviously the lack of armor means aim punch and not able to get that M4 under control.
So we get the start we kind of expected based on the economies, but now Legacy are back onto a more full-like buy, though Dumao does have to go to Galil to be able to get utility, so they're not completely bought out. Of course, no AWP in play for them either. Slacks will have one on the other side, though, defensively, and the money starting to build up pretty nicely here for M80. As once again, they open up fairly standard to start this round.
Lato right on the other side of that main smoke. Nade landed pretty much right in Sin's face, does 1 damage. I'm pretty sure that's not how grenades work in real life, but I could be wrong. I am no grenade expert. Nice shot from Slacks, as Nekez wanted to get a little bit cute in mid, pushes up too far, and meets his demise by way of the op. So, and now it's
I've
Frank.
noticed a slight difference here from M80 defensively. They're putting Mouths at middle more. He was more of a B player in the past. They had Sin kind of playing B more right now, so a little bit of a change up defensively. And Mouths, you know, using that change to his advantage right there, grabbing a couple of kills out in middle, and a pretty dominant victory all said and done. I mean, they barely even lost HP on this round, and of course, keep all 5 alive, grab a couple of AKs, keep the op in play, keep their money building, and keep their lead soaring as they're now up 4-1 and back to a save for Legacy. So really couldn't ask for a better start for M80. And again, we were kind of wondering what subtle changes we might see with Sin coming in as a new IGL. And it seems like, again, putting Mouths in a more active position at middle instead of playing B side is a little bit of a CT changeup for this team, with Sin going with Swisher over there.
Malb's already off to a great start as well, sitting at 9-3 currently. This was a map where we got to see Kindar last night put in a great performance. And Malbs is saying, hey, you may have beaten me last night, but I'm going to try and at least beat your performance against us and my performance against Legacy. Strong start, and M80, despite losing the pistol, take 4 straight and put Legacy back into a territory where they're going to save. Now, Rex starts spamming a little early. Does have support from Donut, and that is just how you would expect that to go.
Yep.
Honestly, this is exactly how it went the last time. Lado, the last player alive. This time he will not get a double kill off a Glock. He did have a deagle. Maybe he should have stuck with the Glock. Seemed to be a little bit more successful for him last time around.
Yeah, curious to see what Legacy are going to do here. This is their next full buy round. This will be the best buy they've had yet, as everyone should have an AK this time. Maybe even an op might be in play. As in the past, when Cole was on the team, they were definitely just, a pretty standard team. Nothing too flashy about them. Played the map kind of how you'd expect for T-side. But the one thing that was interesting about them is some of the B fakes they like to run and how often they like to run faster A executes was a little bit more than some of the other teams out there. So I'm curious if they kind of keep that same identity with the fast A plays or whether or not they kind of just stick more to default since they are dealing with a new player on the team with Stewie. A aggression here for them 80, though, is a really big factor in this round. Look at this. They're already in T-spawn. T's have no clue.
This is something that Liquid did to them pretty consistently, mostly in mid. Their aggression in mid was a problem.
Oh, no.
But Nekis has the read. Does he know there's two? There's no way he expects his second player. No. All right, so at least the trade is there. And again, that does maintain control. So that makes things a little bit more uncomfortable for these players on B plat and Catwalk. They don't really have anywhere they can go except B because of this, because now mid is effectively off limits.
Correct.
And they can stall out with all this util on the side of M80. Now, that's a big kill. Stu drops Sin. Swisher is here, and he has to pop off. He's tucked into a corner, tries to escape and get safety. Does some damage through the smoke, but it takes some as well. The nades will pour out. Another nade on Swisher. The molly is there, but it's just a second too late. The plant will come through, but look at Lado. He's 3 HP. The molly plus the USP shots through the smoke almost kill him in the corner. Quiet. Retake starting to come through. That'll be Wreck to strike first. M80 looking for a second opening. Spot one in cave. That's Lado. He's actually on site. Shot comes in from Slacks. We talked about the op and how it could potentially be a big piece of the puzzle. The spam not on the mark. He's sticking it. Does he have it? It's so close. He's got it. M80 end up taking the round. Pros don't fake. Dumao tries to charge. Just can't get position in time.
Very down to the wire situation there. One of the better looks we've seen from Legacy. It was a really good take. They dealt with an, A push pretty well. Only lost one player on that. Kept it even 4-on-4. Got into B. Yes, their bomb plant, what was a little bit tough because Lado took so much damage getting it down. But in the end, M80 found a way to pull one through. But full buy here for Legacy after the bomb plant. Opt for Stewie 2K. And it looks like they're setting up for one of those faster executes I was talking about earlier, Spock. You can see everyone's here ready to go.
That last round, I mean, it felt like that mid aggression should have worked out, or that long A aggression should have worked out a little bit better for M80.
That's true. Look at this, though.
Nekis had
M80
the
pushed
read.
out B, so they know this is coming. Like, they know that B is, there's nothing there. So they're going to start rotating mid pretty
Yeah.
early.
Unfortunately, they haven't. So Rek is here alone. He needs backup, and he needs it now. How do they not clear this, and how does he not get the kill is even a greater question. The molly came from backside. They knew there was someone there, but I think it was just the anticipation that, you got it. I'll keep peeking. I'm going to swing donut. Both players swung that direction, and chaos has ensued as a result. The plant is secured on the A site. The CT side of M80 already on the retake now. Stewie does have the op. We'll see what he's able to do with it. He's going to be positioned over in main. There's one boosted up and one over in Temple as they work their way through. They have to methodically clear things out. It's a great molly to force Barton out of position. They've still got to deal with this player who's now backside creeping out. It's up to Lado, and it's again down to the wire as they have to stick the defuse to try to get this one, and that's going to be the round. Yet again, Legacy win because they're able to delay the retake long enough that even if M80 gets those kills, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I thought M80 were going to get a faster rotation over to A. I felt like they had cleared out B plat pretty early, and they were on their way to rotating mid to Donut. But there was just that few seconds of, a timing window where Legacy were able to catch Rek alone on the site, other than a supporting player inside Donut. And so they were able to overwhelm him, limit him to one frag, get the bomb down, and ultimately played a good post plant. I mean, M80 nearly had the retake, good incendiary on the boosted position. We're getting a couple of kills, but just ran out of time. And a very important round for Legacy to keep themselves in the hunt on this map. That's how they pivot to more of a B-centric opening.
One more fast play coming in from Legacy. They're actually going past this molly as well, taking significant damage. But they've gained sight control. Barton on 1 HP. And will
no
eventually get
HP.
taken care of. Yeah, he was killed through the wall there. Didn't need to be a headshot, but it certainly had some style points.
Might as well. They still yet to get the bomb down finally planted, but it's a 4-on-3 favoring M80, who have good positions. They have a B flank set up. They have, you know, CT spawn. They have cave. They have a lot of different avenues to get back onto the site.
That's a 1-for-1 as Rek dies back towards spawn. This is where the action is going to develop. Look at the play from Nekkis. I don't know how Malbs doesn't see him. And so quickly, the round just completely falls apart. What should have been a great retake from M80. They had the stranglehold.
That's tough. I mean, they had good positioning. They also found the opening frag and back hall. So I think briefly there they had a 4-on-2 on that retake. But that K's interaction, very awkward. You really feel like M80 should have been able to handle that a little bit better. But instead, it's Legacy to come out on top, catching all the frags when they mattered most inside that position. They put this to 6-3 now. All of a sudden, the funds of M80 are starting to drain a little bit here. May have to consider just taking a low buy on this one. I mean, yeah, there's good money on Swisher and Malbs, but outside of that, everyone else is not in the greatest spot here to put together a purchase. So this could be an opportunity for Legacy to gain a little bit of ground, and they do call the tactical timeout to kind of talk things through. They've definitely been playing a more up-tempo style. Again, they've had a history of, you know, really favoring some faster A executes with maybe some B fakes thrown in, you know, at the very beginning around to set up those faster A set pieces. But they really just kind of rushed everything at this point. You know, they've definitely gone to those A executes I was talking about. We've also just seen them try to catch timings and run through B, you know, through utility to try to catch M80 off guard. And it's worked out a couple of times.
Nade. Oh, Lado taken down to 38 HP right off the start of the round thanks to the nade strike. Spots one trying to make their way out of cave and says, no. I'm going back, I promise. But the pistols right now stacked up on this B site. If they time this well, maybe they can make this round change because the bomb is over here and the bomb is in door alone. Barton, though, going to get smoked off, and that's just going to make things easier for him. He gets the spam going. Sin's able to scoop up an AK off of the Zeus kill. I think that's the first one we've seen this qualifier. Molly's going to go down. And it looks like the bomb is going to be moving towards A.
Indeed it is, with also a mid cutoff here by Dumao, but there is a little bit of a timing window. This could get awkward for really both sides. I mean, there's 2 AKs picked up, but I don't think that they realize the position here that he's got. Meanwhile, Stu will find a kill with the op on A to open up a path for the bomb. Slack still kind of holding back. Still, Dumao has a dangerous position here to cut off the rotate, and they may just save these 2 AKs now. Indeed they will. They're going to peel off. Can't blame them. They're just not in the right spot to really try to make something happen here.
It's been a great rebound from Legacy after going down heavy deficit early and looking like maybe this could be a blowout victory for M80. Legacy has woken up. They found a more sustainable recipe for success, and I think a large part of that is just pace change. It feels like they're moving a lot quicker, and that's catching M80 off guard.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that has really been the big common factor across these rounds for Legacy, has just been the tempo that they've brought to the table. Obviously, that round M80 didn't really have much equipment to work with, which helps things out for Legacy, no doubt. Oh, man, Barton was hoping to save that rifle, but they're going to have to do a little bit more rebound than they probably wanted to keep their money honest in these last couple of rounds coming up. Could put them in a bad spot if they lose this round, honestly, unless they get a bomb plant. So this could be a tough one. Lotto going for the SIG. You don't see that too often. I like it, though. I think the SIG is underutilized.
You're confusing a lot of people right now.
The Krieg, sorry.
It's the Krieg. Come on.
I've always called it a SIG, SG.
Yeah, no, you're right. I call it both. I call it interchangeably. I also, you know, in the past would have called the AUG the bullpup, but I think that's just too much for people.
That's a big throwback, yeah.
Also, the bullpup, by the way, bullpup is like a style of gun. The FAMAS is
Yes.
also a bullpup, so it's sort of a confusing nomenclature to begin with. Regardless, an ever important purchase coming in from M80. It does include the rifles that were brought in from the previous round.
Yeah.
They've got an op in the hands of Slacks. So we talked about how maybe that could be a win factor for M80, something that could be potentially unmatched from Legacy. They do have one in the hands of Stewie, who as of right now, struggling to get his footing. And again, here's that pace change we talked about. They're moving quickly towards this site. And that's going to be Slacks, who strikes with the op after losing a teammate on site who got 1 kill as well. And that's Stu working that op wonderfully. That's 2 kills, and honestly, that's pretty much the round. Really difficult for them to get back into this one. Look at their positions. They're so far away. And the money is just a big problem right now for M80.
It really is. Both teams were kind of in a fragile state when it came to the funding, but it is M80 who's going to suffer the most for it, being on the more expensive side and being the losers of this round. And so Legacy have a chance to potentially work towards a tie at this point, as Stu continues to crack with the op here. That's going to be the 3rd kill of the round, now with 1 as well. Unfortunately, we did not see the Krieg be successful, which is saddening because you don't get to see it too often.
I feel like you loved the days when SGs and AUGs just ran amok.
I mean, they were definitely at one point in CSGO very overpowered, but I do like the idea of having a weapon for Ts that you can try to get long-range picks with that isn't an op, which
That's
is kind of what the Krieg provides. Again, I call it the SIG because it's an SG 552, which is made by 6 Hour, so I've always called it a SIG, but, you know, whatever you want to call it. But no longer on the board here. AKs across for Legacy and the op for Stewie. And 1 round left to go in this half. And what turned out to, what looked like a dominant half for M80 has all of a sudden evened out.
I think Legacy probably, too, just going to keep their foot on the gas pedal. There's, again, some of the trademark artillery being thrown out early. That's doing a lot of damage. Even Stewie! I don't think he was prepared for that. He's hiding from the molly. They hear the ticks, so he spams the wall. And that is a big piece of the puzzle down because Stewie had huge impact in the last round. Now that's an aggressive swing from Malbs, not able to net success there as Barton gets the best of him. The MP9's going to swing, does great damage to another target as well, but decides to backpedal as it is a 3-on-3 and you don't want to give up more bodies.
Yeah, the aggression at B has worked out decently for M80, especially considering that they didn't have the greatest buy. But at the end, it's still a 3-on-3, which favors Legacy. The only good thing for M80 is that they basically have Legacy boxed in. Unless Legacy backpedal through spawn, M80 has some cutoff from rotating. They have to commit to B. And they have Slacks holding the angle with the AWP here. Waiting for them to cross into the site. Spots a shoulder and hits it. Rec will collect a frag in the meantime as well over here in Caves. And so things are looking pretty good for M80 all of a sudden.
Even though it doesn't get the kill, it's a great shot. Neck will be the last alive, looking for a 1-on-3 clutch. It's not going to happen. M80 going to get the retake and the defuse. They'll take the lead 7-5 at half. We're going to throw things to a quick break. We'll be back with the second half in just a bit. second half ready to commence. M80 up 7-5 after winning that last round there after an impressive string of victories.
Uh-oh. Bach unfortunately had a little bit of a lag out there, I think. So I will take over for just a moment while he sorts out his laggy issues. So the pistol is underway here. A chance for Legacy to quickly even things up, but a chance for M80 to pull slightly away. As they take B flat control early, but spin it into a quick mid-take, smoking off Wed Room and looking to attack into Donut. Dumao, though, going to draw first blood, playing the angle, will backpedal into the site. Does have help here, but he may not need it, as we see him just rattling off headshots left, right, and center. 2 kills to his name already, looking for potentially more here, but finally eats enough damage and is kind of forced back. That's where Stu will now take over. Gets a couple of his own, and Lotto will finish the job. So, brilliant defense there from Legacy. We'll put this one within 1.
So I just learned, Dust, that if I pull my audio interface too hard, it falls and then it stops working.
If things fall, they sometimes stop working.
Yeah,
yes.
I was leaning back, taking a good view, getting a full picture of the situation we were in, and I leaned too hard.
You can never lean too hard.
Yeah, that's what
JDM
I thought.
for life.
That's what I thought, and then
Lounge mode, bro.
I found out I was wrong. So
Some might say you effed around and found out.
yeah, some might say that. Well, M80, they effed around and found out.
Yeah,
The
they
pistol did not work out for them.
did. No.
And here they are with the pistol armor purchase that we've seen so prevalent in CS2. And thus far, it's looking quite nice. The missed shot from Slacks does give an opportunity, but that opportunity is quickly closed out. Remember how that first half started? Legacy won the pistol, and then M80 won, what, 5 straight rounds before we saw Legacy get back into the game?
I remember.
Pepperidge Farm remembers. The audience doesn't remember that
Berries
reference.
thing, but yeah, Pepperidge Farms. That's a little too old, maybe, for the Zoomers out there.
I think half my references are too old.
Although Milanos are still ballin', and you can still buy them. They're really good. The Milano cookies, so good.
Dumao trying to do damage. He will do no more. Stewie, the last alive, he's got an MP9. He's huddled up in Donut. So as quickly as we saw Legacy pick up the pistol in the first half and surrender the round right after, they repeat the same thing in the second half. M80 just proving to be very strong with pistol armor. Legacy did not have that same level of success with their ecos. They had that one round where they went for a fast play towards A, and they managed to get 2 Glock kills but no plant, as Lado was the last one alive in a 1v5. But largely, the pistols were unimpressive from Legacy, as M80 was just too structured to allow it to be a problem. Legacy, though, is struggling against these rounds, Dust.
Indeed they are. As we are seeing an exchange out in the middle. Slacks trying to take control through the CT utility. Is eventually kept at bay here at the smoke. Meantime, B control being taken by M80, setting up the smokes. And they like to run this one execute where they'll mile the entire left side of the site while also smoking off the backside. And that's kind of what they do here. They mile the corner, smoke off CT spawn, and then just walk in and find the entries as the bomb will go down.
That 5-7 sometimes is almost too good. First shot is there for Barton. Follow-up dink shot on the Malbs puts him on 4 HP. Got a player from Spawn already playing on the other side of that smoke, or at least trying to. That's Stu with the MP9. You've got Lotto, who's also in Cave. And they're going to start working their way out. They've got to deal with this Olio that's waiting around the corner, and it will actually connect on both players. Solid play from M80, despite the damage that was being dealt early.
They got wrecked. See what I did there?
I do. I see that, because his name is Wreck.
And he killed them with the Galil, yeah. I did my best.
You couldn't make that joke when he was Wreck Monster. It would just sound weird.
That's true. It's probably for the best that he changed his name to just Wreck. It's a good call. Branding-wise, his Legacy coming to this one. Fully saved, USPs only. M80 looking to just hammer away at what is going to be an empty A bomb site, as it's a full mid-push from the CT side. So this one could be over pretty quick, Bach.
Well, again, the pistol does prove successful at some cost. Obviously, Barton gets the kill, but not after 2 of his teammates died. Sin is there for the scoop up as well. This is basically what we saw from a lot of the pistol rounds in that first half. 1 kill and then 4 alive for M80. And that's exactly what happens here again. Double digits on the board for M80.
Yep. I will say, I have been pretty impressed with Sin's individual fragging as an IGL. Like, he definitely was doing pretty well when he was playing in Big Academy as well back in the day. But obviously that was at a different level of competition, playing for an Academy team versus, you know, when he had a stint on the big main team for a bit there. But yeah, he's definitely fit right in here on M80 and has been able to put up numbers while also leading the team.
We knew that map 1 would potentially be a little bit tricky. Even though Legacy felt comfortable enough to pick this one, it's obviously territory that M80 feels comfortable on. Stewie on site, trying to lock things down, now going to the headshot angle, just can't quite connect. But the damage has been dealt. It's 2 on 4. M80's trying to salvage what's here, but they're just being taken care of from all angles. Nekis and Dumal, the 2 that remain, well held by Legacy there, not allowing a plant to come through.
Yeah, M80 just failed to clear 1 spot on that take, which is a spot that Stewie happened to be playing, and he was able to deliver a multi-frag from that position as well as do a lot of damage to a 3rd, which Jamal was able to kind of cash in on. So, a little bit sloppy from M80. I mean, they did a good job getting out, you know, modeling the boosted position, getting the control that they want, but just did not clear that backside of A site, and it wound up costing them dearly. But still have a few rounds ahead of them here. I'm still able to fully buy into this one. Going to slow things down, play a little bit more standard this time around. It's worth noting they've kept their T positions the same, even though they swapped out their CT side a little bit. So everyone feeling comfortable in the spots they normally play here for M80.
Oof, the missed opportunity there. We've seen that head boost used a couple of times. Even going into yesterday's game, it was quite close. Just barely off the mark. Couldn't quite get the timing down.
Yeah, M80 will get the late mid control here while still keeping presence on the B side of the map. It kind of pushes Dumal into Donut, having to respect that mid take. And it also means that they're going to have to shift Nekis into making sure that there's not some type of red room push, which kind of lightens up the defense on the B side of the map, who are doubling up in the caves. So B could just be taking up through long. And it really come down to Barton and Lotto having to play from inside the caves to try to retake or something like that. As Rek does find Nekis at middle, so that's going to add to the injury here.
Oh, the timing.
Everything went wrong.
Yeah.
Everything went wrong for Legacy.
They had the double hold. The first player was still looking, so he still would have lost. But the second player looks away, and I think there was just maybe that calm that came internally, just at the last second, that said, oh, man, they have mid control, and now there's like that shift. So it's in like that perfect moment to strike.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. You know, Nekis getting caught there at Red Room. Also, Donut got discovered. They also get the entry onto B-side itself. And Sin never overplayed his hand in Cave. He never really ran into the stack. He took a very slow, cautious approach, considering that there could be something there, some type of trap he might need to dodge, and he did so very well. Just held his patience, and I mean, you got an M80 who's firing on all cylinders right now. Everyone double-digit frags. Everyone positive KD. Just, again, they don't seem to have lost a beat, so to speak, with Sin coming in as the new IGL. I mean, it feels like they're still, you know, still in a pretty good flow state as far as how they're playing off of each other and their spacing. Everything just looks still pretty nicely tuned. Which is impressive because, you know, sometimes it takes a little bit of time with the new IGL to kind of get that sorted out.
Legacy again, forced back down the pistols. There's the flash that's going to get them in. It's a great flash too, blind as can be. M80 not expecting that one, and now they're sort of trying to prevent this round from spiraling. They get the kill on Stewie over in A main. That gives them the ability to try to get out of this position. But look where the bomb's at. It's not stuck there, but oh, hold on. Did he not pick it up?
He did not. Now he's going back for it. Realizes that they need that. The good thing is at least Malbs is in a good position, so he might still be able to make something happen. But unfortunately, Nekus catches Sin. So the bomb is still down. They were not able to retrieve it, and now they can kind of start minding their P's and Q's about a flank, as Lotto afforded the luxury of being able to watch their back after getting that kill on the Sin. And so, yeah, this aggression has panned out.
Massive mistake not picking up that bomb. That was the window. They had the chance that they could have run away, gone back through spawn, gotten into the A site.
Right.
But having to come back for it, that allowed them to position. And Nekus, he might not be the primary opper, but he's going to find 2 kills regardless.
Yeah, that was pretty huge. Sin getting caught trying to go back and grab the bomb. Again, when you have Malbs in such a good position deep in middle, you had A open. There was a way out of that precarious situation, but the bomb being left behind wound up being their demise. Good aggressive push there by Legacy, being resourceful with low weaponry to find a way to punch a win. Keep this game within 3 rounds. M80 will use their last tactical timeout to kind of have some extra time to talk things through here. They don't want to cough up this 3-round lead, especially considering what's on the line. You know, you lose, you're eliminated. You win, you're in the grand finals with a shot at qualifying for the Esports World Cup, $1 million prize pool, being the next team from the Americas region alongside Complexity and I believe Furia, who were already invited to the event due to their world ranking. So lots on the line here. And maybe also knows that Vertigo is around the corner, which is a really good map for them. So keeping that 2-0 window open is definitely what they're looking to do here coming off this tactical timeout. But Legacy definitely still have a chance to keep this one in contest.
We knew coming into the series that it was an uphill battle for Legacy, regardless. Just the 2 teams on paper, the way that M80's been playing more recently. But it didn't help that the map pool does lean to M80. Ancient, strong map for M80. Vertigo, great map for M80. And Mirage, based on what we saw more recently, a pretty good map for M80 as well. So the pool was always going to lean in the direction of M80. But Legacy, they've got an uphill battle just looking at map 1. Going map by map, they got to take it one step at a time. They're down 11-8 right now, but they did just pick up a huge eco win off of a rush towards B that stopped the bomb dead in his tracks and just made things so uncomfortable and awkward.
Yeah. And maybe getting some good control here, though. They've gotten complete clearance of K's position, so that means Barton's got to flash to re-peek into it, but it actually works out. Swisher stuck inside the smoke and blind. It does get caught by Barton, so K's reclaimed for the defensive side. And now things are at a standstill for M80. Malbs, though, trying to get that mid-lurk into play, but misses the opportunity. And now falling back's going to be a tough challenge because the op is there, waiting for him. And now he's also getting pushed through Red Room by 2 CT, so Malbs is in a really tricky spot now at middle.
Malbs trying to fight his way out of this one. Gets a single kill, immediately taken down. But in that time, the opening has been found across the map over on B. It will be a 2-on-2 retake. Dumao does have a kit. Stewie on the op, though, could potentially be a hindrance, depending on how they try to use their positions here, not giving him anything. Dumao looking for an opening. Jump peek swung immediately by Sin, and he just goes for it. He does not care.
Sin is crushing, man. We talked about it a little bit earlier, how individually he's actually looked really sharp, you know, considering that you sometimes give IGLs a pass for not being much of a fragger. And this guy, he's got skills, man. 20 kills on this map, and he looked good yesterday also. In fact, he's looked good in every game he's played so far for M80. And this is, what, their 3rd match together as a team with him? Maybe 4th? Something like that. They had one before the qualifiers.
Their 4th.
Yes, they're 4th. Okay.
Dude, simple math sometimes. They can get the best of you. Don't worry about it.
That's why I never try to do math usually on the fly. It's usually that's like one of the rules of commentary, really.
Yeah. Well, I can do some simple math. It's 5 on 4 because one guy died. That's 5 minus 1.
Crushed
That's
that
4.
one.
Yeah, and it also says it at the top of the screen, so it's sort of like a cheat sheet. But I didn't look, I promise. I covered it with my thumb. Lado, he's at 64 HP, but it'll be Nekus who actually is the first one to fall. He pushes through the smoke, gets a little overly anxious. You got 2 players positioned over towards Cave. They're trying to set up a crossfire. But M80 still hesitant to wander in. They don't want to step their feet into a stack of the remaining players for Legacy. They just don't want to give away a gun either and turn this round around. Similarly to the last time we saw pistols over here on this side of the map. Now here comes the swing from Cave. That'll be the first one falling. It's actually a little bit of help as Rek shoots Sin in the back of the head. You can't blame him. Sin was very low on HP and Barton was swinging. Swisher wants to go in, and pretty quick kill coming in onto Barton. Stewie swings the smoke in classic Stewie fashion, but it's not enough. 13-8 in favor of M80 as they close out map 1.
Yeah, pretty dominant start from M80. I think they were up like 4-1 or 5-0 or something along those lines. I think it was
5-1, I
maybe
believe.
5-1, yeah, because they lost pistol, but then they won the second round and established themselves pretty early on in the half. Allowed a comeback, you know, wound up being a tight first half. They did keep that slight edge, 7-5 going in the second half, and really in the second half, they just played clean CS on the T side. Good team play, good mid-round decision making. You know, short of Mouse getting caught in the middle of that one round that they lost, I mean, they look good otherwise. So, yeah, this M80 continues to look like one of the sharpest teams in the region. Despite the roster change, it doesn't really seem to have set them back very much with Sin. He seems like he's onboarded himself pretty quickly. And, yeah, they take Ancient, and now they go to Vertigo, where they have a huge edge. And so Legacy's life is on the line.
It definitely wasn't perfect from M80. You know,
No.
at times there were some rounds where it's like, okay, maybe that shouldn't have happened. I mean, it's hard not to point at that round where they lose the eco, especially when they had the opportunity to grab the bomb and make it a 3v5 post plant on the A site, but they just misstepped over it. Like, what can you do? The round happened, but they still find the wins. 13-8, a victory for M80 on map 1. Now they get to move to their pick. You mentioned it's Vertigo, but before we jump into that, we're going to go ahead and throw things to a break. When we come back, we'll be jumping back in with map 2 as M80 looks to close things out 2-0 and get that rematch against Liquid. We'll be back in a bit.
Show me love, taking this pure heart of mine, high above, we go off in the night, we live in the red lights, no, I need you to see right, but we go low.
So you say you got a new one. I that you're trying to believe that you can fake a whole scenario just to make me jealous. Your shadow keeps stalking, and we should stop talking. But we got that special something. Say it like you mean it, I don't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, I just be breathing, doing nothing. I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. You should let me know. Oh, I'ma be clear now. Patience is really not my key, but if you play your cards right, I might just think about it twice. Yeah. Say it like you mean it, I don't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, I just be breathing, doing nothing. I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. We can go easy, boy. You should let me know. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind. Trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind. Trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy. You should let me know.
no secrets. Secrets. 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 No secrets.
I'm a wall of danger, and I'm addicted to the wild and nature. If you give me your heart, I'll break it. I've been known to lie, I've been known to lie. I was sitting all alone on the sidewalk when you caught me by surprise. I'm a lone wolf, I die by my own rules. I know when to follow my prey, and now it's right in front of me. Right in front of me. Right in front of me. I'm not of the mayhem. I would chase 100 more highs to trade them. In it for chaos I'm creating. I've been known to lie, I've been known to lie. I was sitting all alone on the sidewalk when you caught me by surprise. I'm a lone wolf, I die by my own rules. I know when to follow my prey, and now it's right in
And
front.
we are just about ready for our second map in this series as the Esports World Cup North American Close Qualifiers continue on. We are in our lower bracket final, and it's a match between M80 and Legacy that started out 1-0 in favor of M80, which isn't entirely surprising. I think we definitely looked at M80 as the favorites coming into this one. Legacy did put up a decent fight, but once we saw things switch and the second half began, it did largely feel like the game was over once M80 took control.
Yeah, but unfortunately, this series is going to be tainted by the filth that is Vertigo. That is the unfortunate thing that's coming up now. I mean, just the worst map in Counter-Strike history, perhaps. Definitely CS2 history. Definitely CSGO history. Maybe Cobble could be debatable in that. But yeah, that's the only thing. M80 do happen to be really good on it, though. They have I believe it is a 17-2 record now on Vertigo. That's like being the valedictorian of summer school, right? Like, the map is butt. Like, so the fact that you're really good at it, it doesn't do anything for me, you know? But
I think
with that said, I'll be fair now. I got my personal bias out the way. You know, at the end of the day, it is part of the map pool, and you have to be ready for it. And Legacy let it through, and so now they may suffer the consequences. As M80 have in the past been a very posh team. Their only losses on this map were to Rebels at the Katowice play-in using a stand-in. Remember, Def was standing in from the coach position.
Right.
And then they lost a wild card at the RMR. Other than that, they have won every other time they've played this map.
So, before we
Go
dive
on.
into my opinions on the map, would you take the elevator that gets you up to this map? It's on the outside. It's that one that's like on
No,
the long
not a
pole.
shot.
Yeah, me either.
Absolutely
no,
no.
thanks. Knees get weak.
I don't want anything to do with this place in real
But-
life or in the game.
But I found that people who have been around CS longer have a tendency to hate Vertigo more. I think because of where it was, not where it is.
Yeah.
Newer
Here's the
people
thing. I
seem
don't
to
mind
think it's
playing it.
okay.
I think it's fun to play. I do think it's just boring to analyze.
I can agree with you. It is maybe at times a little bit flat, as it can be difficult for teams to really find ways to innovate on the map. We'll see if that's going to end up being the case. Barton is stuck on site. He does get some support as Nekis drops Swisher, but Swisher had already gotten the kill onto Barton. Dumal is there as well, and the USPs seem to be connecting nicely as the site has been quote-unquote lost, but M80 hasn't been able to do anything with it. As the retake is in before the bomb can be planted. A good pistol round from Legacy, but let's not forget, they won both pistol rounds on the last map.
It's a fair point. It's really hard to know what to expect from Legacy because they only played this map 4 times, to my knowledge. They went 1-1 at the RMR. They lost to Now, so they beat Made in Brazil. They lost the Gamer Legion at the Major, and there was only one other time that they played the map. So not a whole lot of film on them to really know what to expect. M80, there are some expectations, understanding of how they like to play it, but I'm not sure if things will be tweaked with, of course, Sin now at the helm.
Lack of bomb plant means that this purchase from M80 is also not as easy to field as what we may have seen in the last map. We'll also see if Legacy has the proficiency to prevent these pistol rounds from being as powerful as they were back on Ancient. I mean, again, it happened in both halves, so it's a storyline that's worth noting. They lost pistol, and they immediately won the ensuing second round. Now, Sin might get caught here, and he does. The smoke comes out, and it's just good timing from Stewie. There's the util that makes this push oh so difficult, and Barton's going to swing. Somehow does not get that kill on direct. I thought for sure that it would have come together, but the rest of the pieces are buttoned up quite nicely. An anti-eco that feels more akin to the way M80 played their anti-ecos on map 1.
Yep, really nicely done there by Legacy. Didn't allow anything to get out of hand on that one. Handled it very efficiently. And so that will mean that M80 are going to be forced to save. No bomb plant money to allow them any type of buy up here. Looks like it's going to be just a couple of P250s. There might be one flash or something they might use to just try to pop out somewhere. Oh, they're doing the little run boost thing around the corner. And he died.
They're not. Hey, innovation comes at a cost, all right?
It's not really innovation. That run boost has been around for a long time. It's just scary. It's a scary run boost.
Parkour. So they're those crazy free climbers, apparently. The shots from the pistols are connecting. They do great damage to Stewie. He's down to 22, but yet again, 4 players up. The problem right now with these rounds from M80 is they are really not doing any damage to the side of Legacy.
No.
They found 2 kills across both rounds. As a
It's
result,
gotta start now. They gotta
they
get something
found
going right now.
4 kills total, Dust.
Yeah. Now is the time to make a move. First full buy, though, to be fair. Got them a little bit of slack in that regard. Generally speaking, for Vertigo, their T-side win percentage is about 65%. That's where they get a lot of their rounds, as most teams do, I feel like.
Oh, Malbs has to be careful. Almost got double swung there. But dips away just before the swing comes through on the ramp. You talk about M80's prowess on the map. This is really where they want to get things going because they have allowed Legacy to build up a pretty stable bed of money. That's kind of what we were hinting at with the way these first few rounds have played out. I mean, you've got Nekiz on 4,500, Lado on 4,700. Right. It's not a ton of money, but it's some. It's not bad. And it looks like they're going to be moving straight towards the site. Nekiz actually smokes out the molly and plays the scaffolds. It's a great flash that comes through, but it doesn't actually produce the success one might expect. And how quickly the pieces have fallen. Slacks and Malbs are both low, but they've got site control should they go for it. But they're kind of like slow on the uptick. They're not really going for this one as aggressively as one might anticipate.
Maybe just making sure they're not getting flanked, leaving their options open, maybe throwing some doubt in the CT side. They have the man advantage. They do eventually commit, though, to that plant. Yeah, Malb pushed very deep as well. So pretty good positioning all across the board. Barton and Dumal may look to save these rifles, honestly. Oh, finally ladder room's getting used for the first time in my life as a hiding position. Sorry, I let personal bias get through again there a little bit. That is a useless room, though.
I mean, there are call-outs on other maps that are literally called useless. It's not uncommon. It is a thing. M80 win the round with 4 up. The save comes through from Legacy. That does help a little bit because even though they had players with money, the one player who saved was actually one of the ones who was kind of broke because Barton was one of the few casualties across the first few rounds.
So here we go. Another big test for both sides. Stewie is going to have the AWP here.
That's an element, too, that curious to see how it's going to play out from the T side perspective. How frequently we'll see the op played, how useful and viable it's going to be as well. Some teams manage to make it work with great success, others really not so lucky. Malbs, the first one to point his head out,
boy.
he's actually able to get both kills.
They're
He gets some
getting wrecked
flash
everywhere.
support as well, and yeah, Barton dies over on the B side across from
I mean, that's the dream as a T team. If you're able to split pressure on both extremities and get picks on both sides of the map simultaneously, I mean, the world is your oyster at that point. You can take it however you want it at that point. Especially with it being a 5-on-3. Lotto is in that tricky sandbags position where if it goes unchecked, maybe he gets a little bit of something going, but he has been found out. And so that pretty much has killed that idea. And now it's all up to Dumal. So far, it has no deaths, but this might be the round where that finally ends if he gets chased down.
Yeah, I don't
Free
know if
op
they,
upgrade.
I don't know if they want to. I mean, it
Yeah,
seems
money
like they do.
is. Yeah, money is a little bit tight. You may not want to go too crazy with it. But if you can get it down, you know that Legacy will have nothing to work with, and it's going to be a pretty free tie game at that point.
I do like the setup that Lado had there. After the op was pick sandbags, goes back behind sandbags to make them think, oh, surely there's not another one here. But I think he got a little antsy and he like kind of jiggled that and they spotted him.
Yeah.
Or it's possible that Malbs saw him before that. We never saw that first kill from Malbs' perspective, so we don't know what he saw. But it's a great round for Malbs. He finds 3 kills on the round and he puts M80 back in the win column. They're just one round away from tying things up. And the money from Legacy, despite the fact that they won those first few rounds so well, they're already in this territory where they have to save.
Yep. Just that one M4, some utility around it. They do have that kit as well on Dumal, so gives them a little something. Deagle will get purchased by Stewie. 5-7 for Barton. Others will remain at the USP with $0 spent. So a great chance for Emity to tie things up here rather quickly. Well, that boost got red. So know where the M4 is now.
I like the idea from Legacy, but well set up from M80 to read that one out. Molly's going to come in. It's not going to burn Lado. He's not in that position where it's going to actually affect him. But the T side seems pretty content to go one direction. They've got 4 bodies working their way up a ramp. Sin's going to set up the Molly. As soon as he hears these nades go out, he's going to know what's going on. So Stewie's going to start making the call. There's the swing from Stewie. That's an AK upgrade. Does not expect one more towards ramp, but the timing actually plays in Stewie's favor, at least a little bit. It's a good swing from Slacks and a follow-up from Malbs. Make it 2 on the round from Malbs. Barton and
Malbs is
Lado.
really good.
Yeah, Malbs is feeling it.
He's one of the players that's like really shining in the region, I feel like. Obviously, you got some of the big names on Complexity and Liquid, but Malbs really is starting to put himself up there.
In that first half on Ancient, he was really doing well. Second half, he cooled off a little bit. You know, you had, I think,
Solid
Rec and
yesterday as
Sin
well.
looking great. But yeah, solid performance yesterday. Overall, looking like one of the top performers throughout the qualifiers right
Just
now.
in CS2 in general, I feel like he has looked really sharp. I mean, if you look at his numbers across the board for Counter-Strike 2 with M80, he has been deadly. Even at the RMR where they, you know, ultimately didn't qualify, he still got his in that tournament, you know what I mean?
That is a mantra that I hate so much.
As well as the kind of need to play in. They obviously didn't make the main event, but he still played well individually there too. So I mean, I'm just pointing out that I feel like his skills in CS2 have really been shining nicely. I could definitely see him doing big things.
I'm just never a fan of the "I got mine" mentality.
Yeah, I'm sure that's
I
not
hate
the
that
mentality he
phrase.
has.
Right,
either,
right. I just that is a phrase I loathe.
It is
more
hard to
than
do. Like
Vertigo.
when your team is struggling and they're not making it far in the tournament, but you still do well. And sometimes that is just by the nature of like maybe you were a lurker and you were getting a bunch of like save frags, or maybe you were pulling a Jame, you know what I mean? But Malbs plays more active positions where he is going to see a lot of early and mid-round action. Exactly. So it's a little bit harder for him to find good numbers while his team is not doing well, but he still finds a way to do it. And usually his team is doing well, so that helps.
Doing well here across the last 3. Yes, they lost the pistol and the force buy and then the ensuing eco round. So not as successful as they were on Ancient when it came to those second rounds, but the second they can buy, they put all the pressure on Legacy, and they brought things back. Even Stevens, it's 3-3. And a methodical style of play is what's netting rounds for M80. They're not going for that just hardcore aggression, like wild speed, reckless abandon up ramp. They're definitely trying to read things out a little bit more, and they've been trying to work the lurk as well. You can see, I believe that's Rek who's been doing the lurking primarily, and he's doing that right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that's his general role on the team.
So he's been sort of feeling things out across the map this time around, and I think in, honestly, most of the rounds, we haven't really seen the lurk produce the success. It's mostly been Malbs on the entries, opening things up.
Yeah, Malbs and Swisher is kind of that main entry duo for this team that you expect to find the openings alongside Slacks' op. Obviously, Rek more of a lurker and supportive factor. Same for Sin, more of a supportive factor as the IGL. They do have that sandbag position being played again here, this time by Nekis with the rifle.
If they get this timing right. Oh my gosh, what a shot from Stewie. The molly is down, but still able to chime in with some extra damage, and oopsies. Flames hurt.
That is a big oops.
Yeah. It's just Slacks left alive with the op and a 1-on-4. He's got 14 HP, and there is a flank coming through. There is no getting away from this one. That op will be gone. At this point, his hope is to just die at the end, or before the end of the round, excuse me, and that's exactly what ends up happening. So Legacy get themselves back on the board. Even though Nekis only gets 1 kill from that position sandbags, it's pivotal because he slows them down.
Yeah, it was a great bait and switch off the op. I mean, so much focus is on Stewie at that point when he gets that first op shot off. Obviously, the nature of the Molotov hurt M80 as well on that quick position. So, yeah, it allowed Nekis to kind of be the snake in the grass from sandbags, grab his kill, slow down the attack, and allow rotations to set in. And just all in all, a good defensive hold there by Legacy on the A side. We are going to see a technical timeout from M80 in response. They still do have money to get a full buy here, including the AWP for Slacks, full utility sets, and AKs no problem. So they'll probably just want to discuss what they feel is their best course of action based on what they've seen so far on these 7 rounds. Also a chance for Death to chime in from the coach position. Again, still really up for grabs right now. No one's really secured the half, so to speak. It's still a very close contest.
It's important to note, like you had mentioned, that this is the map that M80 selected. So definitely going to feel quite comfortable on it. Their T side historically is where they do a brunt of that damage, as is to be expected.
Generally, this map plays slightly T-sided, so
yes.
This and Anubis are probably kind of the 2 main ones. Maybe Ancient, you throw that one in there as well.
But M80 is going to have to really keep Legacy from building up money, which has been kind of part of the success of this early game. They go for the head boost, and Lado's got that one red masterfully. So no dice there. There's a follow-up shot from the op. This was a promising take. They hadn't lost a single body by getting onto the site, but now they can't even plant because there's just no safety or security here. Sin's going to go for it, and he punches in the numbers. He's got safety in that corner behind the steel, but even still, he's dropped down to 34 HP, and it is a 5-on-3 post-plant, so this is going to be a very difficult hold for M80.
Indeed, it is going to be. All the CTs, though, kind of coming from one direction, but the problem is Rek and Sin are really low on health right now, and now Sin has been found out, so it's really all on Slacks and Rek. Smokes allowing them to poke forward. Rek does find the headshot on the Lotto. Op shot nearly going to find a frag there as well, so maybe this could still work.
Oh, no. Oh, that was
that
awkward.
Got awkward. Yeah, very
that
awkward.
Was super awkward. He did have a chance for it there, but with the amount of smoke that was down and the position of the plant, finding even a lineup on that player would have been difficult.
Yes. Bomb plant, though, will afford M80 the opportunity to get another full buy going. including an op if they want to. Mouse has enough to drop one. Looks like they may just go AKs across the board, though, because Swisher's a little bit worse for wear on cash. He can probably use a drop. Indeed, he'll get one. Sin will take the hit there. Actually, they give Sin the AK, and Swisher will stick with that time. Fair enough.
Yeah, Sin's off to maybe a more pedestrian pace start, sitting at 1-6, but we've seen great things from Sin.
Mm-hmm.
Both with a rifle and with an op. Definitely a formidable opponent and a strong fragger when it comes to the IGL role.
He has been one of the stronger fragging IGLs, you know, this tournament. Small sample, of course. We are going to see the mid take here, but Dumao comes up with both frags at middle by himself. Very well done. Barton unable to hold the B push, though, so that means there is a chance for a plant. But as I said, that Stewie puts that to a halt.
Molly's going to go down so they can try to get the plant. Got one just flirting around Aircon right now, and he's low, but it doesn't matter. Dumao has found his third on the round. After getting 2 in mid, the spray just gets a little bit too far away. And that'll allow Nekkaz enough time to close it out. 6-3. Legacy, they went up 3-0. They let M80 back into it with the tie of 3-3, and then they stepped back on the gas pedal, winning 3 straight rounds. And the money for M80 now is not great. That's why you're going to see the tactical timeout called.
Yeah, they looked like they were making some purchases at first, but then they sold them back. So I think there was maybe a little bit of confusion on what they want to invest into this round. So their second timeout of 3 being used here in the first half. Again, their T-side not going as well as they're used to. Yeah, we kind of talked about it earlier. This is usually the side where they get the bulk of their rounds on this map. Again, kind of displaced to the map, considering it's, again, next to Anubis, probably one of the more T-sided maps in the pool, but either way, M80 has not really found the same fortune as they would have liked so far. I will say their CT side is certainly no slouch in this map either, 55% win rate there. So it's not as if they need to have a crazy big T side to still win, but you don't want to let this one get too much of a gap built, you know? At this point, I feel like the number you want to hit is 5.
That's fair. Stewie, though, is really picking up steam with that off. Map 1 was pretty disappointing performance from him. He never really seemed to get his foot in the door. He did have 1 or 2 good rounds, but largely, I think, crippled by just that lack of econ control for Legacy, as they were not really in a great spot financially for a large portion of that game. Here, though, definitely feeling a lot more stable and taking advantage of the map's longer sight lines. He's sitting at 12-5 currently, and he just got another kill on the round. That's 2 for him. He's looking for maybe a potential ace. Barton spots out Wreck first, so that won't happen. But the last 2 players are going to be coming up from stairs. Barton may be a little overly eager for that one, and Stewie also posted up on top of the double stack, just trying to take this round into their own hands. Gotta be careful, don't want to throw these guns away, because even though the scoreline looks good, the money from Legacy is not fantastic.
Yeah, rounds have been pretty close at times. They've had to do a lot of rebuying, so you're right. But this is a nice clean win. 4 players survive, so that gives them a little bit more reserve cash going into the final 2 rounds of the half. So they should be able to buy fully for both rounds no matter what. M80 on the full buy here as well. Not much left, though, in reserve if this doesn't pan out. Of course, they'll force what they can. It's final round of the half, but it won't be as ideal as this one. So need to make their mark now, you feel. Do not want to be going to the next half down 9-3. Even as good as they are on this map and how good their CT side can be, that seems like it could just be too big of a gap to close.
Dumao and Stewie having a field day right now. Dumao is going to get aggressive.
Oh,
hey,
my goodness.
Your favorite room/area. I mean, it's, you know, it's obviously a 2-pronged room. There's the top and bottom. But we'll actually see some action in ladder room.
That's got to hurt for Rec. I mean, you feel like you should be getting that one all day. You're holding that angle, waiting for that push.
It's just well read by Dumao, who's had multiple multi-kill rounds in a row now, and he's looking for another one. He's sitting on 38 HP.
He's been beast moding in that middle.
He really has.
He had the double kill a couple of rounds ago. He was just there by himself with no support. Still not letting it a double and get away. Nice op there from Slacks, though. Gets it back into a 4-on-4 and starts putting a little bit of pressure on the A side of the map. Lotto, of course, still in position here with the AK. Going to slide over towards the short side. Dodging all this utility.
Well, now he's kind of trapped here. He doesn't really have any help. He's just sewn into position. He can still do some damage, though, and he plays the edge of that smoke. Spots Malbs trying to get onto the site. Sin eventually gets the backstab. Barton trying to cancel out the plant. Can't quite line it up. Has to be careful, too. Sin's around the corner with the op. They've actually got a double op here. Slacks and Sin both carrying the op. And Sin definitely going to want to hold on to that one with 1 HP.
Yeah, Sin picks it up from the fallen body of Stewie. Just to kind of hold angles on a post plant. I don't know if they're going to want to keep double op into the next round.
No.
I wouldn't think so. Oh, the timing of that. That is tough.
Rough. Well, it does come down to Barton. Time starting to become a problem. Yeah, he has a kit, so that secondary tick you're hearing might not necessarily be an issue, but they were going to keep him from getting anywhere near that bomb. 7-4. M80, like you said, they just need 5.
Yeah, 5 would be good, especially with the pistol round victory in the second half. They'd be right back into it, knowing how good their CT side can be from their past results. Or one of the teams that can kind of get away with not having as many T rounds as maybe some other squads on this map in the region. But here we go. Barton 5-7 only. Dumal just the MP9. Op, though, still in play for Stu, and he's been sharp so far. Getting a run boost here. Oh, what a hit!
Well, I
See
mean,
you later, Malbs.
questions potentially being answered here. We weren't sure how Stewie was going to look on the op, but definitely an impressive one right now. Slacks trying to match the output. He'll get a kill of his own, and he was instrumental in the last round win for M80. Dumal has an aggressive angle, and now, yeah, can't
Good
really
jiggle
get
bait
out of
there.
that one.
Very good jiggle bait to kind of figure out that spot. 3-on-3 now all of a sudden. Barton has been unable to get to any of the fallen weapons as well, so he's still just stuck on the 5-7 guarding B by himself. Still a lot of time on the clock left to play with, too. M80 can throw a lot of different feints and rotations if they want to really keep the CTs guessing. We really don't have any intel. Kind of just gambling at this point towards middle as Nekus holds the angle at A ramp.
I kind of like this move here from Legacy.
You got to be proactive in a situation like this, so I like it as well, yeah.
They're going to get aggressive in mid, and M80 isn't going to know that. So it's not like M80 knows that this B site has been largely vacated. You've got Barton
could get
pushing through
behind him.
spawn. Yeah, if he gets the timing right, potentially. I feel like he's going to get there maybe just a moment too late, but he still could have impact on the round. I mean, you can see Slacks is still watching that angle occasionally, peering back, making sure they're not being flanked. There's still one on the site currently, playing a pretty deep angle, but now is time for that 5-7 to show up. If it comes up the stairs at the right moment, it's an AK pickup, but it doesn't matter. Slacks has found 2 with the op, and Lado is the last one left alive. The bomb ticking away. There's no kit in his possession, and he gets spotted inside the smoke. 7-5, M80 claw back. We're going to throw things to a break and come back with the second half after this.
Still we're high on love. Still we're high on love. Still we're high on love. On love, high on love. Still we're high on love. On love, high on love. Still we're high on love.
Ooh, I can't stop this feeling. It's setting all my doubts on fire. Ooh, like you won't believe it. Won't let a moment pass me by. Too late, can't win. I'm giving in, 'cause I can feel something coming on. so blinding. It's on the ceiling and the walls. Where is my name? 'Cause I can't find it. Those early memory lane walls. Ooh, but I know it's the price that you pay. Ooh, for living it up on Saturday. I can't win, I'm giving in. 'Cause I can feel something coming over me, holding me till the morning. And it keeps me dancing when I feel something coming over me. I just keep dancing. The time that it takes. Feeling this great is worth the wait. I can feel something coming over me, holding me till the morning. And it keeps me dancing when I feel something coming over me. I just keep dancing. I can feel something coming over me, holding me till the morning. And it keeps me dancing when I feel something coming over me. I just keep dancing.
Right back into it we go. M80 managed to make it 5-7 at the half, as Legacy looked quite impressive, stalling out a bit there towards the middle of that first half, but then getting right back into the game, and they cement that lead. How will M80 respond on their CT side? Because they did show some flash there on the side of Legacy there in that first half.
Ooh, well, that's a
My
good start.
Goodness.
Just get wrecked. I mean, Swisher sending it. Dude, that first headshot was brutal.
And the complete opposite from Malbs. It's like
God.
precise headshot, one tap with a USB, and then just like
Dualies go
27
bird. Yeah.
bullets in the face.
Yeah.
Well, Stewie will try to do what he can. That's a
Well,
nice shot as well. The Glock can be quite powerful given the right circumstances. Still has many targets to take a fight with. Rex been gushed down to 7. They got to be careful. They don't want to give up too much to Stewie, and that'll be another one for Stu. He's got time, too, to go back and get a reload, so a fresh mag in the Glock. He's got a 1v1 with his player at bottom ramp.
What is
Hold
happening?
on for a second. This is getting a little scary.
That
They end up
was
recovering.
definitely not what you wanted.
It is if you're a Stewie fan.
True.
That is
You'd
a...
like to see Stu find some form.
Right,
It
that
would
is
be
a
cool to
he
see him
still
back in the
got it
scene
moment.
again. Yeah, it would be
So-
cool to see him in the scene again, 100%. Not really sure where he would fit in long term, but it could be interesting. I don't think it would be this team, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's a good point. I don't know where he would end up.
I think Nouns is maybe a spot for me. I don't know if he quite has it yet for like a Liquid or a Complexity.
Yeah, Complexity was
that's-
where my mind was maybe going as well.
Yeah, I think that might be a little too far ahead of where he is right now. But who knows? I mean, if he could find form, keep grinding, could be wrong.
Don't forget his name carries power as well.
Sure.
A lot of history there. He's done something that very few NA players have been able to do in the past. So
He also plays a role that is sometimes really hard to find, which is a guy who's willing just to be a soulless entry player. You know what I mean? Like, you don't always find those people who are willing to commit to that role.
once upon a time, it was the only role we had, I felt like, in North America. Every up-and-coming player was an entry fragger. Now it's not necessarily.
I would say there were
the
more
same
like
way.
secondary entry fraggers. I mean, I feel like the really only true ones that we had were like a Stewie, like a Freakazoid. It's just a different class of person who's willing to always just go in first and ram their head against the wall.
I mean, speaking of ramming your head against the wall, Legacy
Go on.
ramming their head against the M80 wall. The defense proving to be stalwart, as it's now just Barton left alive in your favorite part of the map with the Glock. So it will be a tie score. You'd said 7-5 was the ideal score line for M80 with the way that things had progressed, because a pistol round win meant a tie score, and it's looking likely, unless there is some magic inside that Glock, not to be the case. 7-7, we're all tied up.
Indeed we are. All of a sudden, this game is back up for contest. Legacy had certainly built themselves a good position, but MAD clawed their way back at the end of the first half, and now, with a good start to the second half, they're back at equal footing with their opponents. And if they can win this one, they'll have Legacy right back to saving, and they could really start controlling the game. So, definitely some chances there. Of course, this one is kind of their bonus, right? They're 2 FAMAS, 1 MP9, so no op, no full rifles. So that gives a little bit of an edge to Legacy, who are on all AKs.
See how Legacy decides to approach this. We talked about how M80 was maybe a little bit different in their approach. It does look like Legacy wants to play a little bit faster. Good damage being dealt by both sides brings us to a 3-on-3. Lotto's down to 13, so he's got to be careful. The nade's coming through. It's not really where it needs to be, and I don't know
That's the worst
how.
spot to be with an MP9. I mean,
Yeah.
He's got to fight at range. He can't really cross and get away. Like, it was just not a good place to be.
He didn't see any of them?
I
Surely.
could see one, yes, yeah.
I'm
pretty sure he saw one.
I don't know if he did. I don't think he
Maybe
saw the
not.
player underneath him, and I don't think he saw the player to his left either. The timing,
Yeah.
just problematic there for Rec.
He has an idea that they could be there, though. That's why
Sure.
he keeps jiggling it while Swisher holds middle. So he's not going to overplay his hand here by any means. I think Legacy are keen just to kind of wait and see what the CTs might do here. I'm sure Rec, once he starts feeling any kind of pressure, is going to want to back off. And he gets a kill, and he drops an incendiary before doing so. So that's nice. Forces them to fall back towards B, right into the waiting arms of the man with the M4 here. That's going to be Swisher. Great flash.
Oh, well, it's not how you get the kill, it's that you get the kill. You know, the M4 does get a little bit wacky, but Barton, with 15 seconds left, has to find something, can't quite get it. Gets close, though. Rec, the last remaining player, with a little bit of help from Swisher. It'll be 8-7.
That's a
MAD's
lot of
taking the lead
rebuying,
back.
though. A lot of rebuying. So to keep the money quite low for M80, not going to allow them to build up too much reserve. Now, this could be a round where Legacy decide not to invest too much, and if M80 can win it clean, that would give them a little bit of cash back, but it's still something to keep an eye on. Slacks will have the op, though, now. And it is going to be a Tech 9 purchase, which these can still be very deadly on this map. There's a lot of opportunity for close quarters battles where the Tech 9s can do some work.
Barton right on the other side of that smoke. He's got one. Yeah, I was going to say, it seems like the pistol's going to get the advantage here.
Yeah,
Swisher
just had no clue.
Yeah, Swisher is motionless. Barton is looking for someone. Swisher's just holding it,
Yeah.
and that ends up costing him his life.
Not sure if there was like a slight one-way aspect to that smoke or something, because it seemed like Swisher literally had no idea, and he was able to, you know, just to get a freebie with the Deagle. So not really sure what the interaction was there, but however it may be, Legacy now has the 5-on-4. Not able to grab that weapon or anything like that, so still, you know, firepower superiority for M80, but it does stretch our defense a little bit more thin. They can only really kind of watch B more passively while Slacks holds mid with the op, and they keep 2 playing A. So he will be looking for this cross. If they go for the boost, he could be in for some trouble. They just decide to flash out instead.
Oh, leapfrog. He jumps right over Rec, who just holds his ground. He was blind. He couldn't see anything.
Oh, Rec, what a move to get the heck out of there and stay alive. Getting swung, though, by Stewie and was not ready for that. Sin, though, quick to trade it back. So Barton alone in the 1v3, and he is blind.
And deceased.
Yes.
Bad combo.
Yep.
Really hard to do anything when you're blind and also deceased. It's pretty much
I
impossible.
don't think the blind factors in anymore at that point.
I mean, it's an attribute of that person. I feel like it's fair to call it out. 9-7 M80. Even though there was a moment where maybe we were a little bit concerned about what had happened with that first half, where Legacy was able to chain some rounds together there and make it, what was it, 6-3 before we saw M80 find themselves get back into the game. They'd won 3 in a row, might have even won 4 in a row. Now things are stabilizing, and that's a brutal first blow. Dumal, reminder, incredible first half. He's sitting at 16-9 now. He was a big piece of what they brought to the table. And
one
Now,
of the stars of the
unfortunately, he's
team
gone.
for some time as well. So definitely one of the heavier hitters on a consistent basis. Usually Lotto is kind of like the younger, more inexperienced player who's also kind of a star rifler for the team. Barton has developed pretty nicely. He looked pretty good at the RMRs, making his return to Counter-Strike. But yeah, Dumao's really kind of the breadwinner of this team, so to lose him early is certainly tough, especially in a round like this where if you lose, you're right back to saving. That's where M80 can start nearing map and series point. And again, this is a lower bracket final, so if you lose, you are out. Liquid, of course, waits in the grand finals, which will be played in
Later.
a couple of hours. Yeah, quite some time away from now. Depending on how quick this map ends and who it goes to, we might have quite the break. Yeah, 2.5 hours from now, the grand finals take place. Give you a heads up on that.
That's the start you want to see if you're Legacy. 2 kills coming in from the veteran Nekiz. He'll be dropped by Slax is off. Slax is still here with the nade. Going to send that one out. It's right in the face of Lotto. It's not going to stop the plant, but it does sting. There's a swing coming through from elevators, but it's a one and done for Swisher. Now it's all up to Slax. He's swapped off the op, and he's gone to the M4. And he's got a pretty softened up target in Barton. So if he can find a way to isolate this 1v1 with Stewie, this is very winnable right now for M80, but time is going to be a problem as the clock is already ticking down significantly. Yes, he does have a kit, but he's only going to have so much time to work with, and Stewie is just locking down that backside. That's great crossfire and positioning coming in from Legacy.
Yeah, really well done. Not really much opportunity for Slacks to find an opening with that positioning. Tough break for M80. I mean, you get the opening pick on Dumao at Slacks' op. You have the quick 5-on-4. You have the economy of Legacy in a tight spot. You feel like this is your chance to really start hitting your stride. But Nekus, beautiful entries, and that's kind of the role he's played on this team for quite some time. It's just that IGL who plays a more fearless kind of entry fragging role, similar to like an Art back in the day, but not quite as a wild cannon. A little bit more refined in his aggression, but willing to, you know, go in first to set up his other players. But sometimes when you go in first and you get kills like that, it just makes the whole thing a lot easier. Low buy here for M80. They have that op on Slacks. But other than that, it was pistols and MP9s.
Well, got a nice angle. Might be able to spot one and spawn. Not quite yet. That'll actually be the first kill for M80. Kind of getting that vibe back like we saw on Ancient, where the force buy could be a little bit more powerful than it should be. As I say that, the bodies start piling up, and they're mostly M80s. It's 2-on-3, and one of those two is barely even here. It's Sin with 9 HP. You do have the op for Slacks. That could be pivotal in trying to swing this round in that direction. But the bomb's been planted, and it's already starting to tick down. They do not have a kit this time, so retake is honestly out of the question. You've got Sin low on HP. It's better to have that op into the next round, and the AK, so they're going to save, wisely so.
If they could have somehow got a frag off that nade they tossed from middle, maybe they go for it in a 2v1, but without getting anything from that or having any idea of where Legacy are held in the post plant, and one of your retaking weapons is an op, and like you said, no kit, it's just really not a way you can go for that. Also, their economy is just really fragile. You got to think long term. There's still a way to reel this one back in future rounds. They're still not going to be able to really buy much around this AK and op, though, that was saved. It's going to be kind of similar to the previous round, where they're going to maybe get a minor investment around these two saved weapons. Certainly, it's going to give Legacy a chance to start kind of creeping back forward on the scoreboard. So I'll call a timeout to take some extra moments to sort out what they feel is best. Again, they are a map behind if you're just joining us, as M80 were the victors on Ancient. So a win here would put them into the grand finals against Liquid a little bit later on. Legacy, though, could still force that third map if they can keep this momentum going. Of course, that third map,
Mirage.
if we get to it, is Mirage. Yes,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Rough one, if we're being honest, based on what we saw from M80 yesterday. Mirage definitely looked like a map that M80 feel very, very comfortable on. I mean, they look.
It's not played by them often, but when they do play it, they
Yeah,
have looked good.
They made Liquid look almost amateur with the way that they were kind of fooling Liquid. Their setups were strong, and even some of the mistakes they were making Liquid. There was 2 TKs from Liquid on that game. Very uncharacteristic play from them. Just felt very sloppy, and I think they were just frazzled.
Sure.
This, though, is tied up at 9 apiece. M80, they may have taken the lead away, but Legacy wasn't going to let it slip that easily. So they brought things back to a tie score, very similar to how things went down in the first half, where it was Legacy who took the lead first, and then M80 clawed it back and tied it. He still got the op salvaged from the previous round, so Slacks is going to try to make that one work as best as possible. He's already taken a little bit of damage. He's down to 64 HP. Sin also carrying the AK from the previous round, and that's where you see this head boost. We'll see if that's going to produce the success they're hoping for. Might get one fight onto Stewie. Oh, look at the angle Stewie's taking. Ducking down, hiding just below this. They cannot see this. And now if Stewie stands up, it's an easy kill.
Yeah, that was really well played by Legacy. They kind of perfectly countered that head boosted position, anticipating that they might be doing something tricky like that due to the fact that they had only just a couple of weapons to play with. So, really well handled. Good bait and switch there. Now, all that is left is 2 5s. Oh, a 5-7 at Eagle and an op, I should say. Eagle out back from Malbs, trying to bait for maybe Red to get a chance with the 5-7 up close, but he is red. Malbs does grab one on the retreat. Grabs another. This is getting a little bit interesting.
I mean, this last player still has the op and likely wants to keep it. So
Yeah.
he's going to run away. The team did not find the damage early they needed.
If Malbs somehow finds another, maybe they consider it. But Slacks is not going to go for this one alone with an op. Luckily, if he can save this, they will be able to full purchase around it and have a chance to start contending for rounds a little bit better. But take nothing away from Legacy, who is, again, a team that does not have as much tenure on this map as M80 does. Yet they are piecing together a pretty solid T-side here. And Stewie is having himself a game.
He had a very strong first half alongside Dumao, who was also playing quite well in that first half. Combined at one point, I think they had like 26 kills, and I think that was more than all of M80. Now, though, M80 is just in this bad spot with their money. They're able to buy again, but a loss here would be devastating. Their money would not be able to really recover, and they'd have to hope that their force buy could be successful. And the reason that matters is because they've been in this situation now the last few rounds where they've been forced to save. They didn't really have a choice. And yeah, you've got this op still in play, but at a certain point, the value needs to be there from that op, and we just haven't seen it the last few rounds. But this could be a changing of the tides here as Legacy is building up on A ramp. The smoke is down. You've got bodies right around the corner, 3 of them indeed. Now, Mouse is just going to spray through, and it's just good timing, lining up the shot along the edge. That'll take Nekaz out of the equation. Sin wants to swing as well, but they're not going to give him any openings as he goes for the jiggles to get that information, not spotting anything. There is one playing deep towards ramp. That's Lado on the hold.
Yeah, good opening sequence there for M80, getting that first kill, slowing down Legacy's push at A, making them even reconsider their game plan for this round. Stewie trying to hold an angle from deep with an op, waiting to see if someone's going to swing him. So he's starting to clear a little bit of space up the ramp side now. He's being followed up. Looks like they still do want to make A the intended target. As they've pulled Barton off the B lurk. He's starting to join them here on the A side. Sin, though, will reinforce Malbs over on short. And they have some utility left to spare to try to slow Legacy's push down if they start feeling the pressure. Indeed, here comes the commitment. Smoke has been dropped in response. Sin now holding the A ramp side.
That nade lands right on top of his head. He's down to 59. He's still holding the smoke, though. Has to be careful. The flash comes in, and it's just perfectly timed. Mound somehow fights his way to getting 1 kill, but 1 kill only. And now you're in the situation that you've been in the last few rounds. Do we save? And the answer is yes.
I don't like their setup there. I wish they just would have fallen back. I mean, you had man advantage. You forced Legacy to play into sight. I mean, that way Slacks' op can be more involved and you're not stuck stranded, because the problem with that setup is if one of Sin or Malbs dies, the other is stranded.
Yep.
And so it just didn't seem like the best setup to me. I kind of wish they just would have both fallen back. that or you double up on short. You just maintain control of that.
Definitely
Either way.
not ideal, regardless.
And now it gets to that point that you were talking about where they're going to force buy. I mean, Rec has enough to get a full buy here, but Malv and Sid are going to be a little bit worse for wear. And so Legacy nearing map point, a chance to force that third on Mirage, all of a sudden is becoming a very big reality. They maybe certainly give themselves chances in these rounds. Like they're finding opening picks. They've had a couple of early man advantages on several of these rounds, but they've just not been able to convert them. Meanwhile, Legacy just have the grit to fight their way back. You know, one round it was Nekus with a big double entry on B. That round it was just, or A rather, that round it was just like a good utility, a good entry on Sin. Then Malbs is stranded. They, you know, close in on him. And so they're just finding like these little sequences that force M80 to just have to kind of retreat and save weapons. And it adds up to them having a 2-round lead now.
I mean, Sin trying to play the edge of that smoke on default, not really getting the value out of that as the flash comes through. And like you said, Malbs is peeking lane at that point, and he is just completely dead to rights. Even if he gets one kill, he's going to get traded almost immediately. Which he didn't even die to the players coming onto site, if I'm not mistaken. He got counter spammed back through the smoke that he was firing through. So the setup definitely suboptimal. And because of, again, that economic problem that M80 have had with the ops still in their hands, they have to hold on to it. They can't afford to lose it. And they're dying by the op at this point because they're so desperate to keep it in play. They need it to start finding the value that they're making it worth because of the fact that they keep trying to keep it in play.
Yeah, I mean, again, Slacks has found some early picks with it, but then people fall elsewhere, and so it winds up not really mattering that he got the opening pick. As we are going to see an early rotation from the CT side. They're going to gamble on this one on an A rotation, which is fair enough. They have mostly pistols, so you kind of have to roll the dice in a situation like this. And A has been the more primary target for Legacy, as A just in general is usually the more favorite target for T teams.
The nade right onto Malbs. I mean, you've got this stack here. This is certainly the most winnable scenario right now for M80, given what's going to be moving in their direction.
The problem is, at what point do they start to doubt it? At what point does the clock run too low and they start thinking, maybe we shouldn't have rotated? But I think there's just, it's either win or lose by this stack, I think.
I agree. Well, we'll find that first kill. Slacks is still here at the op. Depending on who peaks, there's a chance that this could spiral. Uh-oh, the op not getting the value they needed it to, and that just all falls apart at that point. Yep. Slacks had that angle, and thought maybe, but yeah, here's Rec on the flank, able to get at least one, immediately taken down, and his teammate backside dies simultaneously. It's 12-9 Legacy on the precipice of victory.
Nope, they'll have 3 map points to force that third map of Mirage. M80, the only good thing about this is they're finally on a full buy for what seems like the first time in ages. M4 is a plenty full utility set, so there still is hope of them forcing an overtime here, but the way Legacy has been playing, you feel like eventually they're going to find that last round.
Let's not forget yesterday's game, Legacy versus Elevate. Seemed like that series was over in a 2-0 fashion before Elevate managed to claw things back in map 2 and force it to overtime, where they took the dub, eventually going to a map 3. Here we've got early exchanges, barely leaning on the CT side is Mal. He's got 1 HP. Stewie, though, picking up another kill in this impressive map from him. That's now 23, and a large portion of those kills have come by way of the op. So that question mark is certainly...
That was just dirty, too, because Barton was getting hit by the molly, which baited the peek from M80, which fed right into Stewie's op. So that was a pretty dirty situation there for M80. And now you got Malb stuck on just 1 HP with an M4, so he's in a tight spot as well now all of a sudden. He's trying to go for a big flank play here. He might still find the timing. And with 1 HP, that's about the best you can hope for. Is he going to find it, though? That's the question. Everyone's setting up their utility, so indeed he will. Finds 1 frag, and Barton's low on HP now as well. But it's still a 3v2 in favor of Legacy. They have time to rotate if they so choose. And indeed, they will start to maybe throw that sense of doubt that they could be pivoting back towards A. Swisher, though, is going to hold the line. Slacks is the one who will rotate towards A side.
I don't know if I like this. I think they probably should have stuck to their guns. I think they were right. And now
Oh,
that
no.
puts everything on this player on site. Swisher's been spotted. And the game comes to a close. An impressive second map from Legacy. Despite the fact that they went down on map 1, despite the fact that this is M80's pick and a map they feel comfortable on, Legacy, they hold the line, and they force us to a map 3.
Yeah, Legacy played a really good game. I mean, obviously Dumal played well. Obviously Stewie played fantastic with the AWP on both sides of the map. Really just good intuitive play on the T side. Good spacing, good trading efficiency. M80 just never really seemed to find any kind of rhythm on the CT side. Obviously, they had the cold start, kind of in the middle of the first half. They had to battle their way back to a 7-5 score line. They win pistol. They get it tied back up 7-7, but just from that point forward, even when they found opening picks, they couldn't capitalize on them. Again, like we noted, they were forced into saving quite a lot because their economy was just so poor. And it just got to a breaking point, and ultimately it forces Legacy into a map 3. So, props to them. They played a great Counter-Strike.
I think economic control was ultimately their downfall. They just couldn't get their money right, and obviously the value in a 2-on-4 with an AWP and a rifle in play, you're going to try to save that. And they just couldn't capitalize on those saved weapons enough. Every time they ran away with them, they'd follow up the next round by, again, running away with them. Yeah, they might find an opening kill, but then in the mid-round, that's where they were falling apart. The mid-round was just disastrous. They kept losing out battles, and site control was largely just disappearing, especially on the CT side where they just were not able to manage to lock things down. On the T side, they couldn't gain site control whatsoever as the lockdown holds coming in from Legacy were just pretty much flawless. I mean, there were some mistakes made there, obviously, but Legacy looked very good on this second map. And now we go to map 3. It's going to be Mirage. But before we go to Mirage, we go to a break. We'll come back in just a bit and see who's going to be taking this series to face off against Liquid in the grand finals. Stay tuned.
Don't give up along the way. Don't give up along the way, and cherish the moment. Come on up and just let go. Come on up and just let go. No more competing, bound to your inner voice, yeah. Things seem misleading, just until you stop and make your choice. So whatever you long for, don't give up along the way. Just don't give up along the way, and cherish the moment. Come on up and just let go. Come on up and just let go. Let it 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 go.
babe, and I give you all of my heart. If I meet you in the middle, babe, would you give me all your love? 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 Your love. Come and meet me in the middle, babe, and I'll give you all of my heart. If I meet you in the middle, babe, would you give me all your love? Would you give me all your love? Would you give me all your love? Could you give me all your love?
Can't go if it ain't up my door. Don't call my phone, got my shit on airplane mode. Don't talk no more. Yeah, I heard it over before. So cold, I froze. Only thing on me is gold. Can't go if it ain't up my door. Don't call my phone, got my shit on airplane mode. Don't talk no more. Yeah, I heard it over before. So cold, I froze. Only thing on me is gold.
It's when the morning glows. I cannot hide myself from you. It's when my feeling grows. I'm coming back to you. When I step out, when I step out, when I step out, when I step out of the light, I come into the light. I will be happy, happy, happy. How could I not be, not be, not be? And hey, do you think I can stay? 'Cause I will be happy, happy, happy. How could I not be, not be, not be? When I'm with you, I cannot sleep at
So, Dust, I'm going to be honest. I did not
Go on.
expect a third map when we came into the series. I thought, okay,
True.
looking at maps 1 and 2, this largely feels like a series that should end 2-0 in favor of M80. It's no disrespect to Legacy whatsoever. It's just that the map pool really leaned in their favor. But Vertigo wasn't really the map that I think we expected from M80. Legacy looked fantastic, and I think, honestly, the Shining Star, Stewie, and even Dumal there in the beginning, those two players combined proved that this team has some tremendous firepower. The problem, though, we still go to Mirage, a map that we've already seen both of these teams play, and if we're just putting them on against each other based on previous performances, M80 definitely looked better on Mirage than Legacy did.
Yeah, I mean, M80, while they don't play Mirage very often, when they have, they've usually been successful. I mean, 3-1 record with the core for the team, including a big win against Liquid yesterday. It just generally look like they have a really good grasp of how they want to approach the map, and just, you know, the roles and how they want to play things. Legacy, on the other hand, have been pretty poor on Mirage lately. Like, their overall record is bad, and they've lost their last 5 out of 6 games. I will say that they've had most of their losses be against European opposition, though. But those were kind of smaller European teams like Nine Pandas or Bad News Eagles, TSM, things of that nature. So it's kind of hard to pin them down on this map within the region, but it's definitely not something that you would look to them to be comfortable on, right? You know, it's not a map that they play very often. When they do, they haven't had much success. So you would tilt the scale in M80's favor in that regard, certainly.
And I think one of the questions we had coming into this whole event was how's Stewie going to be doing on the op? Stewie looked good on Vertigo, and he actually looked okay on Mirage. But if he's starting to feel more comfortable, there's a world where the performance here improves from yesterday's.
It's also worth noting, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but for those of you who weren't here may not have heard it, this is the one map that Stewie was the primary opper for Liquid for a time, towards the end of his CSGO career. So if he's going to feel comfortable with an op on a map, it would be this one.
That'll be a question we'll have to answer as this game progresses. Here it's going to be Legacy starting on the T side. And they're going to go ahead and heave out some smokes and get ready for the execute. Now, Rek is here. He swings just to spot some heads. Doesn't actually get any damage dealt. Shots through the smoke. Also not connecting. It's going to be a 5-on-5 post plant. Wait, never mind. Slack's actually getting 2 through the smoke. Softening this T side. You've got Nekiz trying to play on the edge of that smoke, able to get the best of Sin, but Slacks is there with an immediate trade. That's a 3K now on the pistol round for Slacks. Lotto is stuck currently on the other side of Firebox. The AK, or the Glock, excuse me, just gets away from him. Slacks with a massive 4K on the round to give it over to M80.
Yeah, really well played there from Slacks. Big shots as the bomb's getting planted to give his team a massive advantage going into that retake. Bomb plant, though, does afford, you know, some spending power for Legacy here. They can get Galils. They can even potentially have a better buy than the CT team. That's one of those, like, weird situations we have with the CS2 economy, where a T bomb plant can lead to a better second-round economy than the CT team who won the round. So that is kind of one of the things I think that still needs to be adjusted about this game, especially now that we're in MR12. I think the economy could really use some fine-tuning, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think we've seen that quite a lot and how the game's played out so far. The first 5 or 6 months we've been into CS2 now.
Yeah, I'd say the CT side economy just genuinely kind of sucks.
It's been butt for a while, even in CSGO,
Yeah.
but I think that it's just even more magnified when you're playing MR12 and you haven't changed the economy at all, which is already kind of struggling for CTs. So, yeah.
It doesn't help now that you also have maps that just intrinsically lean to the T side in favor, looking at, you know, maps like Anubis and Vertigo.
Even Inferno nowadays.
Even Inferno, yeah, or Ancient, which is probably one of the most even maps currently in the pool, but even still, just the nature of the way that the rounds play out, it does give the T side maybe a little bit of a leg up that previously had not been there in the past. But the force buy will come through from Legacy. We'll
Sights
see if
with
they
an
can
op.
best with the op.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's
They
the
weren't
early,
expecting that.
the early 4K op buy. Now, I wasn't expecting it either, and they clearly didn't think that it was going to be a factor, and it hasn't been thus far. There's some damage dealt early and mid, but the op
That's
does
tough
not
for
draw
Slacks,
blood.
though. They didn't even smoke window. Like, you feel like you got to be making that opportunity work for you. So that's a kind of a key missed shot from Slacks that he'd like to have back. But no harm, no foul in the sense that you didn't suffer any casualties. You just kind of missed an opportunity to get an early 5-on-4.
Now, was that the missed window smoke? Because if I'm not mistaken, I
don't
believe it
think
was
so.
Legacy that missed window smokes yesterday, too.
Yes, they did, but I don't think that was.
Well, so there was a
case this
smoke from the
time around.
CT side down at the bottom of the connector, but there was a second smoke there as well. I didn't see where it came from because I was so busy watching Slacks with the off, so I wasn't really paying full attention to that.
Yeah,
But it's
I
something we
just
should
don't
keep our
remember
eyes
even.
on.
Yeah, it's something we'll keep our eyes on. But I just didn't see a smoke under window and Slacks
Yeah.
with the op shot. So I just don't think that they were even considering a not being there this round.
Nice flash coming out for the cat peek. Nekas didn't stand a chance. It's going to be a play towards A. We've got these players coming out from ramp. Rec actually playing close on ramp. He's able to get that one kill. It was the players coming out of Palace that were potentially problematic. But similar to what we've seen in the past from M80 in these sort of rounds, just one casualty. Everyone else survives, and the op that Slacks went heavy on the investment to bring into the play, it gets recovered.
Right.
And no plan again, so no extra money for the T side.
Right. Yeah, so good start here from M80. Sin will still be on the MP9, but everyone else is rifled up, including Rec being able to upgrade to the AK. Slack still has an AWP as well.
They didn't
Jamal-
quite make it.
Yeah. I mean, it made it to its target, but Jamal did not walk out to receive it.
Looked like it clipped off the ground, maybe just a little bit. But the pistols, how powerful can they be? Because we've seen them be quite wonderful in the right hands. Damage being dealt across the board as 3 players already sent to the sideline. Ladder is on 16 HP as well. A repeat from the ops. Lax is just feeling it right now. All 5 left standing. And that is going to be another round on the board for M80.
Indeed,
Flawless, too.
It is. Yep. Really well done, no doubt about that. As yesterday, when they played against Team Liquid on this map. Sorry. Legacy.
You have to specify, both teams played
Yeah,
Mirage
both
on
both
this
teams
Liquid.
play Mirage, and both teams look good against Liquid. The difference was they made actually put out the win because they had a crazy strong CT side. 11 rounds, I believe it was.
Yeah,
So,
and I think
if they
that was
can
where
do that
Liquid got
again-
the double TK too on the T side.
Yep.
So
Yeah. Point being, both teams looked solid on Mirage yesterday, but M80 had the more impressive looking Mirage of the two. And Liquid still ultimately was able to get the win on Mirage against Legacy. It was just more of a struggle than we expected it would be. We got to the
M80.
point at some point there. It took me a minute, but we got there.
I started to worry for you for a minute.
Yeah, I was like, they both played Mirage. What am I trying to say here? The words are hard. Anyway.
It's
It's like the
4 on
one thing I
4.
have to do right is talk
Just
about
talk.
things correctly, and I can't do it. Yeah, it's a tough one.
Words are hard. 4
Yeah.
on 4 right now. Oh, the timing. Still Slacks gets a shot while blind with the op over towards jungle. They're looking for this other player on site. And they have no reason to believe he's going to be firebox, so Rec able to get a bit of a freebie there onto Barton. And even though this started out promising with Legacy getting that opening kill, it starts to fall apart. There'll be another one there for Nekes on the round. Dumal got the other kill to get things started for Legacy, but that's all it's going to be. Just the 2 kills and a round on the win column for M80, who's now starting to build up significant cash flow. You got 9K on Rec, 8,900 on Swisher. This is a strong start from M80, stronger even than I think yesterday.
I think the worst they've been is like 2 players dead on a given round. So they definitely able to build up some nice reserves. Of course, they had a flawless round not too long ago. And a chance to perhaps have another big round here, since Legacy is just going to be on Tech 9s, and we're just looking to kind of waterfall out of B apartments with these. That's generally what you kind of see on this type of purchase.
Now, the question,
Go on.
if M80 wins this map, basically how they did against Liquid in the series they played
Does
against
Liquid
them,
pick Mirage?
does
No.
Liquid still pick Mirage?
No,
Exactly.
They don't. I don't think they do.
You have to wonder, they're not going to ban it, because
No, they're
they
not.
have a
gonna ban it,
perma,
they're not
but
gonna do that either.
There they go onto the site, and the CT side continues to decimate the attacking front of Legacy. Barton was backside by bench. Sin wasn't really going to be able to do too much more. That's a missed smoke that could
That
cost
is
them a
indeed.
little bit more.
Yep. Yep. Good response from Dumal, though. A couple of headshots there on the mouths and Swisher gives him a winnable 1v2. He's still got a lot of time. He's got bomb in his possession. He just doesn't have a whole lot of health to take a prolonged battle. He's got to hit his shots quick. And he might not even be aware that Slacks is on the new angle here. And yeah, Slacks, knowing he's low on HP, will just pull out the Deagle to finish the job. Grabs a Tech 9 in the process, which I think is a great secondary weapon to have as an opper.
This is the tack timeout that you're hoping to see from Legacy.
Yeah,
They
this is like
need
the
to-
dude, the coach of Monstars from Space Jam, the screaming timeout at the top of his lungs. The original one, of course, not the one with LeBron James. That was.
Well, they weren't the
Obviously, they
Monstars in the second one,
No.
were they?
I have no idea. I never watched the second
I
one.
watched it once, and I was certainly disappointed.
Do yourself a favor and go watch the original Space Jam with Michael Jordan. Like,
Oh, that's a great movie.
I don't care how young you are.
Michael Jordan, the original double sport athlete / actor.
Yeah.
I guess technically triple sport because he played golf. Not at a professional level, but he played a lot
No.
of golf.
He's also really bad at baseball.
He was certainly not a star.
I mean, really bad relative to MLB players, not. Really
I'd
bad
say
in comparison
really
to
bad
an
relative
average
to his
human being.
NBA career as well.
Yes.
He
yeah.
went from being the top player in the NBA, legendary player, one of the best of all time, to being a minor leaguer. Like,
Yeah.
by
But
comparison.
he came back and did it again.
Yeah.
So, all good. Now, can Legacy come back? Is the question. That was a rough segue. I don't know if that
No,
really
I think
worked
you handled
out,
that well.
I tried.
I don't think Legacy has handled this first half well, though. The bye comes through. They're down 5-0. This is a really important round because I think
they
this
need
is
it.
where things spiral if you lose this
If you
one.
lose this, yeah, then 7-0 is very real.
You start getting into that territory where it's like, okay, you just start really pushing the bye. You force things a little bit harder than you need to. But speaking of forcing things harder than you need to, Rec gets a little more antsy towards ramp and gets no comms that they've made their way on the site. So he gets shot in the back. A little bit of an interesting exchange, the way things have broken down here. Just a lapse in communication from M80 creates a window of opportunity for Legacy to attack.
Yeah, I just don't really understand that. I mean, you're up 5-0. There's really no need to force the issue on a push down A ramp like that. It's so common for the outside A player to be playing that position, which is so hard to attack into. At least have some supportive utility if you're going to do that. There was nothing. No pop flash, no anything. He just walked out there and lands to the slaughter. Luckily for M80, they have plenty of cash, so losing this round in this way doesn't hurt them too much. But now you've given a lifeline to Legacy. You're going to survive with 4 players. They get bomb down. They get that money. They get round victory money. So it gives them a little bit of reserve cash now. You're not going to be able to pin them down into a save as quickly as you would have wanted to. And now Stewie has an op in play as well.
I mean, Swisher was the only one on M80 that was really looking worse for wear, cash-wise. It's because he's the
Right.
only one that's died 4 times. Everyone else pretty much stayed alive. 2 deaths max for everyone else. You got Rec, who's also only died 1 time. Now, you mentioned the op. It's in the hands of Stewie. Slack still has it on their side.
Yep,
And they'll go
Stewie
for
of
the
the
window boost.
2000th year. Yeah.
Stewie of the 2000th year.
The second millennium.
Did
of
he see
Stewie.
him? I think he saw
Yeah, I
him.
think so.
Neck is
Yeah,
turned, and I'm pretty sure
pretty
he
sure.
spotted the barrel.
Yes.
There's no reason why Slacks would hold this,
Oh,
but he
that's
doesn't
tough.
get the shot. The Molly's going to come through to try and force him out.
They
Nade to
didn't
follow
get close
up.
enough.
And the nade is just a second late. Malves will actually be the one to get a kill there early. Slacks eventually drops Neckes after some time had expired off the clock after we originally thought it would be a done deal for M80. It's 4-on-3, though. M80 has the advantage for the time being. The clock down to about a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Legacy's gotten some mid-control, but things have stalled out.
Yeah, the problem is they just don't have any inroads anywhere else. They haven't really been able to make any presence at connector. They haven't been able to get ladder room control. They haven't been able to take that next level, right? Like, yeah, you have middle, but you're down a man, and you just don't really have any foothold to launch into a site just yet. It seems like they want to go for some type of B split now. They do have a smoke to block connector and try to walk their way up catwalk and try to go for a B pinch play. issue being, of course, that Sin is jiggling catwalk and we'll be able to spot it eventually. And Slack there with the AWP as well.
A 1-for-1 on Cat may open up an opportunity. Dumal's getting peppered as he makes his way up catwalk. While it doesn't get the kill, it obviously gives away all the information that he's coming around the corner, and I just don't think Slacks expected that one. Lado able to get both kills on sight. Slacks just caught sleeping a little bit.
That was a really bad double scope. He was so fixated on one angle there for no real reason, but there's still a chance here for Rek to win this one. He's in a 1v1 now. Dumal's low on HP. He's feinting that he might rotate, throwing a little bit of doubt into Dumal, who now has to worry that maybe he's going market. Rek, though, will slide up, and he finds the frag and saves the day, so a little bit of a rough moment. Also, I don't know if shaking an incendiary grenade is the greatest idea. I feel like that provides potential danger. I don't know about shaking flammable objects, man. Maybe don't do that.
I don't know. Are you a explosives expert? Are you a demolitions guy?
I am not, but
So then I
I've
just don't
definitely
feel like
treated
you can
people
speak
who have
on it.
failed at them, so...
That's true.
Yep.
I do have a friend that's his job is blowing things up.
Oh, okay.
Pretty cool job. He gets to like order.
Like demolition and construction or something?
No, like
Oh,
for the
okay.
military. Like,
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
let's moonwalk out of that conversation.
Slacks got hit by the smoke, I believe, trying to jump out of window, so it tagged him and slowed him down. Doesn't make the cat jump.
Oh.
That's a nice setup. It was actually the second player who got that one kill. It looked a little bit perplexing as it, from Malb's perspective, it seemed like maybe he got both of those kills, but it was Rek who was backing him up with the support that got the second kill. That said, it still ends up being 3-on-3.
I like how Rek never exposed himself to this palace angle either. So Lado's not been able to really find anything playing this corner. Bombsill and T-Spawn uncommitted. Stewie still kind of playing through underpass, maybe trying to establish a little bit of mid-presence. Seems like they still are going to want to pinch A, though, in the end, through Connector and A-Ramp and Palace all at once with their 3 remaining players, 1 at each spot. Rek just watching a solo. I believe there might be an angle, though, that's being held kind of from window. Yeah, so he's going to be allowed to creep up in the connector here. Sin might catch him in the back, though. All going to come down the time. Nearly.
Information gathered, though. How does Rek respond? Takes this odd off angle. Does kind of get mollied out. And
I
then
don't get
just,
it. That was weird.
Just not looking the right direction. Not anticipating that peek to come through from Palace. Maybe he thought Slacks had him covered with the op, but the angle was just a little too tight. Now Slacks will miss that first shot. You've still got Sin here as well coming through from Connector. Wants to try and prevent this bomb from going down. Tries to peek. That's actually bomb drop. Round over. Good swing from Slacks. No cover from his teammate. M80 take another.
Slacks is weird, man. Like, he scares you sometimes with the shots he misses, but then he recovers and hits, like, the follow-up pretty regularly. He's definitely, like, one of those faster firing speed style of oppers. And gets the job done on that one. So up 7-1. The classic memes resonate. It's even funnier that there's 2 Germans on M80 and his Brazilian team. Like, makes it even worse.
Don't bring it up, Dust. They're watching. They're going to get so mad at you.
Well. It's like, how can I not when it's literally Brazil versus Germany?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, 2
Funnel-
Germans versus 4 Brazilians.
Yeah. Funnel all of your complaints to @upmind on social media. It's 7-1, but it doesn't look like it's going to be 7-1 for very long. This round is playing out quickly in favor of M80. Lado and Stewie, the last 2 remaining, there hasn't actually been a single kill for this side of Legacy yet. Stewie might be able to get some timing on that smoke and connector, try to turn things around here. But nope. I mean, flawless
No,
round.
sir.
Absolutely
Yes.
flawless from M80.
Yeah, pretty quick one. Again, this is the 3rd map of this lower bracket final. Winner of this map will move on to play Team Liquid in the grand finals for a spot at the World Championships. Of course, course, Complexity and Furia have already been invited to that to represent the Americas region. There's also a whole separate South American qualifier going on. I believe Maine, Brazil, and Pain are in the grand finals of that. That game starts in about 30 minutes.
While we have this timeout too, Dust, I want to specify.
Go ahead.
My friend who's a military man that does
man,
bomb
here we
stuff,
go.
he's ordnance disposal. So his
Okay.
job is actually disabling explosives. But
Gotcha.
because he has to disable them, he also has to know how they work. So
Got it.
yeah, he goes out and he blows stuff up and then they tinker with things. It's an interesting job. Can't imagine
Well-
many people grew up being like, that's what I'm going to do for a living. it's certainly a career path.
Yeah.
But
No.
then again, not many people wake up and say, you know, Dad, when I get older, I want to talk about professional video games. So I guess, you know,
That was a tough sell for me, for sure,
Yeah.
as a teenager. Stewie trying to catch a timing here through Connector, running through the smoke, but does not find the window. Instead, it is Rek and Swisher who are dealing the damage. As this looks like it's another round that could be dominated by M80. Dumal with one, gets a little bit of space on the site for his team, but the response has been swift from M80, who now have a 4-on-2.
Does he jump shot this? Does he do it?
This is a very bold move from Slacks with an op.
He won't get that kill. Swisher did the bulk of the damage. And the nade and the shot from the op connect simultaneously. So even though it was the bullet that did the legwork, the grenade does pop his body out into the ether. I thought we were going to see the old school jump shot towards Firebox. We didn't see that. We got another tack timeout being called. It seems like we just had one come in from Legacy. I'm not entirely surprised.
No, I mean, you got to find a way to win a couple of more rounds here. You can't let M80 get 11 again like they did against Liquid yesterday. This gives you no margin for error in the second half. And again, this is elimination anymore. There's no safety net. So I'm not surprised. They really haven't. I mean, short of the round where I think their only round win is when M80 just pushed down A ramp and died, basically.
Pretty much, yeah. They
I
had
mean,
that
so
one round.
they've not really earned anything for themselves, I guess is what I'm getting at. I mean, yeah, they had one round come down to a 1v1 clutch on the B site in a post plant, but outside of that, most of these rounds have not even been close, so it's kind of tough when just nothing feels like it's working. Now they have to just go on a Tech-9 and Deagle buy. Gonna try to go for the little waterfall palace strat.
Malb's not quite connecting on that final kill, but did already find 2 on the round, so the damage has been dealt. Shot from Slacks, and Dumal is just obliterated. If you were wondering why we were talking about how good M80 was on Mirage in their match yesterday, this is why. This is literally exactly what we saw from them against Liquid. They just obliterated, they dominated. Liquid didn't even stand a chance, and Legacy is in that same position yet again.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Legacy. Pretty tight series up until this point. This has definitely been the most lopsided half we've seen all tournament, tied with, well, M80 doing the exact same thing to Liquid on the exact same map from the exact same side.
Really makes you wonder if M80's T side is even like something to worry about. we haven't seen enough to really be like, oh wow, like yeah, sure, the game ended up being a little bit.
No one really
closer.
knows what their T side looks like. They haven't had to play it, so it's definitely going to be a mystery if it comes into play, where they actually have to start T side first. Don't know what you're getting into.
Now we did see it a little bit.
Couple rounds.
Yeah, we got 2, I believe. Good damage early on. A nade that comes in, and now you got that crossfire set up in the connector. Dumal's going to get spammed down on the smoke by Malbs, who also got the player on catwalk. It's a 4-on-3, a situation that has played out many times in the past. Slacks has this angle.
It's a scary
Just
one,
waiting.
though.
Yeah, this is tough because you missed that shot from the legs. Nope, he goes for the swing. The jiggle is not going to produce the success for either player, but that will allow Slacks to fall back.
Yeah. Bomb now trying to make its way into A. The problem is that Rek having palace control is huge, because even if they get in and plant, are you really going to expect the guy to be inside palace? especially when you're already down a player, so you can't really afford to check everything. Yeah, if Breck just plays his cards right, he should be the insurance policy to secure this round.
They seem to believe that a player could be in here because they know that Rek's been playing on site. They also know that Rek has been favoring aggressive play, so Lado was watching it, but the kill comes in just too late. The damage already been dealt, and the round's already over. He got 3 seconds left. He has to charge to try to find the kill. He's not going to get it. Another 11-1 half for M80. We're going to throw things to a quick break. We'll be back on the other side of this half.
Oh, it's one night together. Baby, take me higher. Oh, it's one night together. I can feel the fire. Oh, it's one night together. Baby, take me higher. You're taking over love. I just wanna feel your touch. Oh, it's one night together. I can feel the fire.
I can feel your touch, even when you're not here. You mean more than much. Make me see clear, and I can breathe the air. You're my favorite song on the radio. All of me, my spirit and halo. You're my comfort, my rhythm and blues. You're the headlines in the morning news. I carry you wherever I go. You're in my heart till I'm weak and old. I carry you, you brighten my soul, making me glow. I carry you wherever I go. I can see your face in a crowd of millions. No one can take your place. The only one that can guide me through the maze. You're my favorite song on the radio. All of me, my spirit and halo. You're my comfort, my rhythm and blues. You're the headlines in the morning news.
Can Legacy recover?
No.
M80 put on a clinic in that first half, which we've already seen them do on this map. This is a repeat of the score we saw in the Liquid game, and they do it again here against Legacy.
I thought that was a rhetorical question that I answered, so I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I appreciated your honesty.
Yeah, I think 11-1 is just too much in this game. If by some chance they get to like 7 or 8 rounds, maybe I'll come around. That's not
Oh
helping
my
the
gosh.
case.
Yeah, that's not helping anything at all. Sin. Strong shots from the Glock to get things started. Stewie,
I knew he was
mid-air,
gonna do
I'm not...
that.
I think...
I just knew he was going to do that.
Yeah. What
It
he
was
didn't
like the
realize,
most-
though, was the plant was already coming through, so...
Yeah. Oh, and they didn't check Mal's position. He only gets 1, though, actually. And hold the phone. This retake's very possible.
Yeah, they actually end up killing both players in market, so things are a little bit uncomfortable. You still have a player catwalk. You've got one in apps. They can play this one pretty well. They do not have a kit on these remaining players, so if they go for the stick, that's what they're going to have to do. That's why you hear that dive out. The cat player doesn't get there in time. They do have enough time for the defuse.
Yeah.
So at least they got the bare minimum of the pistol round.
Yeah, with Sin getting that frag and them getting bombed down for free in B, I'm a little surprised they played so aggressive in market. Because
Yeah,
Mouse is basically playing a one-and-done position.
But he has this teammate right there in door, so I
Yeah.
guess the assumption is swing and draw contact and then have his
Right.
teammate swing, but they both died just too quickly.
Yeah, I could go either way on that one.
Part of me actually likes the idea of the teammate swinging from door and leaving Malbs in that corner.
Exactly.
So they
Yeah.
don't peek it, and then that gives you the opportunity to peek out maybe 2 or 3 seconds later and just completely catch them off guard.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah.
That are just playing on site with Glocks up close. Either way, they can afford a couple of rounds here and there. They're going to buy up Galil's here off that bomb plant, though. Deagle on Sin. Of course, M4 is a plenty for Legacy. They know they can't afford to go SMG heavy on a round 2, considering how far behind they are. Need to make sure that they have rifles as soon as possible.
M80 starting to work their way through B apartments. They've also got some pressure coming from Sin, who again is a bit of a decoy. He's going to be throwing that molly over on the A side. Now Slacks goes down. That might make things a little bit more difficult. They're starting to work their way through. Do they clear this angle? Barton able to find 2, and great damage dealt to Rek as well. It feels like the round might be spiraling a bit. Sin did pick one off from Deep Cat with the Deagle. But it's a 2-on-3 with 35 seconds left. M80 playing this one very slow. And it's Legacy who currently has control, even though it's just a 3-on-2.
Yep, and Sin's been spotted inside middle. So they're aware that there could be a plan to hit into A. I like this move from Nekus to clear out A ramp and hold control of it. You're never going to feel safe playing the bomb now when you've already spotted Nekus before and you're kind of wondering where the heck is this guy. And now he springs at just the right time. And yeah, Rek, no chance at a bomb plant there. So a couple of rounds there won by Legacy. And now we should see a save from the midi. So it's going to be 4-11. So they're starting to check the boxes. But again, they have to get a lot closer before you feel like a comeback's in the cards.
Trying to remember how things went yesterday against Liquid 2 in that second half, because it did end up that both teams got 2 rounds to get that 13-3 scoreline. I can't remember if M80 just bested Liquid with more of a raw eco. I don't think that's how it went down, but I honestly can't recall. Dumao getting aggressive in mid. The nade's going to go right down on top of them. That one stings. So does the follow-up. Good damage being dealt. You've got kills piling up as well, as Rek has been sent away. He's dispatched of. Swisher is the only one left alive. He's over in B apps. And the round is over very quickly.
And now the real Counter-Strike begins. The first big test for Legacy. A full buy from M80. No op, but AKs across the board and full utility. They have no op on the CT side either. Still a FAMAS for Lotto. But a confident win here from Legacy could maybe get the engines roaring.
I feel like that force buy round from M80 in round 2, they were just a little slow. Almost a little too slow. As they tried to find openings, they just largely stalled out. Here, you're going to see them playing some deep positions, anticipating a little bit of aggro play from Legacy.
Right.
Which, fair enough. Especially when they're in this situation, you could almost understand if
I like
Legacy
that
were
A
to get a
utility,
little
though,
more
that
aggro.
pulls the rotator back in more into A site, which gives them more access to middle a little bit easier to set up potentially even a window boost. But Stewie is aware of this option. He may get the better of it. Yeah, he will. Sin, though, with a nice trade, though. That's big. If Stewie gets that kill for free, this round could be by the wayside. But now it's up for contest as they're starting to get some cat control. They're getting deep into ladder room. They still threaten B apartments. They still have presence on the A side of the map. They really still have all their options open to them. It's just about which one do they want to take.
Yeah. Stewie could have gotten both out of that.
Yeah, they're trying to throw a slight fake on B with these flashes, but now Dumao catches slacks, and so that is going to pull a rotation, but unfortunately now the A players have been found out, and so I think Legacy has a good idea what's going on at this point.
I mean, look at the bomb at this point. The bomb's in spawn. Like, guys, what do I do?
Yeah. They just
Where do I
lost
go
too
at this
much.
point?
They just lost too much along the way. Like, good initial trade at ladder room, but once they lost that player on B and the first one A ramp, it was kind of over with.
Yeah, M80 trying to get creative with the play,
Right.
and it's backfiring. It's resulting in them losing a piece here, a piece there,
Right.
and then the round just spirals a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Good assessment.
Well, we do have a timeout being called, and I think this is the right call from M80. Need to figure out what's going on here on their T side. Why are they struggling to just find openings? Maybe a change of pace is necessary.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, you obviously have a situation where a spark is starting to get ignited and you don't want fuel to get thrown on it, right? You don't want to let Legacy get back into this game. You had full control. You're up 11-1, and yeah, you lose pistol. Yeah, you lose the first gun round. Those things can happen, but you don't want to let this one get out of control. You know, again, if Legacy can hit that 7 to 8 round mark, all of a sudden, they're right back in this thing. And the cool thing is about M80 is, and like we've discussed this many times, is usually when they call a timeout, even on a low buy like this, they usually have some kind of plan. Some kind of, you know, set piece or just play in mind that could still net them some impact.
Yeah, there is more than just, all right, we're just gonna like run it down.
Yeah, exactly. There's timings and utility in place to try to go for certain things for sure, which can make it really deadly.
It does look like they're setting up for a play towards A. The util's going to come out. The smokes are down, the molly's out, but they didn't get stairs dealt with, and in that time, Dumao swings up, finds that gap, and takes advantage. He's able to actually sneak back inside the smoke as well and make this even more punishing. Nekis is still here. Dumao has got the backside of that. Finally, Sin will come through to try and assist. But look where the bomb landed.
Yeah, that's a tough spot.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, there's no way to get that back. I mean, there's just no way. Sin's going to try to go window, but they're totally prepared for this. Barton will get the headshot, and so now Rec has nothing he can do, really. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised the bomb committed that deep into window room. I guess maybe they didn't feel like they had any other choice. Couldn't really comfortably cross onto A site, perhaps. But now Rec is just looking to go for a Hail Mary here, running all the way around B side. I mean, obviously he's just trying to either somehow magically clutch or die before the round ends.
And they heard this as well. Lado heard him over on the B site as he jumped down, so they knew he was coming. It's maybe a miscommunication for the player that had the bomb. They didn't know they had the bomb. It's possible the person in front of them had it, and then they died, so they ended up with it, and they just weren't paying attention in that moment. I mean, there's a lot of chaos that ensues, and the comms can be frantic. So it's certainly possible that that's what went down.
I think part of it, too, is when Dumao gets that kill from stairs, you just don't really feel comfortable getting into the site, 'cause you probably figure there's one seat to spawn, and yeah, you're just trying to make things happen, and this didn't quite pan out. But now, back onto a bye. Oppen slacks his hands for the first time this half. This is a big moment. This is either Legacy getting back into the game for real, or M80 finally kind of putting the finishing touches on this one and moving on to the grand final. Can they dot the I's and cross the T's? Yes, it seems that way.
This is exactly what we saw from M80 on their CT side. Things were looking good. They were moving along, picking up steam, and then they get aggressive on ramp, and it costs them. That's exactly how things start here. Yeah, sure, they get the kill on the mouths, but Lado and Nekis, they're also, unfortunately, spectators for the remainder.
And M80 are going to call a pivot off the back of that. You know, they've done enough to know that they're going to keep at least one player in place on the A side of the map, if not two. So they're going to try to play the numbers game over towards the B side. I like the proactivity here from the CT side, though, on middle. They may catch Sin, who is still stuck back middle right now. He's kind of in no man's land. He has no real idea that someone's creeping up on him right now. He's going to throw another smoke towards connector, and yeah, he had no clue Dumao is up close. And so now the CTs know exactly what's going on. There's still an attempt at a fake being thrown by Rec here from Palace to keep them interested at A, and actually it works. They bite on that big time. Bomb's going to make it into B for free, and Rhett can rotate all the way to B apartments. They're going to have a 3-on-3 post plant. Or maybe he's going to look to backstab. He's going back to A ramp.
This is certainly interesting. A strange round.
Why?
Oh, Dumao gets past the molly. They swing Rek, who is still coming through on the flank. This is one of the rounds of Counter-Strike I've ever seen. It'll be on Slacks in the 1v2.
In a tough spot, though.
He gets that first shot. Now it's a 1v1 with it up. The flash goes out, and it's actually the quick shot from Slacks that puts the team at 12. M80 right at the finish line.
Let me tell you what, man. You don't like Slacks' odds in a 1v2 with an op in that spot. Like, yeah, maybe he's going to get the guy who crosses market, but then you feel like maybe he's kind of dead to rights. He's just stuck there, right? But no, he finds a way out, and he puts his team at map and series point. They're going to have 6 chances to win this thing in regulation and move on to that grand final for the rematch against Liquid. Legacy need to win 6 in a row to force an OT just at a hope to stay alive in this qualifier. The good thing for Legacy is they do hold the firepower advantage in this round. A couple of Deleos and a MAC-10 in play for the T side here.
Yeah, there will still be an op on both sides.
Right.
Barton, he gets the timing right on the first. He's looking for more. Lining them up through the smoke does significant damage, but doesn't get the finisher. Dumao is now here to get one of his own. Swisher's managed to make it out onto the site, but he's the only one there thus far. They've got Dumao still hiding in the smoke on Catwalk. Smokes and mollies going down across the board. Dumao trying to play on the other side. I'm getting spammed a little bit towards the pillar. Still, no safety and security, and look what's coming from behind. Nekiz is already making his way through B-Apps. The nade lands right on top of Slacks' head, but they get the read off that nade. Suddenly, it's a 2-on-2. You've got Sin around the corner playing on the one side of the window, and Slacks back in that comfortable van position he was in last round. He makes his way towards bench. Lotto actually starts to get out onto site, and now it's down to 1. It's Stewie. Does he have it in him? He had a great second map. He's picking up the op for this team, a role he normally does not fulfill, but on this map, he's done it in the past, and he's going to have to do it big now. Missed shot on the first target as they make their way across. He's going to fly out from the door, but it will be GG in favor of M80 as they take this third and final map and punch their ticket into the grand finals.
Indeed, it's going to be that rematch against Liquid, a rematch that M80 has kind of owned in the past in their previous meetings against Liquid, but yesterday it's a little bit different. Liquid finally got their revenge against M80, although it wasn't necessarily the sharpest Counter-Strike at times. Particularly on Mirage, things looked kind of grim, but they got the job done nonetheless. So interesting kind of rivalry I feel like that's being formed in the Americas region between this Liquid and M80 squad, and it'll yet again grace us in the grand finals for that one spot that is available in this qualifier for the Esports World Championship. So yeah, just one of those things where in this particular map, when you go up 11-1, it's kind of hard to lose, right? Like you really have to melt down at that point to not close the game, and it just never got to that point. They never hit that tipping point of giving, 7 or 8 rounds to Legacy to kind of start instilling a little bit of fear. They were able to, clamp down pretty quickly and not really allow things to get scary, I guess you could say.
I will give Legacy credit. One, they took us to map 3. I didn't think it was going to go there. I thought this was largely going to be a 2-0.
Yeah.
And also, they did a little bit more in that second half than Liquid was able to do against M80 when they played each other on Mirage. They definitely started to fight back a little bit harder into the game. They made it a little bit sweatier for M80 than maybe the first half score would have made it seem it was going to be. But it's an M80 victory nonetheless. We are going to go ahead and throw things to a break. We'll be coming back with the grand finals soon, TM. I'm not... About an hour. Okay, we got about an hour until we jump into that match between Team Liquid and M80. M80 wanting revenge, coming in from the lower bracket. After besting them in previous events, Liquid finally drew blood against them, but now they can find the win when it matters. When we come back, Liquid, M80, fighting for the 1 spot at the Esports World Cup. We'll be back in a bit.
No secrets. No secrets.
break it. I've been known to lie, I've been known to lie. I was sitting all alone on the sidewalk when you caught me by surprise. I'm a lone wolf, I die by my own rules. I know when to follow my prey, and now it's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. Right in front of me. Right in front of me.
Listen to the sound, like a promise in the wind. Will you find the rainbow end? Can you keep the pace, my friend? Running down the road, running down the road, following a shooting star in the fast lane. We're looking for satisfaction, we're looking for bigger action, and the world is spinning round and round in the fast lane. We're looking for satisfaction, we're on the chain reaction, and the world is spinning round and round in the fast lane. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. All days, all you had. Go on, don't turn around. Welcome to a brave new world. Oh, brother, where you bound? Running down the road, running down the road, running down the road, running down the road, following a shooting star in the fast lane. We're looking for satisfaction, we're looking for bigger action, and the world is spinning round and round in the fast lane. We're looking for satisfaction, we're on the chain reaction, and the world is spinning around and round in the fast lane. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night. And I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night. And I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. I don't know what you're thinking, but my mind is full of fear. 'Cause I felt this world without you. I feel safer when you're here. It's been a couple months now, feels like time's been moving slow. And I can't tell where my head's at, so can you let me know? Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night. And I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night. And I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way.
up for good. Feels like you're my first crush back then in the neighborhood. And higher we fly, admire the beautiful things you do. And higher we fly, desire these moments just with you. With you, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, yeah. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. I can't believe it's so true. Whenever you touch my hair, I'm feeling closer to you. Nothing else can compare. Higher we fly, admire the beautiful things you do. And higher we fly, desire these moments just with you. With you, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh. Never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you.
You got me feeling some way, like I might be stuck in a dream. Let's stay here till the day breaks, feeling like I never wanna leave. Keep moving till the sunrise. You're taking my mind out to sea. Fall in love at low tide. I'm thinking we should never leave. So let's keep going till the night is almost gone. 'Cause I feel like singing Let's keep going till the night is almost gone. 'Cause I feel like singing Now we've been dancing all beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? If we go down, we go down in history. If we go down, we go down in history. If we go down, if we go down, if we go down, we go down in history. If we go down, we go down in history. It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? If we go down, we go down in history. If we go down, we go down in history. If we go down, if we go down, if we go down, we go down in history. If we go down, we go down in history. Beautiful life. Beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? If we go down, we go down in history. If we go down, we go down in history.
Give me some clarity. First time that we met not long ago. Before you had to get back on the road. We spend every second of the day together. I remember when we talked till 3 a.m. Driving around in town in your old van. Tell stories about who we used to be. I still feel your touch though you're not here. Since you've been gone, you're all I see. Still hear your voice, why don't we speak? I'm running circles. Since you're in my life, I can get no sleep. If you give me a sign, I'll be yours to keep. Just wanna say you're mine and make history. 'Cause I've been playing blind, wasting all this time, yeah, I need clarity. Give me some clarity. Yeah, I need clarity. Waiting for your call all night and day. Where did we go wrong? Don't wanna wait until you're just a distant memory. I still feel your touch though you're not here. Since you've been gone, you're all I see. Still hear your voice, why don't we speak? I'm running circles. Since you're in my get no sleep. If you give me a sign, I'll be yours to keep. Just wanna say you're mine and make history. 'Cause I've been playing blind, wasting all this time, yet I need clarity. Give me some clarity. Yeah, I need clarity.
Let's love for the night. Slow dance till the sun comes up. Let's touch under lights. Slow dance till we're high on love, high on love. 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 Till we're high on love. Till we're high on love. Till we're high on love, high on love. Till we're high on love, high on love. Till we're high on love.
Ooh, lights so blinding. It's on the ceiling and the walls. Where is my name? 'Cause I can't find it. Those early memory lane walls. But I know it's the price that you pay. For living it up on Saturday. I can't win, I'm giving in. 'Cause I can feel something coming over me, holding me till the morning. And it keeps me dancing when I feel something coming over me. I just keep dancing. Feeling this great is worth the wait. I can feel something coming over me, holding me till the morning. And it keeps me dancing when I feel something coming over me. I just keep dancing. I can feel something coming over me, holding me till the morning. And it keeps me dancing when I feel something coming over me. I just keep dancing. Stay here this time. Show me a sign. You are always on my mind. Always on my. The stars align. Show me a sign. You are always on my mind. You're 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 always on my. You're always on my. You're always on my mind. Slow down this ride. Speed up this high. You are always on my mind. Always on my. I will this time show you a sign. You are always on my mind. You're 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 always on my. You're always on my. You're always on my mind. Stay here this time. Show me a sign. You are always on my mind. Always on my mind. The stars align. Show me a sign. You are always on my mind. Always on my mind. too. You make me feel like someone new. 'Cause I'm never sober when I'm with you. Somehow live in a moment in time where I was yours and you were mine. 'Cause when I'm alone I get lost in my head, and I try to think back to the things that you said. But living without you is taking a toll. Feel like I might lose control. When I'm down and can't push through, I know you're the one
closer. Yeah, just come over. Oh, hey. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy now. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, but alright. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy now. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near.
that same old feeling. Don't know what's right or wrong. Searching for meaning. I've been thinking about it way too long. So whatever you long for, don't give up along the way. Don't give up along the way, you know, and cherish the moment. Come on up and just let go. Come on up and just let go. No more competing, bound to your inner voice, yeah. Things seem misleading, just until you stop and make your choice. So whatever you long for, don't give up along the way. Don't give up along the way, you know, and cherish the moment. Come on up and just let go. Come on up and just let go. Let it 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 go.
wasn't so bad now, was it? We're just about ready for our grand finals matchup, a rematch no less, between M80 and Liquid. M80 in the past has drawn blood when facing off against Liquid. They've been able to best them as most recently in the IEM qualifiers, where M80 ultimately had to decline the invitation, couldn't get to the event. Liquid took their place and actually did quite well. That was sort of like the beginning of this upward trajectory from Liquid. And then here when they faced off against each other in that earlier match in the upper bracket final dust, it was Liquid who bested M80 in a 3-map series.
Indeed. It was a rocky one, though, for honest. Mirage was a dominant win by M80, and there was even a chance that M80 could 2-0 the series. Ancient was very close, 13-10, wound up being the final scoreline of that game, but then Liquid absolutely dominated M80 on Anubis. So they kind of got their acts together by map 3 and had a nice polished game of Counter-Strike to more look like the Liquid we want to see, and ultimately did get the victory and ultimately did make the grand finals. And we ultimately got the rematch we expected in the grand finals, right? I mean, we called it yesterday in the upper bracket final. This is probably the game we're going to see again in the grand final. Ultimately, that is what came to fruition. Certainly, Legacy put up a good fight against M80 in the lower bracket finals earlier to try to change that story, but ultimately, we do get what is arguably the best 2 teams in the region outside of complexity. I think that that's pretty fair to say for Liquid. I think that's, the results speak for themselves for M80 as well. And, yeah, it's going to be a nice clash, I think, between these 2 squads. These are definitely the 2 best teams in the qualifier, and one of them's going to get that spot in the, grand final, or the Esports World Cup main event, I should say.
We can take a look at the bracket, too, just so you guys can appreciate maybe how we ended up here. Kicking things off, we had Legacy and Liquid in a 2-0 victory for Liquid. Legacy did put up a decent fight in that first map, but it was pretty much all Liquid after that. Then we had M80 absolutely wallop Elevate. I mean, that was a very strong victory for them.
Yep.
Then we saw them run into each other in the upper bracket final, the match we were just talking about. M80 completely crushes Liquid on Mirage. We go to Ancient. M80 had the lead and let it slip away, and then we go to Anubis, and Liquid returns the Mirage favor and takes the series 2-1 with a map victory there. Meanwhile, while that was going on in the lower bracket, it was Elevate and Legacy that had the makings of a 2-0 to start. Legacy wins the first map, somewhat one-sided in their favor. Then they moved to map 2, and it's actually looking similar, but then Elevate came alive.
Indeed. I think they had a 10-5 lead in that second map, if I'm not mistaken, and it wound up going into double overtime. Elevate ultimately win that map, force a third. Eventually, Legacy, though, do finish things off in map number 3, and they move on to that lower bracket final, which we got to see earlier today. And in that series, it was a pretty solid game all in all, right? I mean, I think that, considering the situation Legacy are going through, they put up a pretty good fight throughout the entire tournament, as well as in the lower bracket final in particular. We essentially saw it, kind of come down to just M80 dominated them on the third map, right? I mean, both the first and second maps, respectively speaking, went pretty comfortably for each team, actually beating their opponents on their picks. They kind of traded in that regard, but map 3 was kind of just a walloping on Mirage. Just 11-round CT half, very much deja vu what M80 were able to do against Liquid on Mirage in the upper bracket final, and didn't really let the game get away from them at that point and close it out pretty quickly. And so, yeah, here we go. Liquid versus M80. Again, 2 of the best teams in the region, squaring off for a spot to represent the Americas over in the Esports World Cup at $1 million prize pool on the line. Again, Liquid and Furia have already secured themselves a place representing the region due to their ESL World Ranking. And then, of course, you do have the South American qualifiers going on concurrently alongside us, where Made in Brazil are going to be playing Pain. That's going on I think, the B stream, if you want to check that out as well. So eventually we will have 5 teams representing the Americas in the main event, and this will decide one of those final spots.
And also, I believe you mean Complexity. I think you said Liquid and Fury.
Did I?
Mean Complexity
Yes.
and Fury. Yeah, you got Liquid on the mind. I can't blame you. They're playing here in this next best of 3, and this final match here in the closed qualifiers for Esports World Cup. I'm looking at this series, and I can't really pick a clear winner, because even though Liquid won that first series in the upper bracket, it wasn't as quick and easy as maybe some would anticipate it would be, just looking at the 2 teams on paper. You've obviously got a ton of star power on this Liquid roster, but M80 is very much proving themselves to be a pretty stable roster in the North American region, and they had a good map pool. That map pool did play nicely to them. They could have potentially taken that series 2-0, and in my opinion, honestly, I think they should have taken that series 2-0. We knew coming into it when they were playing those maps that map 2 was going to be the decider. It was Ancient where things were going to be decided. I am curious now what the maps are going to be when we look at the series before us, because I do feel like there's a world where we could potentially go the same maps. I mean,
I better
don't
not see
think
Liquid
that-
pick Mirage again. Okay, so fair enough. They didn't pick it. We are still going to see it, but at least they weren't the ones to pick it. That's good news. But here's what I'll say. I mean, I'm going to challenge you a little bit here. I do think M80 has more vulnerabilities in their map pool than Liquid does. Like, sure, Liquid don't play Vertigo. That's their permaban. But in this matchup against M80, they don't have to worry about Nuke because that's not a map that M80 wants to play. And they ultimately were the ones that actually banned it in the end. So, Liquid basically gets to get rid of their 2 weakest maps, one by their ban and one by their opponent taking the ban. Meanwhile, you look at M80, their Anubis has been very, very rocky, to say the least. Obviously, they got pummeled by Liquid, but they are 1-5 in their last 6 games, even if you take the Liquid matchup out of it. Not only that, but their Inferno hasn't really been the best lately, which is a really strong map for their opposition. They really have kind of lived off of Ancient, Overpass, and Vertigo. That's been like the 3 maps they can rely upon, whereas Liquid, once you get them away from Nuke and Vertigo, they're pretty well-rounded. Yes, their Mirages look shaky recently, I would say, just in this qualifier. But I do think they have a little bit more in their map pool. And, of course, they also aren't dealing with the roster change situation, right? This 5 has been together for some time now. And while they have had their hiccups with IEM Dallas qualification being their really only success for quite a while, they did turn the corner a little bit in Chengdu, getting that top 5 finish and beating G2 and having a close series against FaZe. So I do think they're a little bit more together than M80 is. But I will say M80 has impressed me by how little it seems to have impacted them that Sin has just joined the team as a new IGL. Like, they are still playing pretty polished Counter-Strike, which you would think would be hard to do when you're, phasing in a new IGL. That takes time for that person to kind of instill their philosophy of the game on the team. And I feel like a lot of what we've seen is like little small tweaks and him kind of mostly calling a playbook that they're already used to. And I think maybe over time this team might evolve. But for now, I think he's kind of calling the CS they're already used to playing, which I think is kind of helping them compete at around the same level as they were at before he joined.
So we have the same maps, just not the same order.
Sure.
It's Liquid who get to start on comfortable territory this time around with Anubis. Then we go to M80's very comfortable territory of Mirage. Should we need it, Ancient. And honestly, we will probably need it. Even if Liquid come out to a hot start on Anubis, their Mirage yesterday left a lot to be desired. And I'm sure there's people who are watching at home like, oh, yeah, but they know what to expect. They just watched M80 play Mirage. They played them last night. Liquid has a chance to adapt. That's maybe a little bit more true for Liquid than it is for M80. M80 had to play a match prior to this, so it's not like they had all the time in the world. And it's been, 20 hours since they played each other last night? It's not like it's been a week. So they had 8 hours of sleep. That leaves you with 12 hours. And they had another best of 3. That's like, 9 hours that they've really had for M80 to actually try to adapt. And then again, still trying to figure things out with the IGL.
Yeah.
I don't think that Anubis is going to look that much better for M80. And I also don't think that Liquid is going to look that much better on Mirage. So really, it's going to come down to Ancient again. I think that the series goes to a map 3, and I think that's where it's going to be decided.
I do believe that Liquid at least have had more time to adjust their Mirage,
Oh,
right?
of course.
They've been able to not have to play best 3 today, so they can look at the
Right.
film from last night, and then they can also look at the Mirage that they just saw M80 play against Legacy. So maybe they could make some adjustments. Is it going to magically fix all their problems overnight? No. But maybe they'll be a little bit more polished than we saw yesterday. Either way, we are live on Anubis. Liquid on the CT side, M80 on the attack. Again, Liquid heavily favored here on their pick of Anubis. Very strong team within the region. I believe they have a 9-1 record in North America on this map.
Well, it's a good way to start if you're M80. An actual strong execute as well, no less. Naf coming through with the dualies. He manages to get a nice little 4-piece. Sin's the last one standing. He wants the ace. Not going to get it. And it will be the round going the way of Liquid, despite a promising start with the execute.
Yeah, definitely, Rec able to get that one frag, and it was looking like maybe something could come to fruition, but in the end, Liquid clamped down. Naf with a quad kill when it's all said and done. MP9s are now going to come out. Dualies are going to stay in play for Twist and Naf, though they will, of course, upgrade with a rifle alongside of it. The MP9s will stay on Yakindar and Skulls. 2 Tech 9s and 1 Deagle on Malbs is what M80 will respond with here. Kendar jiggle peeking, trying to get a little bit aggressive here. Outside, does not check his corner, though. Swisher gets a freebie, and that's a real head-scratcher, and unfortunately, that's been a common theme for Kendar lately.
Another common theme has been this aggression, and if M80 can read it, it could be a great way for them to punish Liquid and keep themselves in the game. That was something they never really managed to deal with last time, was they allowed Liquid to play aggressively on the CT side. Now here, Swisher swings wide in an attempt to molly Cadian out. The molly lands after Cadian gets the kill and has already moved into a better position anyway. And how quickly it falls back onto Sin yet again. Almost a repeat of the pistol round as it's Sin left in a 1v many stuck outside of B main. The round goes the way of Liquid yet again.
Yeah, certainly Liquid likes to be very proactive, particularly at mid and B. Like, you're going to see Twist be kind of the main X factor at mid on the CT side. He definitely can get aggressive. You will see at times maybe Cadian kind of be a part of that mix. And then, of course, Kendar and B kind of being more of the B-site players. Kendar and Naf, Kendar being the more aggressive one of the two. Skull's much more of like a passive A anchor, so you're not going to see him involved in too many early engagements. So it's really going to come down to Liquid and how proactive they are at middle, as well as the A side of the map. And speaking of which, look at how far down Twist is trying to get here. Oh my god.
Oh, it could be so good, the FAMAS. I mean, maybe could have gotten a little bit more.
Not a damage. I mean, he gets 2 kills
Yeah.
and he gets 2 down very low. So it could have been better. I agree with you, but it wasn't a catastrophe. Oh boy, Kendar.
All right, well,
He could get 1. I'll give him that.
Swisher with 1 HP has managed to find FAMAS. I mean, there's some, I guess, some damage being dealt here by M80, considering this is more of a pure pistol. Oh, man, the timing. He almost had an opportunity there to get a kill onto Katie, and instead, it'll be a 3rd round for Liquid. I was looking at the position from Twist and expecting probably 2 kills, but when he started putting down the additional damage, it's like, oh, man, he might get all 4.
Yeah, really close. But now M80 will have a full buy AKs across the board and an AWP for Slacks. Definitely a team that likes to approach Anubis at a bit of a slower pace, like to kind of leave their options open up until the late round. They're very proactive all across the map, but they are very default-oriented, I would say, and they really just rely on their team play in the mid to late round. They do have a couple of set pieces they can sometimes throw in as a change of pace, but generally speaking, I think you're going to see kind of a slower, more default approach in a lot of these rounds, which is exactly how this round is opening. In the past, it was Mouths and Manx who were kind of the ones that would take like water or mid control. It does seem like Sin has taken up that role that Manx used to have, and everyone else keeps their same default positions. Swisher being that B-side player, Rec being that A-side guy. So they haven't really made too many changes is kind of what I'm getting at here for Anubis.
Want to see something here from M80 because this hasn't started stellar for them, but I mean they did lose the pistol in the rounds that followed. I like the fact that they've at least been trying to lock down that aggressive play, looking at those earlier rounds. I mean, I say that as Yakindar has already pushed out a B main, and you can see just what that provides for Liquid. They know they're not coming here, so look at how they've stacked their bodies over towards mid and A. This is going to be a very difficult take. Now, because of the utility that's down, things maybe get a little bit more uncomfortable. That's a nice shot from Slacks to drop Cadian, who is getting a little more aggressive towards A main. And what I thought would be more difficult might be a guaranteed win. I think Liquid's going to have to save here. They were really far away with the way those players in mid were trying to support.
I'm a little bit surprised Cadian got that forward with an op on A side, considering how much space Yakindar had taken on the B side of the map. I mean, they pretty much knew that it was either coming mid or A or both. And so I would have thought maybe Cadian would kind of stick into a more long-range position with the op, but instead gets up close and gets caught, and really that kind of opens the floodgates as Naf gets caught in awkward space up top. So good job by M80. Just a nice, you know, kind of organized push into A off the back of a good op pick from Slacks. They will win the round flawlessly when it's all said and done. That's going to do wonders for their economy. Go up 3-1. Of course, Liquid will be able to still full buy this next round. They've saved 3 rifles, and Cadian has enough money to repurchase an op. No problem. Naf, of course, can M4 armor utility up, no problem as well. So, all good in that department, but nice to see M80 be able to get an early round on the board here, not let Liquid run away with it, which is kind of how things felt last time they played this map against each other. It seemed like Liquid was always in control of the game and never really let up. that they put. I think they were up like 7-3 or something like that in the first half.
I honestly don't remember. I just
I
remember.
remember they went up big because they made one pistol and they made the comeback and won the half pretty dominantly on the gun rounds.
Katie had taken substantial damage early. Twist as well. He's down to 40. That's the fight in mid. Sin also pretty heavy on the damage. He's looking pretty rough. He's battle scarred right now. 6 HP. Yakindar picks off Malbs though. A lot of early fighting back and forth, but this jockeying for control of the early round favors Liquid.
Yeah, Liquid's done a really good job at either like getting aggressive at long B or getting aggressive through connector towards water and finding something, whether that's information and space or whether that's, you know, opening frags. Twist has also done a really good job tempering M80, you know, being able to get really any type of mid control towards camera, which is really kind of cut off one of the routes you'd want to have to maybe set up some type of A split or at least pressure the CTs and kind of make it be a little bit easier to hit through long. So definitely Liquid dictating the pace and kind of being the ones gaining more map control throughout the course of the round. Eventually they are going to have to settle into more standard positions on site, which is giving M80 a little bit of space to kind of gather up together to burst onto a site as one. But Cadian and Naf are here waiting, with Twist not being too far away on the rotation.
That is a nice position from Cadian. Good awareness here from Liquid. Again, that's one of the things that just makes this team a little bit better on Anubis. Even if you learn the smokes and setups for these executes, it's that second-hand nature that comes with playing the map more regularly that makes Liquid scary. So even when you think you've got an opening, Liquid knows like the tips and tricks to play around the map a little bit more than M80 is.
Yeah, I will say this. I don't know if you noticed it, but the initial boosting of Cadian almost got him in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
He looked a little bit exposed there. He was a little bit lucky that M80 weren't already kind of out. They were still around the corner. Obviously, fire got drawn from connector as well to kind of pull their attention, which allowed Cadian to slide out with the op. So that almost backfired is kind of what I'm getting at, but it did ultimately wind up playing in Liquid's favor. So they're up 4-1, but M80 back into a full buy. AKs across the board, opt for slacks.
And, you know, I think it might backfire against a team who maybe is a little bit more rehearsed on this map. Like, they're going to watch for that. Whereas M80 maybe not expecting that boost to come through, not anticipating that they're going to play with that verticality.
Right.
And that's kind of what I was getting at before. It's just, these are the things that, as a team who plays this map very regularly, Liquid is going to feel comfortable just kind of making those moves on the fly and adapting.
Yep, and they're being very mobile with their op as well. You know, Cadian was obviously playing B last round. This time he's playing Cake, kind of watching long A, and they're kind of stacking 3 riflers on the B-bomb side. So definitely giving M80 some different looks defensively on top of the aggression through middle and through B, which I think is making it even tougher on M80, who, again, already, like you said, don't have the same type of reps on this map. Now you're also getting curveballs thrown at you left, right, and center. So even if you were already uncomfortable, now it's even worse because you're just not being able to really get a feel of the game. But this A pinch could work out. They're able to start getting up middle towards camera. They have a couple players looking to push through long as well, so they may very well find themselves an opening here. Counter smoke from Skulls on long.
What is Cadian going to do here? He's playing behind Cake. The nade is going to be pretty close. No, it actually sails a little bit, but as the smoke dissipates from the HE, he'll hit the shot with the op. He's got to be careful, though, as they're pushing from both angles. He's got support in top sight, but it doesn't actually do as much damage as one might hope. It will be a 10-second-ish plant coming in from M80, as we've already got Liquid going a double flank on A main. They've been spotted out. The pop flash was there. A counter flash in return. Well thrown, but no damage. Or no kill, excuse me, coming through. Damage being dealt to both Yekindar and Twists.
He's been so close, man, but he just can't quite finish one of these guys. And so Reckon Sin being able to survive these bullets with just enough health to stop Liquid from being able to get an opening. If Yekindar connects on either one of those players, the retake is actually possible. But because they were able to just get away with it, they can't quite make it in there.
Like, even as player in mid, how does he survive? Despite the fact that he was so low on HP, you know, Yekindar does get a parting gift, and he's going to try to run back in. I think he's looking for an op.
Yeah, he's trying to get that one that was
Yeah, not gonna
dropped,
happen.
but it got rotated out. Yeah. So good little split there. Again, M80, definitely a team that's, again, a little bit slower pace. They like to play more into those late round situations. That time they were able to find an opening towards middle, actually get some control of camera to set up that A split. It's not something that Twist usually gives up. I feel like he's normally always kind of posted up in that position, either playing aggressively or at least keeping tabs on it. So they just kind of got caught in a situation where because Cadian had the op in A, they were being a little bit more leaned heavy B with the rifles. And it allowed an opening for M80 to set up that side split. Cadian still almost got away with it. I mean, he got 2 really nice op frags, but his support system just kind of faltered around him and ultimately led to the A site being taken. So it is 4-2. So M80 keeping things close here. Liquid have to go for MP9 and FAMAS on a couple of their players, so not quite a full purchase. And their money is low. If they lose this, M80 are going to tie this game up at 4 apiece. No doubt about it.
That was something I was going to point out. I feel like M80 needs to have a strong T side, which they kind of fell apart a little bit on their T side. They won the first 3 and then they lost 6 in a row last night against Liquid.
Yeah, I mean,
they can't let that happen again.
This is the side you have to get rounds on. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Anubis might be the most T-sided map in the pool. So,
and if they can control Liquid's money, if they can keep them from really being able to stabilize, that makes things a lot easier for them. Still going to be difficult because Liquid is going to feel comfortable. And that's a great way to do it. Take the op out early. That was a big piece of this defense. Even Skulls can't go back to scoop it up. He's stuck in camera with an MP9. It was a good flash to get them started. And then as Cadian went for the retreat, there was a follow-up through the door. Naf also taking significant damage. So mid-control right now for M80, but don't take your eye off Yakindar. He's already got the flank. He's already pushed through B main, so he's got the flank play if they can just hold them for a little while longer here in mid. It's all on Skulls. He's got to do work, and he does. He finds 2. How does that happen? The flank doesn't even matter. The remaining 2 players are going to be coming in from main. They are going to secure the site and go for a plant, but it's going to be a 4-on-2, and the retake's coming through already, but Rek is there with 2 of his own. We're down to a 2-on-2. Chaos on the site. But the bomb's been planted, and it's up to Liquid to try to get back in.
and that smoke blocking Twist angle off with the op, it's going to force him to fall back and save, and that's crazy. Just as quickly as we thought Liquid were going to win the round at the back of Skull's 2 frags, Rek responds in kind with a deep position that I do not think Liquid were ready for. It felt like they had won the battle at camera at middle, and so they probably thought that the remaining forces were going to be on site itself, but they were not aware of Rek pushing in behind. And that double up that he got, you know, completely turns around on its head. And so now with it said and done, it's going to be 3-4. And while Liquid aren't going to be totally without resources, they're not really going to be able to buy out too much around this AWP and AK. There's 1 M4 that gets bought. So they're going to have 2 rifles and an op. Maybe an SMG here for Skulls, yes. They do sacrifice utility to get NAF and M4 as well, so not too shabby.
One of the reasons why it's important for them to destabilize Team Liquid's money and try to maximize the amount of rounds on T-side. Obviously, that's always important because that's the nature of the map and the way that it plays out. Liquid's T-side, though, is very good. And it's almost very good, but not for like a reason where it's like, oh, they're so methodical and in their approach.
They're very fast.
They're very fast. They kind of jam it down your throat. They take advantage of the fact that they know the map well. They feel very comfortable. And they obviously have the mechanical prowess to pull that off.
Yep.
So it's one of those things where you don't want to give Liquid too much room to work and then get over to that T side. You want to try to keep them back a bit because you know it's going to go deep in rounds even if you have a lopsided half. That's the entry they needed, though, from Malbs. It's through the smoke onto NAF. They're looking for a little bit more, and they'll spot out Yakindar as well through the smoke. And how quickly the site's been lost. Twist doing some damage back from spawn, but this might be another save.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing M80 put together some really nice executes, right? They've been able to control middle a couple different occasions, set up A splits. That round, just a well-orchestrated B execute, you know, kind of your standard smokes on the site, good flashing. They don't let Cadian find anything with the AWP there. Great entry work from Malbs and Swisher. And they'll survive with 4, it looks like. So they're starting to build up their economy a little bit here as we sort of approaching the final rounds of the half. And meanwhile, Liquid just saving an MP9 and an M4. And this time they can't really buy around it. This time they do have to probably bite the bullet and save, maybe upgrade to pistols at best. That's where M80 could take the lead. 5-4 is very much in the cards now. In fact, you kind of bet on it.
This gets really interesting as a series.
Go on.
If M80 somehow take this map.
You're right.
Because I do not see a world where Liquid improve that drastically day to day on their Mirage. Even though, yes, they've been picking it, Mirage was bad. There was just no way to sugarcoat it. It was really bad.
It was bad. Yeah, it was butt. For sure. Especially their T sides. Their T sides looked gross.
And Liquid know it. They know they need to win this map. They know that, you know, it's going to be very similar to their series last night. It's Anubis and Ancient. That's where they need to pull it off, because Mirage is likely going to be difficult. It's not to say that Liquid can't win Mirage. It's just based on what we saw yesterday, you know, not great.
And you wonder how much of it is just, you know, getting back from China, not having that much time to,
Absolutely.
you know, there's a lot, right? They have a lot of things to work on and try to fix, too. So, yeah, like you said, there are a lot of layers to it. Either way, we find ourselves squared at 4 apiece, and Liquid on the back foot. Twist already taking significant damage with this one rifle his team has, down to 49 HP. Looks like A is the intended target for M80. Still creating some presence at middle to keep CTs interested, but Twist will peel off. And Skulls is up close with the MP9, and they are stacked in the right place, Bach.
Yeah.
The red blob is moving towards the blue blob, man.
I feel like it's like kids soccer. You're just going to see them all running straight into each other, fighting for control of the ball. Skulls able to take down the first target, looking for some additional damage. Starts spamming through the smoke with the MP9. Counterfire coming through from the AKs.
If I'm admitting, I'm out of here.
Yeah, I think they're realizing that, hey, maybe the fix is in. They've stacked this site. You could also just cut noise, which is what it looks like they want to do. Yukindar pushes through the smoke.
Why?
He wanted the AK.
He got it. Run away. He still kept pushing even after he got it.
Yeah, I think he realized he was stuck in that corner. He was spotted out. There's not much he can do. He's hoping to fight his way out of it.
Maybe you're right. Maybe he did get stuck. I thought he had a way out, though.
But look at this again. The aggression is what's making this work. Cadian has pushed through main, so he knows that they're still over here. That's going to allow the CT side to continue this stack. Skulls picks off one. There's still one on site. It's Naf with a P250, and it's pretty significant damage being dealt. Are they prepared for Cadian this quickly on the flank? There is an AK down, and he can probably grab it if they don't time this well. There's the swing. Now he's got the gun. It's a 1v1, and he's even managed to upgrade to an AWP, but aim punch takes over. Doesn't really stand a chance at that point. A narrow victory, but a win nonetheless.
Yeah, and switching to the AWP because he didn't have armor, so he probably figured the AWP was his best chance in the duel in that situation. Exactly. So I don't blame him for switching to the AWP, but just came at a really bad timing.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty costly round, though. I mean, they forces a lot of rebuying out of M80. Granted, we're kind of at that point in the half where they have enough money to kind of keep things flowing for the rest of the game, more than likely, especially if they keep getting bomb plants. But Liquid back onto a full bod now. Rifles across the board, hitting with AWP. A little bit of a tempo change here from M80 on this A hit, but good counter incendiary from Skulls. Okay. That was maybe not the call. Skulls is loving this.
I think Skulls thinks it was the call.
Oh, Skulls loves it. He's absolutely a huge fan. Oh, boy. It's like they were caught between two minds. Do we want to run through this or do we want to not? And that indecision feeds Skulls a quad kill.
Second quad kill for Liquid. The first one coming in the pistol round. That was for Naf with the dualies. In that instance as well, Naf was over there and he wanted the ace. Yukindar took it. This time around, Skulls didn't actually push through, but Yukindar still the last one to get the kill.
And I have enjoyed watching Skulls develop on this team, on the CT side in particular. I think his T side still has some work to be done, but his CT anchoring has really come along on this Liquid squad. I think he was the name that was most kind of under fire, I guess you could say. Like, hey, if things don't work, he's probably the one on the chopping block, you know, compared to the rest of the names. Nowadays, you'd probably say it's Yukindar. But yeah, I just forgetting the negative aspect of that, I do really enjoy what I've seen from Skulls over the months on the CT side. I feel like he's really started to come into his own as one of those anchor players on this team. As this is definitely a false start round that will get reset.
Yeah. Trying to figure out who we lost. I think it looked like Sin was still holding still in spawn, hadn't quite moved. So we'll get back into the game. Last night this happened a couple times, and we were usually right back into the game pretty quickly as well. And hopefully it doesn't deflate any momentum that was building. Honestly, it was largely hitting like a stalemate point, as we saw that it was mostly M80 rounds for a while. Liquid finally got their foot in the door off of that fast play, and then we saw the pause come through. So both teams kind of sitting at even keel, and even the scoreline sitting at an even keel of 5-5. So we'll be jumping back into the action momentarily. I will say, overall, M80 look improved. I won't say that it's great, but they definitely look improved on Anubis here on this day compared to what we saw from them the other day.
I'd agree.
But the big butt in the room, their T side wasn't exactly a huge problem. The T side was okay. It wasn't great. It was okay. It was their CT side where they couldn't contain Liquid. That's what I really want to see from them.
I was about to say, I feel like the only big butt in your room should probably be yours.
It's a small office, yeah.
Okay, so that's what I was thinking.
Don't question my lifestyle, Doug.
I mentioned you meant the figurative.
Don't shame me.
I get it. I'm not shaming you. Do you not know what my nickname is in the No Majors Club?
I mean, we've all seen the Frisbee video.
Yeah, exactly. So that's all you need to know. As we do have Naf picking up the fallen op of Cadian in this 4-on-4 situation. Oh man, had a chance there. Didn't quite find it.
How does that end up happening? Naf doesn't take advantage of the first shot, then gets the leg shot before being traded with no kill. Yakindar trying to mop up on site, gets 2, and just how quickly as he finds 2, it's Slacks and Sin combining. M80 have taken their 6th round, guaranteeing at least a tie score at half.
Not bad.
The money will be good enough from Liquid for a bye.
Indeed it will. I thought Yakindar might reel that one back in. He seemed to be in a good position. Didn't really get found out. Was able to get a multi-frag. It seemed like maybe he was cracking the window back open, but the German shut it down. Sin and Slacks, that combo. Funnily enough, they never played on the same team, though, in case you were curious.
It's almost like Germany's a really big country.
It is. But the German scene, the teams, you don't have that many, right? It's like alternate attacks, big academy. Back in the day, you had like Planet Key.
Oh man, PKD, I forgot about them.
Yeah, there's a few. I'm sure
there
they
was a
played
couple
against
others.
each other in the German
There was a
scene
couple
here and
others as
there.
well that I can't remember. I remember Scrunk played for one of them for a little bit of time before he tried to make his journey over to the U.S. with what was it, Team Coast? I don't know if you remember that whole debacle.
Oh yeah, I do remember that team.
Good time.
A tough one. Remember Winter Fox? I remember that one too.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of stories like that in the U.S. NACS has not been kind. Good start to the round for the CT side of Liquid. They find themselves 2 kills. There is one in return. That's Twist going down. Sin just wants to hold the gas pedal down, and you can't blame him. He's charging it off. Can he hit this shot? Not quite. Does have an aid. Thought he connected maybe. Wants to finish him off, but it isn't actually the case. Meanwhile, though, Slacks did get a kill with his op. And that means the site has been taken, but yet again, we've got the fight coming through.
Oh
I think this time, though, Sin's aware that this has been a common thread. So it's up to Nav coming in. He gets spotted now as he makes his way onto the site. So he's going to try and set up a smoke and do his best in a 1v3.
Yep, using the utility as best as he can to clear out some positions and also smoke off long side. The problem is he's got to worry about camera still. That smoke's eventually going to fade at long. He's got no kit. Mom's playing it in the open.
Yeah,
there's just no hope.
So many things going wrong, but the half looking good for M80. We're going to throw things to a break. We'll be back with the second half.
I carry you wherever I go. You're in my heart till I'm weak and old. I carry you, you brighten my soul, making me glow. I carry you wherever I go.
improvements for M80. They take the half 7-5. It's a slight improvement. They lost the half 7-5 on their T side last time around when they faced off against Liquid in that upper bracket final. But this is where things kind of get weird. Liquid dominated M80 on their T side. They looked so much stronger, and obviously that's to be expected. The map does skew T-sided, but this is going to be a difficult one for M80. And the action's already developing over in mid. The dualies actually picking up 2 kills. It's Slacks and Malbs with the dualie kills. And the advantage quickly going the way of M80 as we see Liquid trying to make their way out onto this A site. And that is even proving to be difficult. Yakindar finally gets some blood spilled for the side of Liquid, and another one as well for Yakindar. Kadian even chimed in with one of his own. Do they expect the flank? They gotta know. I mean, he was mid.
Oh, unfortunately, knowing is half the battle. And Yakindar not figuring it out.
You know, sometimes accuracy is not necessary, and I think in pistol rounds with the dualies, that's one of those instances. It's just about volume.
Get within a few meters and left click. And surely one of them lands. So, how the turns have tabled. Liquid on the back foot here on their T side. They will buy up Tech 9s and then Mac 10 on Yakindar. Deagle for Cadian. Again, we talked about it earlier, but definitely expecting Liquid to bring a much faster pace to the T side than what we saw from M80 the bulk of the half. That's just kind of their style for this map. Really like to go with the fast mid takes or just early site splits. Of course, in a round like this one's a little bit harder to instill your will against your opposition when they have such a firepower advantage.
These rounds are not guaranteed. M80 could lose these just because of the way that Liquid has a tendency to play on their T side. There's at least some action developing there in favor of Liquid, but the remaining 2 players looking for openings. I like this from Twist. What does it turn into? Slack seems to know that maybe one could be here because they realize they've let mid go, and now things get goofy because Twist has an M4 behind enemy lines.
That's very true. It's all going to come down whether or not Cadian can find an opening, get this bomb down on the site, though. Sin tucking away, gonna find him, headshot there, that's bombed down, and now all of a sudden Twist's play a little bit harder to pull off. Yeah, he's gonna get the 1, but now they know where he is. Tries to drop down with the flash, but doesn't. I don't think he got it over the ledge all the way, actually. So pulls back off of that play. And now Sin and Rek will just kind of double up together. Not gonna give Twist a chance at 1v1s. Well, they kind of did, actually. Time, though, the enemy and the bomb well out of his possession.
Still, the round should not have developed this way. And the problem that we were talking about for Liquid in that first half, their money, M80's got to be careful not to fall into that trap either.
Right.
I mean, financially,
I feel what you're putting down.
yeah, it's tough. It's tough out there, especially with Liquid playing really fast. It's going to be expensive even when you win rounds. They are very likely to clash with you, very likely towards mid. We've seen a lot of that even already in just the early days of this second half. And of course, Liquid's going to force. Why wouldn't you? Got that M4, you know you just took them down to 1 gun. Even though you don't get a plant, you spent every penny you got trying to make this one expensive. And it's going to be, who is this player over? It's Rek, who's got a lot of this coming towards him over in A. Yakindar barely alive, but alive nonetheless in Canals. But look at what's waiting on the other side of this smoke for Rek. Good luck, buddy. Godspeed.
Yeah, going to be a tough one. And, yeah, things are going the way of the CTs here pretty easily. Katie and Twist, though, making things slightly interesting, but Yakindar is so low on health that's all really going to be down to Cadian. And he's not long for this world, and that should be about it. Wanted to point out, by the way, in case you were curious, within the region, we talked about how Liquid were 9-1 on Anubis. They had an over 75% win rate on the T side. And so to see them limited to just those 5 rounds is really critical, I think, for M80. The CT side, they win about 60% in the region. So that being said, Liquid aren't out of it by any means, but
No.
M80's CT side is definitely one of the best to be played against Liquid so far within NNA. And now they're up 10-5. And Liquid are really only going to have like one solid full buy crack at them, honestly. I mean, even this round, they do not really have any purchasing power. Maybe they go for like some type of Tech 9 rush of some sort, but they're going to have to make sure they have money available for a full buy next round. So they can't get too heavy-handed here, and that's going to put M80 right near map point. And if they steal this away from Liquid, good God, man. I just don't see a way back in for Liquid at that point. Not when you lose Anubis. This is your map.
That's kind of what we were framing up when we came into this game. This was how Liquid was going to win the series. It was going to be here and on Ancient.
Yep.
But M80 look a lot smoother now, and I think a big piece of that is it's just controlling the pace a little bit better on their T side, but also making
Here's the
sure that
thing.
Liquid doesn't spiral and get that massive money.
Don't get me wrong. There is still a chance that Liquid would win Mirage if they
course.
lose this map, and their Ancient is really good.
Of
So
course.
I'm not saying Liquid are out of it, but this would be an interesting wrinkle if they were to forfeit Anubis, which has been such a staple for them within the
Right.
region.
And also, let's not forget that last night, M80 won map 1. And then they went to Ancient, a map that they also feel comfortable on, which is map 3 in this series. And M80 lost
Nearly
that
had it.
after having the
10-13.
lead. So they ended up losing that map, and then they went to Anubis where they got dumpstered. Now, you know, hey, obviously getting that out of the way first and finding a win, sure. But the storyline of a 3-map series between these teams isn't dead just because Liquid might lose Anubis.
Yeah, exactly. I think we covered all the angles on that one. I think we got all our bases covered. There's obviously not a whole lot to do here on this round for Liquid, though. You can dar. A couple style points there at that 1D on the Swisher. Looking like they want to at least try to make something out of a B hit on this round. Going to be tough to do, though. Low HP for Twist and Skulls. And Kidar does have the M4 now, though. But may not matter any longer with Slax's flurry of frags there.
You know, I will say this too, Dust.
Go
Utility from M80 has looked a lot better.
Yep.
I
That
don't
is
know
very
if you've
true.
noticed.
Yeah, they're definitely making it harder for Liquid to find breathing room. I mean, they know what it felt like to play against Liquid on Anubis. I'm sure they were aware that this map was likely to be played. So they may have gone back to maybe look at a couple of different options on some different, counters to try to slow Liquid down. And this is it for Liquid, really. Do or die time on your map pick. Full buy, no op, but plenty of AKs and utility.
They do have the op on the side of M80. Slacks. He's watching for that boost, and we've seen Liquid get creative with verticality on this map,
Right.
mostly on the
I
CT
think-
side.
I think the other big talking point about this is it's not even how good Liquid have been on Anubis. It's the fact that M80 are 1-5 in their last 6 games on Anubis. So
Yeah.
to get past that, trouble that you've had and to do it against this type of opponent, that would be a bold statement. Especially for what's on the line. That spot at in $1 million tournament.
A lot of weight on this round. Losing it would be disastrous for Liquid. M80 obviously have a healthy pad built up here. I mean, Kindar just can't get anything going here over towards E-Box. Malbs, he'll find the opener. He gets traded out almost immediately. Swisher stuck in the corner, has to fight his way out. Skulls just didn't have enough HP to continue in that fight. Sin has to be careful, starts spamming through the smoke. Does good damage to Twist, but doesn't want to be spotted out. So they'll surrender site control for the moment, but the retake is already underway. You've got 2 players now making their way towards E-Box. Nat from distance, dropping Slacks. It is a 2-on-2, and now it's a 1-on-1. It's Cadian versus Swisher, and Cadian says, you guys have fun over there. I'm going to take the bond to A, and I'm going to plant and try and set up for the win.
Gonna be interesting. Both players low on HP. Swisher already has 3 frags on the round. He's trying to go for the flank play. Cadian seems privy to it.
Yep. Cadian well read. Swisher thought maybe throw the flash, but then decided to go for the surprise play. Cadian barely survives, so
That's close.
I think both players played that right.
Yeah, they did. Look at their frag distribution on Liquid, by the way. 12 for the top fragger, 10 for the bottom. So they're tightly packed over there. And it's about the same story for M80. It's actually wild how close the fragging is, and M80 are 5 rounds ahead.
Yeah,
It's almost identical. And they actually more total kills for Liquid, even though they're 5 rounds behind.
There isn't like a clear front runner that's like really carrying. Like, yes, Slacks is 13-8, but if I told you that he was 13-8 on a normal game, that's like okay, cool. Like, it's not like someone who's like going crazy and has like a 20-8 performance. You know, that's what you anticipate when you talk about someone individually backpacking a team.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we talked about money in that first half and how bad it could be. M80 is on the brink of being financially destitute. They're
on the brink of being Fisker. That's kind of where they're at right now.
That's a topical reference.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
I figured you would like it.
Yeah, they're going full humane pin.
Fisker's worse off than Humane, though.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. That's usually what happens when other people give you $250 million. Like, you got some
Someone just
time.
give me $1 million? You know what? I'd settle for 100
you know,
grand.
can we crowdfund just Dust Moret? Can we just
crowdfund my
crowdfund
student
you?
loans away? I would be happy with that. We could do that.
I've got a startup. It's called the Bach Tummy Fund. I want to eat for the rest of my life.
There you go.
I like
at
this
this
aggression.
push.
I
Yeah.
love this because this is something we haven't seen
now
a
it's
whole
gone.
lot.
It's more of an exploratory play. And they decide to backpedal. You can normally find a timing here because of that, focus at long. I don't
He
think they
knows
realize
there's
it's
a
this close.
scout in there too. He heard that shot.
He's
He
licking his
wants to
chops
take this
because of that.
duel.
Waiting for a flash to come in there, and he's going to send it.
Well, actually, get the first is going to be the rifle. Interesting that they just dry walk out there. They've got this trio holed up in E-Box. That was the same group that pushed out main and then just didn't commit to the push. Like, they spotted them, and then that was it. They went for a space balk, but they didn't want to land on the moon. Rek, he'll go down first. Sin with an immediate trade as they had backup right behind him. Sin's going to call it out. Plant's coming through on the site. It is a 3-on-3, but it's only 2 players on the site. You've got a late play coming in from mid. That'll be Katie and Skulls. I thought for sure Skulls was done for there, but it just doesn't end up happening that way. And it's a lot of pressure on Swisher. You've got Slacks trying to come in with the scout. It doesn't matter anyway. Swisher's dead on the site. Another round in the kitty for Team Liquid.
Starting to build up a little bit here. Within 4 now, and like you said, that CT economy is getting to critical mass. USPs only probably this round. Maybe some of P250s are going to get purchased, but very likely going to be 8-11 Liquid. Even going to buy a couple of MAC 10s to try to farm even extra money out of this round. Not a bad call. Oh, there's a Zeus in play. Oh, baby. The Zeus. I actually have a pretty good Zeus death impression. Or at least I used to. I don't know if I still got it.
A Zeus impression?
Like when the person dies, like the groan that the person makes when they get hit by it.
I wasn't sure which you were talking about. If you were talking about the sound of the Zeus, the sound of the death,
No,
or maybe
the death,
just
the death.
maybe the
yeah.
player or the coach. I was
No, the death.
taking it to a whole
dead.
different level.
The Zeus
Because there's
death force
technically
line.
there's multiple Zeuses in here right now. If you really
I
think
get
about
you.
it.
Coach.
Yeah,
The Navi Zeus is kind of not part of the equation
Yeah.
anymore these days.
a little more obscure. I mean, this round is going pretty much exactly how you would expect it to.
Yeah, yeah. The Zeus is
Just
still in play,
pistols.
though. The Zeus is still loose.
It's so good. Like, it really is. Let's hear the
Here we
sound.
go.
If he gets his kill, let's hear it.
No,
Nope.
they didn't get close
Womp
enough.
womp. I think, was it our first series of the day that we saw our first Zeus kill? I think it was today that we saw our first Zeus kill here in the qualifier, and it actually ended up being impactful in the round. I think it was Sin got a kill on Ancient from Cave. He was towards Cat. So he gets that kill, and then gets an AK and got another kill out of it. So yeah, the Zeus itself isn't maybe that rewarding. The goal is taking a player away and scooping up their gun. It can spin around. It can do that.
I still don't know what's more tilting, getting Zeus or getting knifed.
Probably knifed. Zeusing is like you almost laugh at it because the sound effect is so funny.
Yeah.
Was that your Zeus?
No. That
Oh,
wasn't
that's
it.
right. You said
I want
you
to be
do
very clear.
death.
The death side of it. Yeah.
Pew doesn't
That
sound
was-
anything like it.
I don't even remember.
That was
what
on
it
par
sounds
with
like
my
to get
knife
that.
sound effect yesterday.
Your knife sound effect yesterday was. That's I don't know why you redid it. It sounds like you're playing Fruit Ninja or something like.
I mean, that's a knife. Just throwing that out there.
That's your finger actually swiping the screen, but we'll move on as we have M80 here. On a full buy, but 2 FAMAS are in play, so not the most ideal. And Malvinson already a little bit low on health. Meanwhile, Liquid still looking very much in their prime here. Only Skulls has taken a few hits. Setting up for what seems to be a knock on the door of the A site, but not committed just yet. Now they're starting to gather.
Slacks could potentially be a huge piece of this. I mean, he's got a good angle right now. Sin has to not give up on mid. They need to make sure that Naf doesn't get a chance to come in on the flank. It's all going to happen so quickly. So as this push comes through, you're going to have this flank play come in from Naf, and that could be backbreaking. But this first shot has to be on the money from Slacks, and it is. It's actually a potential collat. It does damage through to Yakindar. Now they got to be careful of that flank. That play is starting to develop. You've got Naf working his way in through camera, pushes past the smoke. But Sin is watching it. He knows it could be coming, but he turns his back at the worst possible time. It doesn't matter in the end, as Naf was the only remaining player. 1 kill only for Liquid. They hit a stalling point, and M80 guarantees match point.
Yeah, their flashes weren't really effective. I don't think they were expecting the op to be that up close. They mollied off the pillar. They had their smokes in the right spots, but their flashes were just not really finding the impact they needed to give them space to work with on the side itself. Good op hit from Slacks. Great defense from Rec in general. And so they put themselves at map point here. 4 rounds to get the job done in regulation. Liquid have to win 4 in a row to force OT. Yes, they still have purchasing power at their side. It's just NAF on a MAC 10 is the only discrepancy. But other than that, good utility for the most part. AKs across the board. Opt for Cadian.
I'd say
Tactical
it's
to clock things out. Go on.
mostly good utility. Like, yeah, it's a little light.
It's a little light on a couple of players, but
Yeah.
there's enough.
When you compare that to the other side, obviously 5 smokes, 5 mollies, 5 flashes, 5 ATs. I mean, it's a full belt coming in from M80.
Straight
You've
up
got
that, man.
Twist on just a single smoke. You're light on the mollies. We'll see how that ends up impacting the round. You can see the smoke already coming out, too, from Twist. That's the one that's going to be sectioning off E-Box, preventing that op peak into Canal. But that'll put Slacks in a different position. He's going to just move and find a better spot to play. Liquid has largely been playing this one slower than I would have expected on the T side.
Yeah, they've also not really made mid a focus. Like, they've had
Yeah.
Naf lurk it a couple of times, but I'm more used to seeing, like, the Liquid of old send, like, 2 or 3 guys up middle pretty early and, like, really try to control that space, threaten camera, even threaten backstabbing B-site, and then either committing off the back of that into a split or just kind of let that thought linger as they backpedal off and keep the CTs kind of wondering what's going on. So, yeah, you're right. They have definitely taken things a little bit slower, and they have not been as mid-centric as I'm used to seeing in some of their other games. So that is definitely noteworthy.
But, you know, it's funny that you say that because in this round, that's actually where the action got started. First, Twist found a kill in mid. It was on to Sin. But in the meantime, Yakindar and Skulls, they're now in the nether region. As they hang out from 6 feet under, Cadian catches Rec playing aggressive on A main. That'll help balance the scales of justice for Team Liquid. It's a 3-on-3, but there's 20 seconds left. This is
Yeah, it's
like
tight.
this is just not a Liquid style round that we're used to seeing on this map. They're going to be making their way in because remember they have light util, so they're going to have to push past these mollies to try to get out onto the site. That sets up Malbs to potentially stop this one, but wait. Stop the presses. Cadian hits a shot from the op. Naf is there as well. They get onto the site in the nick of time. 5 seconds left and they secure the plant. And now it's a 2v1. Slacks trying to make his way from E-Box. You've got Cadian with the op. The smoke is going to give away the position. They know where he's coming from at this point. Does the nade rain true? That was close. Almost had the trajectory just right, but Naf able to find security behind the pillar. It's a round for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I thought Malbs was going to do good work there. I mean, he tucked it in the corner. He caught the water player. I thought he was going to maybe flick and find a second, and that could be game over. But in the end, Katie and company able to get the job done through long B and keep themselves in the hunt. Technical timeout here for M80. They're kind of in a weird spot because, yes, they do have enough money to put together something here, but do you really want to? You know, don't you feel like maybe you go a smaller buy? Yeah, Liquid gets to 10, but then you can full buy for the rest of the game when it matters most, those final 2 rounds of regulation, if it comes down to that.
Yeah, they're already.
So I
changing
like
what
this
they
call. I like this call a lot, actually. Their money was like in this weird middle ground where you could either go for it, but if it doesn't work and you lose, then you're probably saving. Then that means Liquid gets a free 11th round, and then it really does come down to 1 round. This way, even if this doesn't work out, they kind of have 2 full buys still. So this is the right call, I think, for them. Good tactical timeout. Good adjustment.
And, you know, you talked about how Liquid hasn't been putting too much pressure on mid. Had they been, maybe there's a world where you can make that work in a buy like this. They are going to take advantage of the fact that there isn't anyone mid. They've already pushed. Unfortunately, they've pushed B and they've pushed mid. That means they know it's A and there's only one guy here. What can Slacks do with just a deagle? He's flashed out, but so are the guys on site. So he'll survive for just a little while longer. He's getting plenty of opportunities to do damage here with that deagle. Now the 5-7 is going to show up. And that'll be the first one to spill blood for M80. 4-on-4 post plant twists. It's a one and done for him as Sin swings wide. The pistols, they're a little bit harder to deal with than one might expect. Hold on. Skulls and Yakindar trying to regather themselves. Sin's on site, and now it's a 1v1. Yakindar, full HP, but against the 5-7, time is of the essence. He's swapped out for the op, and it's Sin trying to spell out the position of Yakindar, who is really playing this one exactly as he should. Honestly, I don't even think he needed to peek that.
No, but that's a big hit, though. That was a nice shot. That was. I mean, I thought he was going to lose when he swung it. The Mac 10 from that range against an op.
An op, yeah.
He likes Sin's chances. He was just looking at the wrong side.
Yeah.
Yakindar swings right. He was looking the opposite side of the pillar, and Yakindar grabs a big kill there. That should not have gotten that scary. But if you're Liquid, you wipe the sweat off and you focus up. 2 more rounds. This is the full buy that M80 we're banking on that tactical timeout.
I think part of it, too, is down to like the mid-execute utility that came in from Liquid. Like,
Yeah.
flashing your own teammates on site, they should have had that first kill easier. Instead, they're taking some bullets, but they're not really doing any damage in exchange. And they're all just sort of wandering blindly into the site. I think twice they got flashed out by their own team through the windows. Definitely some mistakes there in the execute from Liquid that almost made that round winnable for M80.
Yeah, very, very close. Not on the round you would expect it to either. I mean, again, they had like some 5-7s and a deagle. Here is that full buy, though. Malbs looking to pop in connector with that flash, and Yakindar dodged the flash, but still lost the fight. A huge pickup from Malbs. And so you've really kind of sung his praises quite a lot throughout this qualifier, and for good reason. He has been one of the best players in this tournament. Definitely the star of M80, in my opinion.
Oh, this nade. That nade is going to sting. So's the molly. That makes this push a whole lot flatter for Liquid. Skulls drop down to 46 HP because of that nade. They do have some util coming out. Malbs has to be careful. He's burning. He has to fight his way out of this position. There's just nothing he can do. Swisher still in position. He'll get traded out as well. 3-on-2. They're spamming through the smoke looking for bodies. They'll go ahead and secure the plant. Naf there with the defense, trying to keep his teammate alive just a little while longer. Missed shot from the op, and that gives Naf an opportunity.
Damn,
What
it
is
feels
happening?
good to be an affer.
What is happening?
Like I said, damn, it feels good to be an after, bro. I covered it for you. Nav hit some real clutch shots there, but Rex still has a chance.
He's making a lot of noise, though.
Yeah, Kate's like, oh. I mean, if KDM misses, though, that's over with. Its health so low. So, I mean, that was definitely up for grabs, but that Molotov was so critical.
on
The
Malbs.
player never had a chance to escape. Yeah. And then Naf just hit. You know, as the bomb is being planted, there is that one moment where you think M80 might be able to push here and get the job done, but Naf holds him off. Big double kill for him. Wins the round for his team, really. And now look at this. Final round of regulation. It's a bunch of MP9s and a Deagle.
A pretty
They've done more with
gutsy
less.
swing, by the way, from Sin in that,
Yes.
you know, it's what, a 1v2 on site. He's got Wreck coming into the flank. He doesn't give him any time to make that play work.
Right.
Just wanted to take the round and put it in his own hands. Unfortunately, it didn't work that way. That
You can't let Swisher do that. You can't let Swisher do that with an MP9. Not
one
from
way
that
to play the
range.
game.
That is not acceptable.
Does your MP9 do that? Because mine doesn't.
I don't have one.
Nade sails just over Yakindar's head, bounces off the wall. Could have done way more damage.
Certainly. And all of a sudden, despite having the firepower advantage and the momentum, you might say, Liquid find themselves a man behind on this one. Great kill from Twisto on the Sin, equalizes. Slacks, though, still holding his ground with the Deagle, but misfires. And that could be OT.
Well, you've got this player on A site. They throw the molly out towards cameras. It's Wreck, who somehow has the wherewithal to peek back towards A main. And suddenly, yet again, the round turns on its head. Things get very interesting here. They have abandoned B, and that's going to be read by Liquid. They had heavy mid presence, so again, we'll see a plant here on the B site. Twist gets tagged. He's down to 19 HP, has to be careful. But again, from distance, these MP9s aren't going to be as successful as one might hope. Now, there's going to be a fight brewing over in water in canals, as you've got a player in E-Box. Oh, Rek might get the timing on this. If Naf just moves wrong out of position, he might be able to get the kill, but he also has to get there before this op can take down his teammates towards spawn. That's a big one. That helps make this a lot more palatable. There's the nade in towards Twist position. He's got 7 HP. Yakindar, the last man standing, has to try to fight with the clock. They do have a kit. The first kill will be his, but the second will not. And he should have time for the defuse. It's going to be M80 taking Anubis 13-11. They lose in the most Liquid style fashion.
That is impressive,
painful.
man. I mean, looking at the numbers, you got M80, 1-5 in their last 6 games on Anubis. Liquid, 9-1 on Anubis within the region. And looked devastating against M80 yesterday on this exact same map. A much different story today in the grand finals. M80 steals Anubis away from Liquid. Again, this is Liquid's only second loss in North America on this map. And again, a team that normally is able to put together big T sides. This time they get limited to 5 rounds. A big defensive adjustment from M80 compared to yesterday. And then they get the job done on their own attacking side. Man, really well done. Like, that's all I can really say, man. M80 played fantastic Counter-Strike. And they've been doing it all tournament long. They came up just a bit short yesterday against Liquid in the upper bracket final. Nearly 2-0'd it, but lost Ancient, then got kind of wiped on Anubis. This time they rewrote the script on this map. Come out huge. That's a big win.
Great adaptation from M80 day to day on Anubis, but also kind of interesting to see Liquid play this one maybe a little bit different than we would
They
have
were
thought.
more timid today, yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
a lot more shy.
Not
a lot
until they started
slower.
making the comeback. When they started making the comeback, that's when they started kind of playing a little bit more of the Anubis you kind of expect to see from them. A little bit more like, you know, detail-oriented, faster site splits. But it still ultimately just came down to that final round where, unfortunately, NAF got timinged by a water push, and that pretty much ended it there for M80. So, yeah, they're now 1 map to the good in this grand final with a good map for them coming up next.
And that good map is going to be Mirage. It's a map we've seen them play. It's actually a scary good map. So things get real interesting here, but before we jump into that second map, we got to go to a break. When we come back, we'll see if M80 is going to get revenge after that upper bracket final loss, or if Liquid is going to force things to map 3. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a bit.
It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you. Hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you. Hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you. Hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you. Hold on. I can't believe it's so true. Whenever you touch my hair,
I'm feeling closer to you. Nothing else can compare. And higher we fly, admire the beautiful things you do. And higher we fly, desire these moments just with you. With you, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you.
You got me feeling some way, like I might be stuck in a dream. Let's stay here till the day breaks, feeling like I never wanna leave. Keep moving till the sunrise. You're taking my mind out to sea. Fall in love at low tide. I'm thinking we should never leave. So let's keep going till the night is almost gone. 'Cause I feel like singing Let's keep going till the night is almost gone. 'Cause I feel like singing Now we've been dancing all night. You take me to a place I wanna be. So let's ignore the sunlight. All that matters now is you and me. So let's keep going till the night is almost gone. 'Cause I feel like singing Let's keep going till the night is almost gone. 'Cause I feel like singing Let's keep going till the night is almost gone. 'Cause I feel like singing Let's keep going till the night is almost gone. 'Cause I feel like singing
It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? If we go down, we go down in history. If we go down, we go down in history. If we go down, if we go down, if we go down, we go down in history.
beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? If we go down in history. If we go down in history.
Give me some clarity. First time that we met not long ago. Before you had to get back on the road, we spend every second of the day together. I remember when we talked till 3 a.m. Driving around in town in your old van. Tell stories about who we used to be. I still feel your touch though you're not here. Since you've been gone, you're all I see. Still hear your voice, why don't we speak? I'm running circles. Since you're in my life, I can get no sleep. If you give me a sign, I'll be yours to keep. Just wanna say you're mine and make history. 'Cause I've been playing blind, wasting all this time, yeah, I need clarity. Give me some clarity. Yeah, I need clarity. Waiting for your call all night and day. Where did we go wrong? Don't wanna wait until you're just a distant memory. I still feel your touch though you're not here. Since you've been gone, you're all I see. Still hear your voice, why don't we speak? I'm running circles. Since you're in my life, I can get no sleep. If you give me a sign, I'll be yours to keep. Just wanna say you're mine and make history. 'Cause I've been playing blind, wasting all this time, yeah, I need clarity. Give me some clarity. Yeah, I need clarity.
Let's love for the night, slow dance.
And it's time to jump into our second map of this best of 3 grand final between M80 and Team Liquid. But it has a bit of a twist, because we were anticipating a 1-0 victory going into map 2, Liquid being up. Instead, it's M80 who's currently up 1-0 going into their map selection. And it's been a bit of a doozy for M80 as they've been working their way through this qualifier dust. This is a map that I feel like M80 potentially has in the bag. I don't want to say it's over already, because obviously they still got to play. But based on what we've seen thus far, not looking good for Liquid. Not looking good.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid just has not passed the eye test on Mirage so far this tournament. They've looked very sloppy, particularly on the T sides. But it is a map that has been in their wheelhouse in the past.
Of course.
Particularly in the NA scene online. But their LAN record has also been kind of rough on this map, so I don't really know what to expect.
We'll see how things develop right off the rip. It's quick action from M80. Twist tried to get things going with the dualies. Did find a kill. Got traded out. A bomb will be planted. And it's post-plant territory. I feel like the round just started. Very quick pistol round coming in. Malbs has the dualies, sees the barrel of the gun. Maybe a little bit of a freebie there. And now M80 can really set up the post-plant position. Skulls and Naf looking for openings. That's a nice shot from Skulls. They don't really need to give anything away. The Gush comes first. The follow-up from Swisher. And now Naf is surrounded and trying to fight his way out of this situation. Does get the kill onto Swisher, but still has 2 targets to deal with, and time is running out. Nice shot as well on Direct.
Yeah,
Naf
small
may
price.
lose the round, but he's going to make it look good.
Yeah, he gets a style point for that. Unfortunately, style points do not do anything. Really.
They're non-transferable, too.
Only for, like, credit karma, I think is about the only thing you get out of them, unfortunately.
They're like a Dave & Buster's power card. It's really only good in one place.
Yeah. Social media.
Mm-hmm. So, Dust, that was a pretty strong pistol round to get things started off here for M80. Reminder, if you missed map 1, it was 13-11 for M80. It came down to the wire, but they were able to close things out in a force buy, too. The buy that came in that final round was suboptimal. It was pretty rough from M80 and included multiple MP9s, but they managed to cash in and capitalize. And now they move on to Mirage, a map that they've already won multiple times throughout this closed qualifier. One of those times being against Liquid, one of them being an 11-1 first half that resulted in a 13-3 victory. That's why we're praising M80 so much. They're pretty dang oppressive on this map.
Very true. Kindar fitting a frag in there with Eagle, though, on this post plant. And the retake is well and truly on in the blink of an eye. 3 fall. What is going on here?
Not the round you anticipate
A
seeing.
flawless retake at that.
After the way that the pistol round went and how they established themselves in the early round there, yeah, not exactly anticipating a flawless round victory.
What just happened? Wow. That came out of our nowhere, really. Lickafan, you're loving it, but man alive if you're M80. That one's tough.
M80 has played Mirage twice throughout this event already, losing a total of 9 rounds against Legacy and Liquid.
Right.
It was a 13-3 over Liquid, 13-6 over Legacy. That likely could have been better. The second half was where the brunt of those rounds was won. It was 11-1 halves in both of those games, so very much strong play from them. Malbs trying to return the favor. That nade does damage, but it actually costs them a bit of a positional setup there as the Deagle that was blinded on the other side of that smoke never really got a chance. Now the Tech-9 comes out, and suddenly Cadian is the only one alive. There's a nade coming through and a molly to boot. He actually runs out of ammo. What is this?
This is the game of Counter-Strike that you and I are collectively commentating in front of however many viewers we have. I haven't really paid attention.
That felt very
that's what's
pug-like.
going on. Yeah, that was really odd. One to also just kind of point out, since we're talking numbers, M80 actually now has a 3-1 record on this map because of those 2 wins that you're referring to with their core 4 on this team, which is only 1 away from Liquid's record on this map. And the eye test has looked a lot better for M80. So 2-0 is very much in the cards, but again, Liquid certainly always pose the threat with the talent that they have to pull a rabbit out of the hat, and if they can force this into a 3rd map, it's anyone's game. Ancient is just such, common ground for both of these squads. At that point, you really don't know what to expect.
And we want to be fair, too. It's not just that M80 has played well. It's that Liquid in this qualifier has looked a little bit rough on this map. The game that they won against Legacy, they definitely gave Legacy some rounds, a few mistakes that.
It's like there's been
shouldn't have
Liquid
happened.
and then there's been Liquid on Mirage, and they're 2 different teams.
Yeah, yeah, that's
It's like
fair.
really the way to put it. Up until that Anubis lost to M80, they looked so sharp on every other map they played this tournament. Looked sharp at Chengdu in general as well, just before this qualifier. But for whatever reason, Mirage has not clicked for them throughout this last couple of days. But
Yeah, I
now
mean,
we have both
internationally
team-
they've
Go on.
struggled, but domestically, this map's been
Yes,
fine. for them.
exactly. Yeah, that's what I was getting at. So we are going to see some aggression from the CTs out in middle, and it's going to give them a man advantage when it's all said and done. It does leave A site open, though, and M80 will oblige by taking it and putting the bomb down here in just a moment, you'd imagine. Kind of worried about the CT spawn press, though. Switcher will take that up to make sure the plant can go down.
Swisher getting a little aggressive, doesn't spot the player in spawn. Twist was tucked into closet, and then the FAMAS kind of just gets the best of him. So
Did
we're going to
Skulls just-
continue on this one.
That was a wild headshot Skulls just hit. From the
is-
perspective of his opponent, it looked
Right,
like he
right.
was still falling or something when he hit that shot. That was wild.
But
Yeah, this is a game.
This is kind of a peculiar start,
Yes.
but not unheard of for the level of play that we've got here with these 2 teams on an individual basis. These rounds are never a guarantee when you're on the other side.
Sure.
So don't be surprised if M80
This
does that
keeps
again.
up?
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as there's money still to spend and force buying still to occur, these rounds could continue to be whimsical. But you do wonder, when does the madness finally come to an end? It
Yeah,
could
what's
be
the breaking
now.
point?
It could be that M80 decide not to invest too heavily into this one. I mean, they certainly could still afford a Tech 9 type buy, no problem, but I'm sure eventually they want to make sure they can get a full buy, get an opt-out, things of that nature, in which case they may not want to keep this force war going.
Well, they're going to keep it going for now, at least. Which you really can't blame them for that. They know that this style of round trading is more punishing for the CT side. So as long as they can get into the site and get a plant out of it, they're going to keep that foot on the gas pedal. Smokes are going to go out early in the round. Cadian heaves out a molly. They had a double window setup. One of them's going to drop down into underpass. Swisher looking for feet. Send feet. Not going to happen. Cadian will take some damage early on. He's down to 47, but it's Yakindar. We'll get a kill out of Sandwich. Malbs has already pushed up ramp as well. That's a double for Malbs. That's kind of the Malbs special. And how quickly the round goes back in favor of M80. They find themselves in a 4-on-3. And they're getting control of mid, too, and I don't think they have any idea this is happening. That's allowed Swisher into such a good position. Suddenly, it's Cadian who has to put on his hero pants. As he tries to make his way back onto the A site, the molly's going to land in jungle, and I guess, is Cadian
What would
saying
be-
save?
Yes. What would Cadian's superhero name be?
That's a good one.
Go on.
I gotta think. I don't know. The Arcadian? I have no idea. That sounds that sounds
Arcadian.
that sounds superhero-esque.
That was not good. I put you on the spot there, to be
Fine.
fair.
How about Darkadian? Because that makes it sound like he has a good
I was
version and a
thinking
bad
something
version.
about, like, the Dane. Or, like, some kind of Danish, like, thing. The Great Dane.
Yeah, the Great Dane.
about
How
said that.
dangerous person, but it's D-A-N-E.
Ah, yeah, dangerous. Got it. Yeah, I think that's good. Let us know what you think in chat. What's your superhero name for Cadian?
What would your superhero name be, Dust?
I feel like since my nickname is Dust, it would probably, but it's already taken. It would be like Sandman or something like that. It's obviously an already
You could do like
couple
seasonal
different
allergy.
people.
Seasonal
allergy, man.
Allegra
Let's get off of
man.
that. Let's get off of that.
Here's the fast play in mid. Now, he'll drop in window as quickly as Cadian falls on the aggressive push. The round is developing in favor of M80 very quickly. Malbs is on 2 health, but it's just working out nicely for M80. They seem to have stabilized after a bit of round trading early on. It was that scout shot into Malb's belly that's put him low on HP, but the aggression has netted nothing for Liquid. You got Skulls pushed up into Palace as well. But M80 is also hesitant to do anything because they don't want to wander into anything that could be set up with these 2 remaining players. I kind of like.
I
seasonal
think
allergy man,
I
by the
think
way.
Liquid.
I think it's a good,
Yeah.
I think it's a good.
See,
superhero
the thing
name.
is like there's nothing to do with Bach. Like I don't even know what
No,
Bach
the
is.
The Bacchus monster.
Okay, but what is Bach? B-O-Q. Like I actually never known what that is.
We'll explain that one day.
Yeah, okay,
One
that's
day.
fine.
Yeah.
I
You gotta
will say
subscribe
this:
to my
Liquid has
Patreon.
finally, I think, fallen behind enough to where the madness should stop. Like their money is at a point where they should be finally saving, and we should finally see M80. I mean, these are like fun exit frags and stuff, but
No, they haven't planned it yet.
that is weird. I would have thought they would have already planted it site by now. Now I am concerned. There is a way for Twist to win this. He's got a kit too, I believe now, somewhere in the middle. Yeah, he picked it up.
This is feeling a bit FPL. Like this is strange the way this round is developing, because this
Yeah.
was over. This was in M80's hand, and then Liquid started to reach for it and almost grasped it. They almost got the pebble from M80's hand. Didn't quite happen.
But as it stands, this M4 will likely be really the only big weapon they have going to the next round, which should give M80 a chance to stabilize. Should being a very key word, because so far this game has been rather chaotic.
You know, it was like M80's hesitance to push anything because of.
I'm
fear
not
of
gonna
what
lie, I
Liquid
thought they
could
had
have.
already planted B and were looking for like.
That's the
frag
way they
for
were
people.
playing. Was
Exactly.
like as if they already had.
Yeah, I
But
was
the-
actually confused, and I looked. I was like, "Oh, the bomb's not down yet."
No,
That's a good
yeah.
point.
They hadn't planted. They were hesitant after getting that early advantage that maybe someone was going to push, be aggressive. So
Sure.
they played back, and then they were like, "Oh, well, we got to actually do something now." And the only thing I can assume is they made the assumption that Liquid was just taking those guns and hiding in B, which is a
Yeah.
fair assessment given the situation. The kills that they already had gotten, they found kills in mid. They found an aggressive player A ramp as well. Or I think in Palace. So it's safe to say that maybe they would be B, especially given the amount of time that had transpired in between all of that action. But once they saw one person A, that should have been the immediate call to get out of Dodge. They kind of just stuck with that maybe a little bit more than they needed to.
Another smoke gets refreshed on window as it looks like M80 are setting up for an A attack. Sin, though, is creeping up catwalk with that connector smoke. Could even get some ladder room control, maybe even backstab window, or maybe even just pressure B a touch. They keep the CTs here from rotating. Could be in trouble, though. He could get faced by a couple different angles, but no, hold the phone. He gets his frag on Cadian. No one really responds. And now the A hit can well and truly set in, and Sin would be able to cut off some rotators at this point. Actually, they peel off. Slack sides to join him. Bomb coming through B apartments. Rex found a kill on A. I mean, this is just the world's an oyster now. They're getting everything.
Naf trying to get back towards catwalk. Not going to happen. Yakindar, the only remaining member of Liquid, and he's going to hunker down behind bench and hopefully get some timing to steal a gun away. He's not going to pick it up, that's for sure. He's just trying to do some damage here. And that's exactly what he gets. 1 kill, and then should be pretty easily taken care of. 5-2, M80 definitely stabilizing a bit after some early chaos that netted success for Team Liquid.
And here's what scares me about this. If you're a Liquid fan, as polished as M80's CT side has looked so far in Mirage's tournament, if they can get a nice edge from the attacking side to boot, things could get real worrisome.
I think what have we seen from M80 on the T side thus far? Because against Liquid, we didn't really see any T side action. They started on CT side, they went 11-1. Same thing happened in the next game.
Yep,
so we saw a little bit more in their game against Legacy, but
not much. Yeah, this is our first real look at their T side with Sin, for sure. And so far, it's been obviously a rather chaotic start to the round. You know, it's 2-2, it was kind of weird rounds. But now that things have started to kind of hit normalcy, we've seen just a lot of like good split pressure. You know, kind of opening default, getting some mid control, pressuring the extremities simultaneously, keeping their options open. It's very similar to how they play a map like Ancient.
I mean, honestly, as I'm watching this game progress, this is reminding me of how Liquid plays Anubis.
Yeah, that's it.
Just like really fast, very aggressive, in your face, kind of bringing the battle to your doorstep. At least the last few rounds. There's been some instances where M80 has played a little bit more calculated, but it has been much more aggressive.
Yeah, I'll have to say, even like last gun round that they won, you know, they were kind of just having, you know, pressure up through middle, but then they started getting a couple picks at B, so they peeled the bomb back through B apartments, but they were also, you know, initially looking to hit A. So they're definitely doing a lot of poking all across the map and kind of just feeling it out, making mid-round calls off of it. But they have, at times, as you've noted, kind of picked up the tempo a little bit and just run it down. So, and that's kind of what you want on Mirage. You know, as much as people complain about Mirage as a map, and I get it, I think part of it is the aesthetics of the map. I think part of it is how long it's been in the pool. I get people's gripes, but the reality is that Mirage, I think, teaches you a lot about a team, because Mirage really allows you on either side of the map to play however you want to. You know, it's kind of a make your own adventure map. You know, for example, on the T side, you could just play a 1-3-1 default. You know, have one guy lurking B ats, one guy kind of playing outside A, three guys taking mid control, and you're setting up your, you know, mid round. You could just go for set pieces on either site. You know, you kind of have your options on what speed you want to play, and if you want to be more execute oriented or more default oriented. In CT side, it's similar. Like, you could look to play more site centric or retake centric, but you can be very mobile with the defensive opping. You can get aggressive in BS. You can get aggressive on Palace. You can get aggressive middle. It's kind of just all about what you think is best for you, on what your team likes to do, and what you think is going to counter your opponent the best. So it really kind of lets you understand the philosophy of a team and the style they like to play.
It's not helping either that M80 is levying some hard tariffs onto Liquid. Their money, it's not really stabilizing well, and they're forced in these situations where they have to save, and then the next round they come in with 1 or 2 guns, much like this. But util is dry. It's pretty barren. They've got some pistols here trying to slow them down. There is going to be one in ladder room, and they clear it. And that is a nice cat take. Just good util coming out to try and eliminate these positions from being a threat. Naf is still on site, and I don't think they're going to expect this. Depending on how he times his swing, he could get spotted from the players that have already worked their way up catwalk before he even has a chance to bounce. Still on site, and yeah, now he gets spotted. He just didn't have an opportunity. The smoke came down on the door. That eliminated his support system, and it's again a save. This is the tax that we're talking about that M80 has placed on Team Liquid.
Oh, and Malbs steps out and finds Skulls to make matters worse. This op might not even get saved. Cadian able to find Malbs, but he could get pressured from multiple fronts now. There's 3 players that could go after him. He's trying to get up close to the flower pot. He swats with the AK. A good idea for better multi-frag potential, but in the end, Swisher does find him. Grabs the op for slacks, and now nothing gets saved. Everything must be rebought. And so that means, while Liquid do get a full buy here, if you take another loss, the half's kind of washed at that point. And you're probably down 9-2. And then if you're down 9-2 and you consider how good M80's CT side has looked and how sloppy Liquid's T side has looked, the 2-0 becomes very viable for M80. And they could once again shock Liquid in another one of these big qualifiers. They already did the IEM Chengdu qualifier. Yes, at the end they couldn't attend, and Liquid went in their stead, and Liquid performed very well with that opportunity. I got to give them props where the props are due. Top 5 finish there was really good. But short of qualifying for IEM Dallas, Liquid has been kind of in the dumps outside that chunky performance. Meanwhile, M80 has reigned supreme in North America outside of the RMR. And that was a tough spot because he obviously had a stand-in situation at the IGL spot.
Slacks picking off Yakindar. I couldn't agree more. You know, the fact that M80 had even performed as well as they did with a stand-in. Like, we usually set the expectations pretty low for those instances.
Yeah, and people might point out like the difference between LAN and online, but M80 hasn't got to play a lot of LAN.
True.
Not only just as a team overall. I mean, because they haven't been together that long, right? I think they came together like November, December time frame. So they really haven't played many LANs, and even these individual players outside of like maybe Malbs haven't had like crazy LAN experience, just generally speaking, in Counter-Strike.
I mean, some more on the local end.
Yes,
local
local
Rec,
ends,
Rec
sure.
and Swisher have played some local lands, but
yeah,
Sure.
local, yes, but big events, no.
Twist trying to lock it down from stairs. He'll only get one for his troubles. You've got Skulls at spawn. He flashes up high and peeks towards ticket booth. And oh, bye. Nice shot from Malbs as Cadian makes an effort to escape ladder room. This T-side half is just as impressive as their CT side halves have been. If you negate that weird early round where it's back and forth, I mean, it's been all M80, and because Liquid has had no money, they can't even do anything. Like, they're stuck in these forcible save situations, and then they have to force up around the saved guns, so they never really have the util. It just feels like they don't have an opening. They had their opening at the start of the game. Yeah, I mean, what are you supposed to do there? Malbs just swings wide mid and kills 2 players.
I mean, I've been talking about it all tournament. Malbs is so damn good at this game. The step up that he has had in CS2 has been one of the biggest in Americas, honestly. He's at 17 kills right now in 10 rounds played. He has been relentless this tournament.
I mean, this is also his playground. He really does well on Mirage. Just in the last several months. Boasting,
Yeah,
I think,
for this
a
tournament, Malbs is
1.6.
1.36 rated with 95 ADR and a 1.65 impact.
If you just look at the last 3 months on this map, 1.59 rating with a 2.07 impact. He averages 110 ADR. It just illustrates how this map works for him. That's compared to his average, which is a 1.3 rating with a 1.5.
But even outside of Mirage, if you just look at this qualifier, he
Oh, yeah.
is the best rated player in the tournament. He has the most kills per round, the most multi-frag rounds, and he's top 5 in almost every other metric. Opening kills per round as well has been a big one. He's way out in front in opening kills per round, actually, and total opening kills. He's more than double the next person in total opening kills. Now, he's played more games than some of the other guys, sure, but... I mean, heck, Yakindar has 18 opening kills this tournament coming into this series. Malbs has 45. Just want to put that one out there for
That's impressive.
That's ridiculous is what that is.
And if you look at some of the maps he's played, it's not like every map has been a stellar performance. You know, he's had some flubs here and there. But for the most part, he has played quite well. And even just like I said, it's because we're on Mirage, it's just fun to look. If you look at his last like 10 games on this map, he has pretty much obliterated the competition. He only had 2 instances below a 1.0. Every other time, though, he's had games above 2. He was at 2.57 in their match against Take Flight, which was the first game they played with the new IGL.
What's in? Yeah.
And he was 2.26 against Liquid in their opener here in the event. 1.6 against Legacy as well. I mean, these are impressive numbers. Obviously, just on Mirage, grain of salt, take all of that that you want, but we're just trying to illustrate that there
But the
is
numbers
a
that I put
bright
out there were
future.
cumulative across all maps. So,
Right.
I mean, you're getting it from both sides, man. For Mirage individually and just overall for the event. Yeah, he's been crazy good. Liquid trying to fight back in this round. They have got it into a 3-on-2 situation. Bomb is down in kind of a tough spot, though, for Sin to be able to get back up and grab it, which is going to make things even tougher. And now he's all alone as Twist found Slacks. He will get this plant, but
He
that
has
doesn't really
1v1s.
matter much. Yeah. It just depends on if he picks the right timings.
I mean, he's got isolated. If he waits, he's going to get bested here because they're going to come in together. They're going to coordinate. But if he isolates these fights, there's one, there's two. Will he find the third? I think he spotted him towards ramp.
No.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. 10-2. M80 win the last round.
Stick a fork
We're going
in
to go
him,
to
bro.
the second half after this break.
Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, 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 out. That's it.
If you missed that last round, rewind. Go back in time. Go watch the VOD because that
ridiculous.
was an
That's the death
incredible
blow, in my
1v3.
opinion. I
And
think that's it. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
I'm
I
willing
don't know
to
how you
agree
recover
there.
from that. I don't know how you, I hate the call games early, but that's a tough one to come back from. Luckily,
Yeah.
they've had a few minutes to breathe. They're not right into the half after that moment. They've had time to maybe let the tilt wear off, but that's tough.
If you
And
didn't
that
see it,
adds onto it.
it was a 1v3, and even watching it, I'm saying, okay, like, you've got a player coming spawn, connector, and T-spawn. So ultimately, like, you've got 1v1s in all directions, and that's
As long as
exactly
you're
what happened.
proactive, and he was,
If,
yeah.
if he waited a second longer, he was dead.
Yep.
And he just got the timing right, and he ends up winning
And
it.
now they win this pistol, it looks like. And
Yep.
this might be it. It might be an anticlimactic kind of finish to this. I mean, Anubis was awesome to watch. Just to
Yes.
see M80 pull off what I think is fairly called an upset, considering how strong Liquid's Anubis has been and how M80 just don't really play it as much and haven't had very much success when they have. So that was a fun game, right? To watch M80 figure out a solution on Anubis, a map that they, obviously got crushed by Liquid on in their previous meeting in the upper bracket final. That was cool. But this is just M80 taking what was a very chaotic start to the game. I mean, it was a 2-2 start, very wacky rounds the first 4 or 5 rounds. But then eventually they got control, and they just never let go. But then the way in which it finished, like I said, that 1v3 clutch, that was just bonkers. And it almost just makes you, like, wonder what the heck's going on at the Liquid camp when it comes to Mirage. But it also just makes you proud of what M80's been able to do. They've turned around things so fast with Sin. Like, he has been able to gel very quickly on the squad, it seems like. And he's also fragging at a really high level for an IGL on top of it. So
I think this round is also getting replayed, too, so
Yes.
feel free to continue.
No, I'm just saying, like, it's one of those things where so far I haven't seen, like, drastic changes to their style. It's very similar to what I had seen them play in the past. They've also pretty much kept the same roles and spots, particularly on T side. They did switch up a couple of things on CT side. I noticed Ancient in particular was like one map where Malbs is playing a little bit more of an active role, and Sin's kind of more of like a B player on the CT side of that map. So they've made a couple little tweaks in like the few games I've seen with Sin. But ultimately, I feel like Sin hasn't rocked the boat too much, which is probably for the best when you don't really have that much time because you have all these tournaments you have to play. And the team already kind of has an idea of what they're comfortable with, what roles they like to play, what style they're comfortable playing. Def obviously has been here for a while as a coach and has kind of helped build that system. And so Sin's kind of coming in, just kind of keeping that going, I think. But, just being that active voice in the mid-round calling. And, again, they've made a couple of CT position changes as well that may be for the better to get Malbs in some better positions. And Malbs has certainly ran with that opportunity. He's very good this tournament. So
I mean, he's 20-7 right now.
Yeah. So on the one hand, we got to celebrate M80 continuing to look like one of the strongest teams in the region. They've done so well in so many different online competitions in North America and CS2. Really the RMR was their only hiccup, and that was with Death standing in. So fair enough.
And, I want to make sure we're being fair here to Liquid, too. Like, yeah, they're coming off of an international event. There's obviously, some difficulty in trying to adjust from playing LAN in a time zone that is several hours into the future to then come home and play a qualifier online.
I agree with you, but let's be frank. Some of the issues that we're seeing are issues we've been seeing for a while. Yakindar
That's
Swarm
fair,
has
too.
not been there. The team play in some of these mid to late round situations has been a struggle on various maps. So I get what you're saying. I think you're right, but I do think that we are seeing some trends just continue.
Well, they're going to have to fight their way out of this one. They're just trying to get the bomb down, and they can't even get that. M80 is just completely preventing Liquid from being able to act at all. There are smokes everywhere. They're not actually going to stop this plant this time around. Skulls has dove through the window, and he's got a Tech 9 up close and personal. It doesn't really make a difference. 4 players survive for M80 as Liquid did their best to get onto the site. Now they have to win 10 straight just to go to overtime. Then they have to win overtime to take it to map 3, which I'd say is even territory on Ancient. It was a close game when they played in the other best of 3. I think M80 made some mistakes there that cost them significantly.
I'm going to say this, too, really quick.
I think we lost Dust. It sounded like. There we go. I hear you in Discord. I'll hold the fort down while you get things figured out on. You're right. I'm sure you were going to say you have a ton of respect for the guys on Liquid and everything they've been able to accomplish. But this is disappointing as a fan of NACS to see a team that was once held to such high esteem struggling against a team that regionally has found success but internationally has not yet attained that same caliber of play. Now, we do find ourselves at a 3-on-3. Skulls at 60 HP, Yakindar at 86. The CT side is starting to regather themselves around the map. And as I say that, Rek will take down Skulls, and in this position from Sin and Dust, it's Yakindar.
over.
Yeah.
It's over.
Jover.
It's Jover. And what I'm going to say about that for Liquid is, yes, they have Pro League and IM Dallas coming up, but depending on how those go, it might be time to reassess this team.
You know,
But let's not take away M80's flowers. They are about to dot
Of
the
course.
I's and cross the T's to what will be an appearance at one of the biggest tournaments of the year as far as prize pool is concerned and the level of competition. And there they have done it. Sin puts the final nail in the coffin of Liquid. They get their revenge from the upper bracket final. They get back to their winning ways that we saw in some of the other meetings against Team Liquid, and they do it where it matters most in the Grand Finals of North American Qualifier. So congrats to M80. You know, it seems like finally they have been able to kind of stabilize the roster after the whole Manx and Death situation. Sin seems to be gelling well with the squad. Malb still seems to be a solid star. You know, the other guys are playing their roles very well also. And they're just playing good Counter-Strike. Like, when I watch them play, I enjoy it. Like, I see the promise. I see the strategy. I see everything coming together. And it's really cool for a region that obviously has had its struggles in Counter-Strike in recent years. This M80 team seems to be one of the bright spots.
And while obviously Liquid's Mirage has some issues to be worked through, M80's Mirage is also just really good. It's not
It
like
has
they
been.
only beat Liquid this way. Like, they also did the same thing to Legacy, with maybe the exception of giving Legacy a little bit more activity in that second half, allowing them to get more rounds than maybe you would have expected based on the way the first half progressed. The 11-1 half score line that we saw from them against Liquid and Legacy, it's not as dominant here as 10-2, but still pretty close. And it could have been 9-3. I mean, that 1v3 at the end of that first half, it really just comes down to a positional layout from Liquid on the retake attempt, where they've got one from spawn, one from connector, one from T-spawn, and they're trying to set up the timing. But before they can, Sin gets the 1v1 towards spawn. Then the player's coming up from connector thinking that the flash is opening things up. He gets that kill and then just happens to spot that last player towards ramp. And it's a 1v1 battle. It was an impressive 1v3 laid out nicely by Liquid. I do think that Liquid is still obviously a very strong team, but M80 just proved that once they beat them on Anubis, it was going to be easy sailing coming into that second map.
Yeah, I mean, again, M80 played a phenomenal tournament. Yes, they lost to Liquid in the upper bracket final, but outside of that, they looked pretty damn flawless. All said and done, yes, the Legacy series went to 3 maps in the lower bracket final, but they looked in control of it for the most part. Again, Malbs was the best player of the tournament, this tournament. You know, Sin, again, looks like one of the strongest fragging IGLs competing right now in the Americas region with this team so far. Again, I think Swisher and Rec have played their roles well. And then Slacks is a weird one. I mean, I think he is a strong operator, but he has that like fast firing speed style of opping where like if you're on, you're on. But if you're off, you're gonna miss a couple shots and make you look silly.
A lot of
But
flash.
he usually recovers nicely from those misses. Like, he doesn't let it get to him. Like, he still keeps that confidence and swagger about him to go for that repeat or to go for it the next round, to not let it sway him from his style. And everything has meshed together quite nicely over these last few months for this organization, which I'm happy about, because the M80 ownership, I know those guys from other esports. You do too. They're a great group of guys, and they've put in a lot of hard work, and it shows. And again, in a region that has kind of been plagued in Counter-Strike in recent memory, this M80 team has perhaps provided a bit of a silver lining.
We can take a look at the bracket, appreciate the journey that they took to get to this point. I think one of the things you're basically saying is like, hey, rising up in the North American ranks is hard, and it's even harder right now. You know, I think that the NA scene has changed drastically over the last 5 years from what it once was.
Right.
And the fact that we get to see some fresh blood and some names that I recognize from local LAN scenes covering events like Fragadelphia, looking at players like Swisher and Rec and those guys, seeing them make their way up into the upper echelon of NACS and able to beat a team that has a prestigious name to itself like Liquid, players who have won significant LAN events, that's impressive. And I think that this team has a incredible future if they can continue in this form. I look forward to seeing what they're able to do at the main event here for the Esports World Cup. But the way they were able to make their way through this, they win over Elevate. That's not exactly entirely surprising. I think a lot of people would have potentially seen that as maybe a 3-map series if the map pool plays out nicely. Just because it's domestic competition, that's a tendency for things to happen that way. Liquid, they bested Legacy 2-0. Like, they did play Mirage and find a win there, but it was a little bit rough. Then in that upper final, we saw Liquid and M80 clash the first time, and it felt like M80 had a 2-0 in them. They were very close to closing out the second map. They allowed Liquid to get back into that game, and that's just an illustration of, yeah, Liquid may have their problems, but if you give them a gap, they will exploit it. If you make mistakes, they will take advantage. Meanwhile, while that was going on, Elevate and Legacy were locked in a very tightly contested BO3 that ends up going all 3 maps even after we were done. The second map went into multiple overtimes. Third map goes 13-11. That's what brought Legacy into that lower bracket final against M80, where M80 ended up having to go 3 maps. That's the most interesting thing, I think, of the day. The fact that our lower bracket final went 3 maps, but our grand final did not.
Yeah, and I think it just comes down to the Anubis shocker, right? I mean,
Yes.
I think that when you look at how that pick ban went and you see Anubis is coming out first, you're thinking, all right, Liquid's got this in the bag. And it's once again going to come down to, can they figure out their Mirage, or is it going to come down to an Ancient Showdown yet again to be the decider? And ultimately, it never even got to that point. You know, for one, they lost Anubis in shocking fashion, and then for two, they were never in Mirage. I mean, yeah, maybe the first 4 rounds where things are kind of wacky because of all the ecoing and force buying and how those rounds were playing out. It was very odd CS, but like once that storm kind of settled and M80 kind of got control of the game, they just never looked back. I mean, even the, like you said, that Sin 1v3 clutch, that's like the one round you think, okay, Liquid wins this, it's 9-3, maybe they can get pistol second half, and all of a sudden they're back in this, but it never got that way, right? Sin wins the clutch, and then they win pistol, and it's over with. I mean, at that point, pretty much. So, yeah, again, a tipped hat to M80, and again, question marks for Liquid, because I don't know how much longer this team can survive with this configuration. Like, yes, they have IEM Dallas coming up, and they have Pro League coming up, so they're probably going to have to stick with what they've got through the next couple of months. But if Pro League goes poorly and Dallas goes poorly, I think at that point you got to make a call. And we'll see.
I mean, many people are going to have their eyes on Liquid to see how this team is going to maybe move forward, but my eyes are on M80. I want to see what this team is going to do not only at the Esports World Cup, but whatever events they might qualify for, because clearly this team has a very bright future in the North American region, but we're going to have to wait to see how that develops. That does wrap things up for us here on the Esports World Cup North American Closed Qualifiers. On behalf of Dust and myself, thank you guys so much for watching, and we will see you at the main event. Not us, but the event themselves. M80. Good luck, boys. Represent NA well. We'll see you next time.
Out above. When I step out of the when I step out of the and come into the light, I will be happy, happy, happy. How could I not be? And hey, do you think I can stay? 'Cause I will be happy, happy, happy. How could I not be with you? I keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood.